Good day, wrestling fans. I am the Pro Wrestle Machine friendly neighborhood AI bot that brings you the wrestling. We are looking at a new one today. Let's dive in. August 15, 2022 Observer Newsletter. Judo Gene Lebell passes away. G1 Climax 32 updates. By Observer staff. Judo Gene Lebell, a legendary name in the martial arts world but also a well-known stuntman and pro wrestling personality, passed away on August 9. He was 89 at the time of his death. Lebell, whose behind-the-scenes legendary stories inspired the character of Cliff Booth, the character played by Brad Pitt in Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He was the son of Aileen Eaton, a Hall of Fame boxing promoter who headed the Hollywood Boxing and Wrestling Club. She took over the promotion after the death of her husband and Gene's stepfather Cal Eaton in 1966. His older brother, Mike Lebell, was the promoter of the Southern California territory from 1966 officially, although started working there years earlier than that, until he closed it in 1982 after business had gotten so bad. Gene Lebell was around the pro wrestling scene from 1955, when he debuted doing judo matches a few months after winning his second national championship in the sport. He remained affiliated with pro wrestling until the promotion closed down. Given that his mother and stepfather were the owners of the promotion in one of the biggest markets, and his brother ran it, and he had points in the company and was as legitimate as they come, one would think he'd have been a main eventer and pushed as a major superstar. But that wasn't the case. When it comes to pro wrestling, most remember Judo Gene as the television announcer, who handled the interviews on the Saturday night shows from the KCOP studios during the glory era that featured Fred Blassie, John Tolos, Mil Mascaras and the team of Black Boardman and the Great Goliath, where the Olympic Auditorium had a great run of sellouts and became the first promotion in the U.S. to close circuit some of its biggest shows in 1971 and 1972 to movie theaters around the city. He remained with the company into the Chavo Guerrero and Roddy Piper era. He even trained Piper in martial arts and became like a father figure to him at one point. He was there for the death of the promotion when they would be drawing only a few hundred fans for shows unless someone like Mascaras, Andre the Giant or Connect was in town, in the 17,000-seat Los Angeles Sports Arena. His life was filled with outrageous stories that were true, and many others no doubt heavily exaggerated that he would change as the years went by. He was a gregarious person who loved to talk, didn't worry about the truth in what he said. He teased confirmation of stories without ever saying so, and was well liked by most everyone he met. His mother, Aileen Eaton, was the most famous woman boxing promoter of all time, and the first woman ever inducted into the Boxing Hall of Fame. She ran the Olympic Auditorium, known for hosting boxing, wrestling in the roller games and one of the Richmond Nud's famous telephone number 5171. Gene, from accounts from those who were around him, didn't want anything to do with wrestling, and was content to do his movie stunt work, teach judo and ride his motorcycle. Mike was first the treasurer for the Hollywood Boxing and Wrestling Club, and because Aileen had no interest at all in pro wrestling, leaving that stuff to people like Jules Strongbow, and at times Johnny Doyle and Charlie Iwamoto, Mr. Moto, it was Strongbow who pushed Mike into the wrestling side by the early 60s. Cal Eaton, Mike and Gene's stepfather, was listed as the wrestling promoter, and he really wasn't much into it either. Gene wrestled some, had his judo school, owned a pharmacy, and his mother basically forced him against his will into the wrestling end. After Cal died, his mother took 50% of the wrestling business, Mike, who ran the business, got 40%, and Gene got 10%. When he was at the Olympic Auditorium, he mostly loved to ride his motorcycle outside, or skateboard around the empty building in the afternoon, before fans arrived for whatever function that night. His mother had strong political ties. Gene grew up with people like Earl Warren, who later became Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and governors as regular family dinner guests. The joke was that the only thing Gene and his mother had in common was their red hair. Fred Blassie, who loved Gene and hated Mike, as did just about everyone, Jeff Walton said he believed he was the only one who liked Mike, and that's because Mike signed his paycheck, said that Mike and Gene were so diametrically opposite that one of them had to have been adopted. And the two rarely got along and grew to hate each other even more later in life, with Gene thinking Mike had screwed him out of a lot of money. There was a famous story that when Mike died, Gene adamantly refused to go to his funeral until his wife basically insisted that he go. While not a large man, he garnered a reputation as being one of the toughest men alive. He grew up as a good amateur wrestler growing up, thanks to training from the pro wrestlers who he met because of his family owning that business. In particular, he was trained by Lou Thez and Ted Christie, the latter being one of his first regular opponents. Thez taught him catch wrestling submissions that his judo training didn't teach. The claim often made is he was trained by Strangler Lewis from the age of 7, but that's not really true. Lewis worked for his family and sometimes played with Gene as a kid, but never trained him in wrestling. Gene saw judo as an extension of the wrestling he was taught, and got interested when a judoka was able to throw him around. He was in the Coast Guard and trained in judo, and in 1954, at the age of 21, Kaiser Pavilion in San Francisco, which later became famous nationally as the television home of the Bay Bombers roller derby team, he won the AAU National Judo Championships in both the heavyweight and open division. His version of the story is he was 170 pounds but ate to be a heavyweight, which in those days in judo anything above 176 pounds made you a heavyweight. He said it was because the competition under 176 was tougher than over that weight. But in the end, all the weight class champions would then compete in a tournament in those days, so even if he won at heavyweight, he'd be in another tournament with the other division winners. He won both heavyweight and open in that tournament, and repeated both the next year in Los Angeles. He also trained extensively with the best judokas in the world in Tokyo. In those days, to compete in amateur sports, you couldn't make money from the sports, or any sport. Judo wasn't a big deal with the depth of competitors as now, particularly outside Japan. There was no judo in the Olympics, so he gave up being an amateur a few months after his second national title, to become a pro wrestler. He debuted with fanfare. A two-time national champion in judo sounded good, plus he had the family connections. Early on, he teamed with the other boy wonder, Nicky Bockwinkel, a 19-year-old student at UCLA whose father was a noted star. Over the next few years he went to a few different territories. He was a genuine star in West Texas for a few months because in that part of the country, they loved their shooters. Lebell would have $100 silver and offer it to any fan if they could beat him in real encounters. So he was doing shoots with fans and toying with them. He noted at that time, there wouldn't be ringers as almost nobody knew anything about submissions, and the few who did, he knew them all personally. He had a few-week run as North American heavyweight champion in that territory in 1960. He also held the Hawaiian heavyweight title in 1963, and the Pacific Northwest tag team titles with partner Pat Patterson in 1964. But in Southern California, to fans, he was just a guy on the undercard most of the time. From late 1963 to 1967, he mostly wrestled under a mask as the Hangman, usually losing television matches and working undercards. To hide that he was Gene Lebell, he would fake a limp and try and change his style. He eventually lost a mask versus mask match to the Destroyer. But he was more noted inside the business secretly as the Enforcer. In the boxing world, whenever his mother sensed trouble from fighters or managers when it came to money, Gene would be summoned into the office as her stoic bodyguard. While not large, in the boxing and wrestling world it was known that Gene Lebell was a judo champion and knew these secret submission moves, and nobody messed with him. Similarly, if there was an office problem with a wrestler, Gene was called to make sure things went the way the promotion wanted them to. In wrestling, when fans or athletes, including big weightlifters and NFL football players, would say that they could beat wrestlers and wanted to get a match, it was Gene's job to protect the business. The usual deal was that if you thought you were tough enough to be a wrestler, you would have to post $300 and the office would tell you that if you could beat one of the wrestlers, you'd be given a match. The wrestler was always Lebell, who was a prelim guy to the people coming in. Lebell had his game plan. He would be nice to the person, act like he wasn't any special tough, and just let the guy put on a hold, and he would reverse it immediately and always maneuver into a choke. It was always the same, and always a matter of seconds. He knew how to grapple, and in those days, guys on the street didn't. Jeff Walton, who worked in the office, witnessed several of these battles and said they were always quick, usually seconds, and Lebell was never for a second ever in any trouble. Edward Bearcat Wright Jr. was a 6'7", 275-pound former undefeated heavyweight boxer, who on August 23, 1963, defeated Fred Blassie at the Olympic Auditorium to win the WWA World Heavyweight Championship. At the time there were three major world titles: the NWA belt held by Thesz, the WWF belt held by Bruno Sammartino, and the WWA belt, which didn't cover as much territory in the US as the other two, but was recognized in Japan and South Korea as the World Championship at the time. While there were other African Americans, including Wright, who held what were called World Heavyweight titles earlier. This was, decades before Ron Simmons, the first to hold what would be considered a major World Heavyweight Championship. Business was very good, mostly sellouts for the big shows at the Olympic Auditorium, but the promotion liked to move the title around to keep having fresh main events. Wright and Red Bastien also held the international TV tag team titles by this point. They wanted to get the title to Edward Carpentier, who had brought the recognition of the title to California from beating Thesz in a controversial match in Chicago. Wright refused to do the job to Carpentier. Blassie, who was the area's biggest drawing card and helped with the booking, noted that he and Wright were friends, or so he thought. He told those in the office that he knew Wright would agree to lose to him and then he'd get it to Carpentier. Wright agreed to lose to his friend Blassie. Blassie had recent surgery and was far from full strength but figured he was the only guy Wright would lose to. On December 13, 1963, before a sellout crowd of 10,400 fans, in doing a working match, Wright knocked Blassie out cold. He cold-cocked him, remembered Art Williams, at the time a fan and who later worked for the promotion promoting and doing publicity. What was the referee to do when the guy was knocked out? 3 days later, Wright was to defend his title in Indio, California, against Carpentier. He got in the ring for his match. But instead of Carpentier, it was the Hangman who came out. Even though Wright was a pro boxer and much bigger, he knew what was up. He grabbed his belt, went out the back door, jumped in his Cadillac and drove to Phoenix to work for the Arizona promotion. It was then announced on TV that Carpentier had beaten him for the title. Williams noted that a few years later, when Blassie was wrestling in Georgia, Wright came to the matches and had the audacity to ask Blassie if he could get him into the promotion. Blassie couldn't believe it, and did nothing to help him. Just 2 weeks earlier, Lebell did what some call the first MMA match in history. Jim Beck, a boxer and writer, claimed in Rouge magazine that all judo and karate practitioners were bums and that a boxer could beat any martial artist in a real fight. He offered $1,000 to anyone who could prove differently. Ed Parker, considered the father of Kempo karate, was furious. He knew the guy for the job and came to Lebell's judo studio to talk him into doing the fight, saying somebody had to save martial arts. With his connections, of course, he wanted the fight at the Olympic Auditorium, but the California State Athletic Commission wouldn't allow such a fight. So they ended up fighting on a pro wrestling show in Salt Lake City on December 2, 1963, just 14 days before he was called to head to Indio and take the title from Wright for real. Savage was 39 years old with a 49-45-9 boxing record, mostly as a middleweight. Lebell always claimed that Savage was the number 5 ranked light heavyweight in the world when he would tell the story, and most versions of the story claim that. There were 1,500 fans there. Savage had a wrestling background and had trained in judo to try and offset Lebell's throws. Lebell had trouble getting him down, although did so in the second round, but couldn't finish him. He threw him again in the fourth round and choked him out. This wasn't the first boxer versus wrestler match in history, and not the first MMA match in history, but because they were rare, many now claimed that it was. Because of that, in 1976, he was agreed upon to be the referee for the Antonio Inoki vs. Muhammad Ali match for what was billed as for the World Martial Arts Championship. The match was supposed to be a work, but Ali decided at the last minute he wasn't going to do the job. With so much money at stake, they went in as a shoot. Ali's side made so many rules it took away almost anything Inoki could do. Still, a key forgotten part of the story is that in those days in boxing, the referee would also be a judge. When the fight was over, Kikichi Endo, famous sumo wrestler who was an early tag team partner of Rikidozan, scored it 74-72 for Ali. Ko Toyama, a boxing judge, scored it 72-68 for Inoki. Lebell called it 71-71 as a draw. Was a draw because Lebell ruled it a draw, even though if you watch the fight with modern eyes, understanding low kicks, Inoki would have won at least 12 of the 15 rounds. From 1962, until more than 4 decades later, Lebell was in at least 150 movies and television shows. The claim is more than 1,000. But in the 60s and 70s, anytime you were doing something with pro wrestling or street fighting, Lebell was the guy you'd call. He'd either be there to get beaten up by the star, or be a referee, or just do the stunts or help choreograph the fight scenes. He met Bruce Lee on the set of the TV show The Green Hornet. The scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is the Hollywood legend of what happened. Lebell himself has never claimed that was what happened. Lebell actually liked Lee and taught him grappling, which Lee used in some of his later movies. He always praised Lee for being incredibly quick and tough for his size, but when people would say Lee was this world beater as a fighter, he would say to be realistic, and that Lee was only 132 pounds. In those days, going to movies, Lebell would have small parts all the time, and at other times, you'd see his name in the credits as a stuntman. Among his credits were The Munsters, when they did a wrestling episode, I Spy, the FBI, The Green Hornet. He was in both the TV series Batman in the 60s and the movies decades later, Planet of the Apes, Bonanza, Kung Fu, Police Story, Little House on the Prairie, Starsky, and Hutch, Laverne and Shirley, Quincy, Rocky, Fantasy Island, Man from Atlantis, Lou Grant, GPS, The Incredible Hulk, The One and Only, I Want to Hold Your Hand, Every Which Way But Loose, Airplane, The Fall Guy, Dukes of Hazzard, Murder, She Wrote, Magnum Pie, Friday the 13th, Rocky IV, Perfect Strangers, Matlock, RoboCop, Lost Boys, Naked Gun, Die Hard 2, Problem Child, Honey, I Blew Up the Kids, Married with Children, Night in the City, The Sandlot, Walker Texas Ranger, Waterworld, Liar Liar Louisiana Confidential, Batman and Robin, End of Days, Bruce Almighty, Halloween, Starsky, and Hutch, Spider-Man 2, General Hospital, The Jerk, Rush Hour, Taxi Driver, and countless others. He did 3 movies where he got beat up by Elvis Presley. He also trained with Chuck Norris. By the late 60s, he was handling the interviews for the local wrestling show on Cakewalk Television, which aired on Saturday nights. Dick Lane was the play-by-play man, a legendary announcer who was noted for his ability, no matter what the situation, to handle everything in one take. Jimmy Lennon was the ring announcer and the best in the business. Lebell was the interviewer who was similar in many ways to David Crockett, but a hammier version. His big phrase was screaming wow when a babyface would vow to destroy a heel, and his pitch always ended telling people to call Richmond 95171 for tickets. Once, when Andre the Giant lifted Gene overhead and Gene didn't get the phone number out, Mike was so furious that he fired his brother. Gene hated that, given everyone who watched wrestling knew the phone number. It was shown above the ring, and in every commercial, as well as constantly on commercials for boxing and roller games. While he was not a booker, when someone would issue a challenge for a match on television, he seemed to have magical powers, as he would say, I'm making it, it's made, and then say it's happening on Friday at the Olympic Auditorium, and you know the number, Richmond 95171 for tickets. They didn't feel they had to go through storyline formalities of having the other guy agree to it, he just announced he was making the match. Once, in 1970, the studio, a fan started screaming that this was all fake. They stopped the taping and invited the fan to get into the ring with Gene if he thought it was fake. It's not likely the fan knew about Gene's rep, but he did shut up anyway. Basically, he didn't want to be part of it, but his mother and his brother insisted he had to have a job doing something since he was getting 10% of the profits. Because he didn't want to have anything to do with the business, they made him an interviewer on the TV show. Every now and then he'd have a problem with a heel, like Ripper Collins for example. He would do matches, usually in the smaller cities rather than the Olympic, usually for judo jacket matches, where he'd cut his promos emphasizing chokes are legal. He would usually win those using gi chokes. It was worse a few years later when Lane, by this time around 75 years old, was getting tired of driving every week to work and wanted a raise to continue. Business was bad and Mike Lebell turned him down. To save money, Mike used Gene as the announcer. Gene was terrible, and he knew it better than anyone. Jeff Walton, who did the publicity, was the guy in charge of explaining to him the format and the character directions. Unlike Lane, who would be told something once, do it exactly how they wanted it, Gene didn't remember anything. They'd spend from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. to prime Gene on the direction, and the show would air and he wouldn't remember much of anything. The fans didn't like it either. Art Williams noted that the first week, the phone lines lit up like a Christmas tree from fans who wanted Lane back. He said that continued for a few weeks until fans finally just gave up. Walton said that they did go to Lane and bring him back, but Lane again got tired of the commute and said he was retired. Walton noted the problems, as Mike Lebell would be on the headset screaming at Gene for being so bad, not getting things over, while Gene just acted bored as wrestling got sillier and sillier. Sometimes Gene would get so mad at his brother yelling at him that he'd leave and go to where his brother was and pick him up and start screaming at him. But he was a well-known part of pop culture in Southern California. He was Judo Gene on the wrestling show on Saturday night, the actor in all the fight scenes on TV shows and movies, and the guy who would cut spots and do voiceovers for his mother's boxing shows. And he was involved in one of the craziest stories. At the same time as the Ali Inoki thing is going on, Lebell and his friend pornographer Jack Ginsbergs had a falling out with their business partner, Robert Duke Hall. The 3 men were friends and business partners in a detective agency and Gene Lebell's pharmacy. There used to be ads in the wrestling program for Dean Lebell's pharmacy, as well as his judo studio. After their falling out, Lebell believed Hall set his truck on fire. He also believed Hall tried to turn in Lebell's pharmacy for giving tainted drugs to rock stars. On July 22, 1976, Lebell drove Ginsbergs to Hall's house. Hall shot him through his kitchen window while he was eating fruit at midnight. He had a cherry in his mouth and 4 others in his hand. Hall died. Lebell drove Ginsbergs back to Lebell's place. Ginsbergs then called Jack Egger, a police captain and friend of all 3, who Lebell would get tickets for shows at the Olympic, to tell him that he killed Hall. Egger didn't believe it until Hall's wife called him, crying hysterically. Egger was at first going to turn them in, but Ginsbergs threatened to kill Egger's son if he did so. At first Egger laid low on the case. Eventually as police started putting things together and found that it was Egger's friends, Egger had to turn on his friends. While wired, talked with them and both admitted what happened. Egger tried to give Lebell an alibi. Williams remembered the police coming to the Olympic and asking to speak to Mike Lebell. Walton remembers being told to say that Gene was at a show with him that night, which Gene had said he was coming to after getting tickets for friends, but never arrived. Gene admitted knowing what Ginsberg's was planning. He even said that he wanted to beat up Hall badly, not kill him, but make him suffer and incapacitate him, but didn't want to be arrested for it, but hoped somebody would get Hall out of his hair, thinking Hall was on drugs and doing all these things to him. Ginsberg's was tried for murder and convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Lebell was acquitted of murder but convicted as an accessory and sentenced to a year in jail. He served some time but appealed, and in 1979 his conviction was overturned. In those days, accessory to a murder had no effect on any of his careers. As soon as he was out, he was back on wrestling television, and his stuntman and acting career didn't miss a beat. This is even though the story, because of Hall being linked to Howard Hughes and with people close to Richard Nixon, made national news. Lebell was not a major part of the story, usually identified as being a pro wrestler and karate guy, because in 1976 Judo and karate were thought to be the same thing. He was teaching Henry Winkler how to wrestle for his starring role in the one and only during this period. In 1981, he made a strange comeback. The territory was doing poorly and just in need of bodies. Lebell came back as a main event wrestler. All the fans knew him as the television announcer. While histories of the Americas title don't list him as champion, he did briefly hold the title that year when feuding with Peter Maivia, whose health was declining by this point and he would die the next year from cancer. He also held the tag titles with Chino Cho, a star 20 years earlier in Mexico who was brought in as this living legend. He was quite good on interviews compared to everyone else in the territory, but a babyface that was so cocky and obnoxious about being the toughest guy around that he was better in his heel turn. In the ring it was really bad, but the promotion was pathetic by this point and would also die the next year. Still, he continued to ride his motorcycle, do his stunt work and appear in movies and TV shows into his early 70s. He became friends with Anna Marie Burns, the country's best woman judoka and the first American women's world champion in the 80s. A few decades later, Gene helped train her daughter, Ronda Rousey, who was a judo prodigy as a teenager. Lebell had given a black belt to Roddy Piper, one of only 8 he ever gave, in the 70s when Piper worked for Gene's brother. That was the connection that led to Rousey asking Piper if she could use the Rowdy Ronda nickname. During the making of the film Out for Justice starring Steven Seagal, Seagal would brag to people that with his Aikido training, nobody could choke him out. As the story goes, he told Lebell, then 58, "Old man, these guys are saying you could choke me out." Lebell is said to have responded, "I've been around since the Last Supper. I'm so old, my first movie was Birth of a Nation. But I could choke you out." Yeah. The story always told, that Lebell would coyly indicate was true but never fully say, is that Lebell then choked him out and Seagal lost control of his bowels. Seagal denied the incident ever took place and said Lebell was a sick, pathological scumbag liar. Stephen Lambert, a stuntman, said he was there for the confrontation. His description was that Seagal told Lebell that his choke wouldn't work on him. Lebell went to put him in the choke, but before locking it on, Seagal threw a forearm to Lebell's balls. Lebell's version of the story did include the forearm to the balls. Seagal had a reputation in movies for beating up stuntmen and giving them low blows. Lambert said that the low blow hurt Lebell for an instant, but he quickly used a foot sweep and threw Seagal on the floor hard, and then helped him up. He gained another celebrity life when the UFC and MMA got started in 1993, because John Peretti, who ran the Extreme Fighting Championships, a competitor to the early UFCs, was one of the very few Lebell black belts, as was John Lewis, an early EFC star. Lebell was like the old sage brought to the shows. He became, as was the title of his autobiography, the toughest man alive. There was a song released titled There Was Never a Man Who Could Throw Gene Lebell. He wrote about a dozen books, pictorial books on deadly finishing holds, working with Mondo Guerrero, demonstrating moves that were both realistic for combat, as well as pro wrestling moves that weren't applicable in a real fight. He was cherished by many in the MMA community as the baddest of the badasses of his era, the godfather of grappling and pioneer of MMA. Thus had great respect for Lebell, saying he was very real, but when talking with me, said he didn't feel he was at the same level as people like Billy Robinson or Danny Hodge. When Jorge Gracie came to Southern California to start his BJJ business, and started to make a name, he quickly found out about Lebell, who in the acting world, was this guy who choked out Steven Seagal and beat up Bruce Lee and choked out a boxer in a mixed match and in doing so saved the reputation of martial arts. He was the guy the actors would train with to learn to fight. Gracie wanted to take that business position and market BJJ as the ultimate secret fighting system. Lebell was 61 years old when the first UFC event took place. The Gracies challenged Lebell to fight any of them, or to fight in the UFC. It was ridiculous at that stage. Lebell then came back and said he was challenged to fight any Gracie, so he'd fight Elio, the father of Hoyce and Hickson Gracie. Elio was 80 years old at the time. The Gracies fired back saying Elio would fight him, as long as Lebell got down to 145 pounds, which at that point was ridiculous, and it kind of ended the verbal stalemate. Lebell did say that the Gracies and the Machado, the other BJJ family that had schools in Southern California, were great grapplers, but also said that he was sure Thez would have beaten every one of them. Later, when Rousey started her career, Uncle Gene was in the corner of all her fights before she came to UFC, and he'd have a stopwatch with him, and as Rousey would always win quickly via armbar, he'd show the time to the cameras on his stopwatch and was a cult part of the Rousey show. That stopped when Rousey made it to UFC. He also trained Karo Parisian, an early UFC star, and Manny Gambourian, another UFC fighter. In 2011, he was inducted into the NWA Hall of Fame. He had previously been given the Frank Gotch Award at the Tragos Thez Hall of Fame in 2005, and given the Mike Mazurki Award at the 1995 Cauliflower Alley Club banquet. Lebell was also a regular judge at MMA fights through 2018, when he just got too old to continue to do so. Lebell had been sick for some time and, according to friends who had been in contact with him in the last few years, was suffering from dementia. He also expressed bitterness that so many of the wrestlers that he helped get jobs in Hollywood never called him. He was one of those guys who loved to tell big stories, and he was charming to everyone he met. Those who were around him in his prime said that even though he was a tough guy, he never acted scary or intimidating, and just was a free spirit who wanted to have fun. With 3 round-robin shows left before the semifinals, IWGP Heavyweight Champion Jay White remains the only undefeated wrestler left, winning the B block, while Kazuchika Okada, the A block, Tama Tonga, B block, and Zack Sabre Jr., in the C block, all have only one loss. Week 3 of the tournament featured the expected best match and the best show on August 6 at the Edion Arena in Osaka. Will Ospreay and Shingo Takagi continue their rivalry, which has produced pro wrestling's best series of matches since Okada vs. Omega, with Takagi getting the win. This was a creative off-the-charts match. Somehow the Osaka crowd, not only for that match but for other big matches that weekend including Sabre vs. Hiroki Goto, White vs. Great-O-Khan, Tomohiro Ishii vs. Chase Owens and Jonah vs. Okada were so enthusiastic just with clapping that they created a better atmosphere than most shows with fans going crazy. For one, the clapping coincides with the match intensity and you get a great atmosphere without the self-indulgent chants that are part of US wrestling. That's not a bad thing, but it does take away from match intensity. The biggest result of the week was August 7th in Osaka, when Jonah handed Okada his lone loss. This was an amazing performance by Okada, because you rarely see the top guy in a promotion put over a newcomer to this degree. The announcers compared Jonah's win to when Big Van Vader debuted in 1987 and beat Antonio Inoki in Sumo Hall. This was altogether different as a match, as it was a long storytelling match that drew the fans in as opposed to a short squash after Inoki had already wrestled and led to a riot. But Jonah came out of it as an instant major player and he's in the running to win the A block. Jonah, in his post-match interview, noted that it was 1 year to the day of his being fired by WWE, and said he went from being fired and 1 year later got a win over the best wrestler in the world. These are the current standings and a rundown of each block. A block, 1. Okada 4-1-2. Lance Archer and Jonah 3-2, 4. Jeff Cobb 2-2, 5. Bad Luck Fale and Tom Lawler 2-3, 7. Toru Yano 1-3. The block will come down to the August 16th show at Budokan Hall with Okada, Archer, and Jonah in contention. Okada only needs a draw with Archer to clinch first place. If Archer beats Okada, he will likely win because if he and Okada are both 4-2, he would advance with the win. If Jonah ends up 4-2, with a July 16th win over Fale, Archer still advances as he has wins over both Okada and Jonah. Cobb also has a good shot at going 4-2 with Yano and Lawler as his last 2 opponents. But he's lost to Jonah and Okada, but beat Archer, so in tiebreakers, it's going to be tough for him. B block, 1. White 4-0-2. Tonga 4-1-3. Sonata 3-2-4. Taichi 2-2-5. Owens 2-4-6. Great-O-Khan and Ishii 1 and 4. As luck would have it, White vs Tonga is also on August 16th at Budokan Hall. White before that has a match with Taichi. Win or lose to Taichi, even if White is 5-0, if Tonga wins, he advances. So it really comes down to that match either way. As champion, White was favored to get to the Final Four, but the champion rarely wins the tournament because from a booking standpoint it makes no sense. But it has happened. C Block, 1. Sabre Jr. 4-1-2. Hiroshi Tanahashi, Tetsuya Naito and Hiroki Goto 3-2-5. Evil 2-3-6. Aaron Henare and Kendo 1-3. It looks like Naito vs Sabre on August 16th decides it, although mathematically Tanahashi and Goto are both alive. Tanahashi's last match is with Kenta, and I can see Kenta upsetting him to take him out. Goto's last match is with Evil, and I could see Gedo wanting Evil to end up at 3-3. If Tanahashi goes 4-2 and Naito beats Evil, Tanahashi would advance as he beats Sabre and Naito. If Naito, Goto and Sabre tie, then Naito advances having beaten Sabre and Goto. A Sabre win over Naito puts him into the semifinals. I'd tap Naito over Sabre and a Tanahashi loss as the most likely, but there are a number of options. D Block 1. David Finlay and Yujiro Takahashi 3-2-3. Will Ospreay, Shingo Takagi and Yoshihashi 2-2-6. Juice Robinson 2-3-7. El Fantasmo 2-4. This is wide open. I don't think anyone would have pegged Finlay and Takahashi for first place this late, but I don't see either winning it. Finlay's last match is with Yoshihashi. Yujiro Takahashi's last match is with Takagi, and I'd be shocked if Takagi doesn't win that. Takagi has Yujiro and Fantasmo left. Ospreay has Yoshihashi and Robinson left. Yoshihashi has Finlay and Ospreay left. Finlay has wins over Ospreay and Takagi, so if he beats Yoshihashi, he wins the block. That's why I figure Yoshihashi beats him. But if Ospreay and Takagi win twice, Takagi advances. Ospreay needs to win twice and have Finlay and Takagi each lose once this week to advance. Business has not been anything to speak of. By today's standards, the 3,370 that Ospreay vs Takagi drew in Osaka would be good. It was the best pro wrestling crowd in the building since 2019, and both nights this year were well above last year's G1 numbers. The tournament ends this week with these shows. August 13th is at the Machida Gym in Tokyo at 5 a.m. Eastern with Robinson and Fale and Owens and Fantasmo vs Tanahashi and Tonga and Finlay and Jado, Jonah and Bad Dude Tito vs Lawler and Hoist Isaacs. Naito and Sanada and Bushi vs Sabre and Archer and Takamichi Noku. Okada and Goto and Ishii vs Evil and Sho and Dick Togo, plus Henare vs Kenta in C Block, Yano vs Cobb in the A Block, Takagi vs Robinson in D Block, Yoshihashi vs Ospreay in D Block and Taichi vs White in B Block. August 14th at the Nagano White Ring at 2 a.m. Eastern Time with Evil and Yujiro Takahashi and Sho and Togo vs Goto and Yuto Nakashima, Ryohei Oiwa and Kosei Fujita. Ospreay and Henare vs Jonah and Tito, Robinson and Fale and Owens and Fantasmo vs Naito and Takagi and Sanada and Bushi. Okada and Ishii and Yano vs Archer and Sabre and Michinoku, White and Gedo vs Tonga and Jado, and then Yoshihashi vs Finlay in D Block, Taichi vs Okan in B Block, Cobb vs Lawler in the A Block and Tanahashi vs Kenta in C Block. The show that will likely decide most blocks is August 16th at Budokan Hall at 5 a.m. Eastern with Ospreay vs Robinson in D Block, Takagi vs Fantasmo in D Block, Naito vs Sabre in C Block, Goto vs Evil in C Block, Tonga vs White in B Block, Ishii vs Sanada in B Block, Jonah vs Fale in the A Block and Okada vs Archer in the A Block. On paper this could be one of Japan's better shows of the year. The A Block winner faces the B Block winner and C Block winner faces the D Block winner on August 17th at Budokan Hall at 5 a.m. Eastern. The two winners face off for the championship on August 18th at Budokan Hall for a 5 a.m. start. That show also will likely shoot a lot of angles for the fall season. As of right now, with the only singles champions in the tournament being White and Ospreay, it looks like we'll have an Ospreay vs Takagi rematch for the US title, although they didn't push that, but Ospreay vs Finlay for the US title based on the angle looks a lock. If Taichi or Tonga beat White, they are likely for a title shot before the end of the year. Also, whoever wins G1 will have to do at least one briefcase defense, so anyone who has a win over the winner will likely face him in the fall. White missed both shows in Hiroshima due to heat stroke-like symptoms. He tested negative for COVID and is expected back in action this weekend. August 5th, Ehime Item, 1132. 1. Tama Tonga and Judo beat David Finlay and Kosei Fujita in 6:42 when Tonga made Fujita submit to the Scorpion Deathlock. 2. Will Ospreay and Great Okan beat Tom Lawler and Hoist Isaacs in 7:26 when Okan pinned Isaacs. 3. Shingo Takagi and Sanada and Bushi beat Lance Archer and Zack Sabre Jr. and Taka Michinoku in 7:46 when Sanada made Michinoku submit to Skull End. 4. Kazuchika Okada and Hiroki Goto and Tomohiro Ishii and Toru Yano and Yoshihashi beat Jay White and Kenna and Bad Luck Fale and El Fantasmo and Geto in 9:08 when Yano cradled Geto. 5. Yujiro Takahashi pinned Juice Robinson in D Block in 11:36. Tom Lawler and Kevin Kelly on commentary were talking about French wrestling of the 60s and Prince Petit, which was decades ahead of its time. We had turnbuckles uncovered, show with a wrench, ref bumps and Yujiro using a walk blow with his walking stick and Big Juice, DDT, for the pin. 1 1/4 stars. 6. Taichi beat Chase Owens in B Block in 13:25. Owens had an RIP Bobby Eaton taped to his body since Eaton is Owens' hero and it was the anniversary of his death. Owens kept wanting Miho Abe to kiss him and she kept saying no. He beat up Taichi until Abe to kiss him and blamed the beating on her not kissing him. He even did the C trigger on Taichi and lifted him up at 2. The last few minutes were good with Taichi winning with Black Mephisto. 2 stars half. 7. Tetsuya Naito beat Aaron Henare in C Block in 17:31. The crowd was hot early. Naito gave Henare most of the match so he'd look good in losing. Henare used Ultima, Full Nelson, on Naito forever before Naito made the ropes. Henare wanted ref Marty Asami to stop it because Naito was selling like he was done. Suddenly Naito hit the Destino out of nowhere, and Henare kicked out. Naito did it a second time and got the win. 3 1/4 stars. 8. Jonah pinned Jeff Cobb in the A Block in 14:50. It's ridiculous how thick Jonah is even next to a powerhouse like Cobb. They did lots of big collision spots. Cobb went for the Oklahoma Stampede but Jonah cradled him. Jonah won after a top rope superplex and a splash off the top rope. 3 stars half. 9. Hiroshi Tanahashi beat Evil in C Block in 1901. Both did hair pulling early. Dick Togo undid the padding on a turnbuckle and Evil threw Tanahashi into it. Evil crotched Tanahashi on the post and wrapped his knees on the post. Tanahashi came back with dragon screws and got the Texas Cloverleaf. Suddenly the bell rang but it was Togo ringing the bell. Tanahashi released the hold. The ref said he never rang the bell and the match continued. That was ridiculous to not be a DQ. Tanahashi used a high fly flow on Evil, but Sho pulled ref Red Shoes Uno out of the ring after he counted 2. That also should have been a DQ. Sho attacked Tanahashi with Uno down. Evil had the Mach 1 and Dick Togo threw ref Marty Asami into the ring. But Tanahashi kicked out. Asami, Sakamoto and Kenta Sato were also taken out and all 4 refs working the show had been knocked down. The crowd heat was great. Evil went for everything is evil, but Tanahashi used a ground cobra twist for the pin. Tanahashi also gave Evil a low blow after the match was over. 3 1/4 stars. August 6, Osaka Edion Arena, 3,370. 1. Evil and Chase Owens and Yujiro Takahashi and Sho beat Tomohiro Ishii and Tama Tonga and David Finlay and Ryohei Oiwa in 8:47 when Sho beat Oiwa with an armbar. 2. Jeff Cobb and Aaron Henare beat Tom Lawler and Hoist Isaacs in 9:33 when Henare pinned Isaacs after the Streets of Rage. 3. Kenna and Juice Robinson and Bad Luck Fale beat Tetsuya Naito and Sanada and Bushi in 7:16 when Robinson pinned Bushi after Pulp Friction. 4. Kazuchika Okada and Hiroshi Tanahashi beat Jonah and Bad Dude Tito in 8:40 when Tanahashi pinned Tito after a high fly flow. 5. Yoshihashi pinned El Fantasmo in D Block in 15:47. Fantasmo did a plancha and an Osai moonsault early. Fantasmo also did a quebrada into the ring. Both chopped hard. They traded big moves. Fantasmo hit the superkick but couldn't follow up. He did a splash off the top but Yoshihashi kicked out. They traded near falls before Yoshihashi won with karma. 3 1/4 stars. 6. Lance Archer beat Toru Yano in the A Block in 9:14. Lots of comedy. Archer pulled out the athletic tape and taped Yano to the barricade. Yano seemed stuck and about to be counted out when he pulled out scissors, but they were first grader scissors and they weren't working well. It was clear he couldn't get the 20 so the ref held up the count at 18 to give him time to get in. That was so embarrassing. Everyone knew it. Yano undid the padding in all 4 corners. Archer did a flip off the apron but hit Yuto Nakashima. Yano gave Archer a low blow and threw Nakashima over the barricade. Yano taped Archer's wrist to Nakashima's with both on different sides of the barricade, meaning Archer was going to get counted out. But Nakashima was able to get through the bars to the other side and both got in the ring to give Yano a double clothesline before Archer undid the tape, choke slammed Nakashima, and kicked him out of the ring. Archer kept running into or being thrown into the exposed metal, but kept kicking out. Archer won after a pounce and a blackout. 1 3/4 stars. 7. Zack Sabre Jr. beat Hiroki Goto in C block in 17:31. This was great. Crowd was into it. Hard kicks, chops and forearms along with excellent wrestling on the ground. Just incredible smoothness between the two and the crowd was heavily into it. Goto did the draping GTR and a GTW. Sabre used a triangle armbar and Goto started stomping to break it and Sabre turned it into a Fujiwara armbar for the submission. 4 stars half. 8. Jay White pinned Great-O-Khan in B block in 18:14. This was an incredible performance by White. Geto interfered but O-Khan kicked Geto off the apron into the barricade. White was wrapping O-Khan's knee around the post. O-Khan used a gut wrench. White used a German suplex and a urinage and his technique was perfect. White also used the TTO submission but O-Khan made the ropes. White kept going for the Blade Runner but not getting it. O-Khan got the claw but White hit Blade Runner and got the pin while O-Khan still had the claw. 4 stars half. 9. Shingo Takagi pinned Will Ospreay in D block in 21:55. They noted that Ospreay has wins over Takagi but none in less than 30 minutes and this match had a 30 minutes time limit. Takagi hit a DDT but Ospreay kicked up and hit a dropkick and plancha. Ospreay did Kawada kicks. The story of this match was incredible moves and counters. At times the reversals were unbelievable and the crowd was going nuts in appreciation. Ospreay did a Spanish fly off the top rope and then hit a 450 halfway across the ring. It looked like he was going to do a shooting star, but saw Takagi being too far out and switched. Takagi did a backdrop but Ospreay landed on his feet and hit a hook kick. Ospreay went for hidden blade but Takagi used the Pentagon armbreaker. Takagi hit a pumping bomber but Ospreay flipped in midair and landed on his feet. Ospreay went for an Oscutter, but Takagi caught him with a Death Valley bomb and pumping bomber for a near fall. Ospreay used Takagi's Made in Japan and an Oscutter, but Takagi came back with a Poison Rana. Ospreay hit a hidden blade but damaged his elbow and couldn't follow up. Takagi tried another pumping bomber but Ospreay turned that into a Spanish fly and hit hidden blade. Takagi won after a pumping bomber, dragon suplex, another pumping bomber and last of the dragon. This was next level stuff. 5.5 stars. August 7th, Osaka Edion Arena, 2609. 1. Hiroki Goto and Toru Yano and Yoshihashi beat Hiroshi Tanahashi and David Finlay and Yuto Nakashima in 8:28 when Yoshihashi beat Nakashima submit to the butterfly lock. 2. Yujiro Takahashi and Sho beat Tama Tonga and Jado in 7:04 when Takahashi pinned Jado after Pimp Juice, high-angle DDT. 3. Tetsuya Naito and Shingo Takagi and Sanada and Bushi beat Zack Sabre Jr. and Lance Archer and Taichi and Taka Michinoku in 8:03 when Bushi pinned Michinoku after the MX. 4. Will Ospreay and Jeff Cobb and Great-O-Khan beat Jay White and Kenta and Geto in 7:02 when O-Khan pinned Geto. 5. Evil pinned Aaron Henare in C block in 10:28. There was a spot outside the ring where Evil used an abdominal stretch while Dick Togo held Evil's hand with the idea it added more leverage. Henare escaped with a hip toss and as Evil went flying, Togo did with him. That was pretty creative. Henare looked good here as he has the entire tournament. Evil threw Henare into ref Marty Asami. Dick Togo came in with a chair but Henare moved and put Togo in Ultima. Evil threw a chair at Henare's head to break it, and hit everything is Evil for the pin. 2 3/4 stars. 6. Tom Lawler pinned Bad Luck Fale in the A block in 11:05. Lawler was doing the Inoki kicks from his back that he used in the Muhammad Ali match. He took off his jean shots and choked Fale with them. Lawler kicked out of the grenade. Fale went for the Bad Luck Fall but Lawler got behind him with a choke. Lawler won after a DDT, a chopped block, a running knee and the knee to the back of the head. 2 stars half. 7. Juice Robinson beat El Fantasmo via DQ in 16:09. This was weird. Fantasmo came out and said let's do a classic technical pro wrestling match. So they did everything but that early. They argued over who farted, acted like it smelled, and blamed it on ref Kenta Sato. Then they did super slow comedy spots. Fantasmo tried for a pin using the ropes and was caught. Robinson tried using tights and was also caught. Robinson then wanted to do an arm wrestling match. They set up the table and Fantasmo used both hands to win. Robinson threw a chair at Fantasmo's head that looked dangerous. Then at 6:30 they got serious. Robinson did a pile driver on the ramp. Fantasmo rammed Robinson's head on those thick tables over and over until Robinson's head went through the table leaving a big hole. Robinson was bleeding and Fantasmo bit the cut. Fantasmo did a springboard 450 to the floor and a splash off the top rope for a near fall. Fantasmo also used a Styles Clash for a near fall. Robinson hit Pulp Friction but Fantasmo kicked out. Fantasmo did a headbutt to the groin and then used a chair shot for the DQ. Given all the stuff that goes on here without DQs called and they did this finish right out of a how do we get out of this match on Raw, well it was a bit much. A lot of people loved this match and there were super cool spots and all, but that finish sucked. 3¼ stars. 8. Chase Owens pinned Tomohiro Ishii in 1650. This was a blow-away match. Ishii was at his best, and at his best he's up there with the best of all time in the ring. Owens was really given a chance to shine in this tournament when he wasn't doing comedy against Bullet Club. Ishii did the delayed superplex, the dragon suplex, and Owens popped up and did a super kick. Owens kept going for the package pile driver but Ishii kept escaping. Owens did a half Nelson German suplex. Tons more near falls including a reverse atomic drop out of the 80s into a backslide for a super close near fall. Owens used a C-trigger, a jumping knee and a package pile driver for the win. 4 stars half. 9. Jonah pinned Kazuchika Okada in 21:53. This was like the master class in getting somebody over. Okada lost not by dominating and slipping up once, not by doing a wink-wink finish. This is what putting someone over at the highest level looks like. This was compared to when Antonio Inoki made Big Van Vader, but that was a short match that caused a riot. Jonah used his power to dominate early. Okada kept failing to slam him. Bad Dude Tito at ringside started making fun of Okada. Jonah charged at Okada, who moved and Jonah ran over Tito. Okada used a DDT on the floor and did a running flip dive on both of them. Jonah took over after a failed body slam with a spear and sent in for a near fall. Okada backdropped out of a pile driver and Jonah used a Thez press off the middle rope and a clothesline. Okada flipped out of a power bomb and hit a dropkick, got the body slam and hit the Randy Savage elbow, another dropkick and a German suplex. Okada went for the Rainmaker but Jonah trapped both of Okada's arms, gave him one headbutt after another. The finish saw Okada go for a missile dropkick, Jonah stepped backward and caught him with a power bomb. Jonah did a second power bomb and a splash off the top rope for the pin. The place went nuts for the finish because nobody expected Jonah to win until he started climbing the ropes for the splash, and then it was like the entire building realized it was going to happen and treated it like it was an historical superstar-making moment. 4¾ stars. August 9, Hiroshima Sun Plaza Arena, 1525. 1. Shingo Takagi and Bushi beat Tomohiro Ishii and Kosei Fujita in 6:40 when Bushi beat Fujita with a Boston Crab. 2. Tom Lawler and Hoist Isaacs beat Zack Sabre Jr. and Taka Michinoku in 6:53 when Lawler beat Michinoku with a knee to the back of the head. It should be noted that Lawler's ring entrances, interviews and color commentary on some shows has been great. 3. Will Ospreay and Jeff Cobb and Great Khan and Aaron Hanare beat Evil and El Fantasmo and Sho and Dick Togo in 6:45 when Hanare beat Togo via ref stoppage. 4. Kazuchika Okada and Hiroshi Tanahashi and Hiroki Goto beat Juice Robinson and Bad Luck Fale and Gedo in 8:42 when Goto pinned Gedo after the GTR. 5. Yujiro Takahashi beat Yoshihashi and D-Block in 13:12. A lot of nonsense here. Sho came out. Yoshihashi got near falls. Takahashi went to use the walking stick but the ref took it away. As he did that, Sho used a low blow and hit Yoshihashi with a wrench and Takahashi got the pin after Pimp Juice. 2¼ stars. 6. Sonata beat Chase Owens and B-Block in 12:45. Good match. Sonata used a TKO and skull end. Owens worked for the ropes but passed out before getting there and the ref stopped the match. 3¼ stars. 7. Tama Tonga pinned Taichi and B-Block in 16:53. Taichi came out with the Takashi Iizuka Iron Fingers. Tonga freaked out. Taichi tried to give him the Iron Fingers and the idea is that Tonga has flashbacks of being a young guy and Iizuka torturing him. Tonga then thought about putting the Iron Fingers on but Jado told him not to because he'd get DQ'd and lose the match. Once the Iron Fingers stuff ended they had a really good mock. Taichi did one incredible kick. Tonga won with a gun stun out of nowhere. 3 stars half. 8. Lance Archer beat Jonah in the A block via countout in 12:43. These were hard-hitting big guys. Archer went for blackout but Jonah escaped. Jonah hit a power bomb. The finish was weak. Archer did a shoulder block off the apron. Archer went for a cannonball off the apron but bad dude Tito jumped in the way to protect Jonah. Archer, Tito and Jonah were all outside the ring. They were on the apron when Jonah clotheslined Archer into the ring. Archer then did a running tackle in the ring to knock Jonah off the apron and he couldn't beat the 20 count. The match was good until the finish. 2 3/4 stars. 9. Tetsuya Naito pinned Kenta in C block in 23:30. Naito is super popular in Hiroshima because of his affiliation with the Hiroshima Carp baseball. Kenta threw Naito into the post and undid the turnbuckle pads and threw Naito's back into the uncovered metal. If you watch New Japan, they overdo the removing the turnbuckle pad spot well beyond death. It's not heat. It's just overdone and annoying. Kenta used an STF and bull foot stomp. Naito used diamond dust. Kenta tried the GTS but Naito turned it into Destino. It got really hard hitting, particularly Kenta getting out of control with the palm blows to the head. Naito was run into the exposed metal again and kicked out, and got hit with the Busaiku knee and kicked out. Kenta went for the GTS, Naito then turned it into Valencia and finished with Destino. 4 stars. August 10th, Hiroshima Sun Plaza Arena, 1522. 1. Will Ospreay and Jeff Cobb and Aaron Henare beat Yoshihashi and Yuto Nakashima and Ryohei Oiwa in 5:34 when Henare beat Nakashima with Ultima. 2. Tomohiro Ishii and Toru Yano beat Jonah and Bad Dude Tito in 7:06 when Yano pinned Tito. 3. Lance Archer and Taichi and Taka Michinoku beat Kenta and Juice Robinson and Geto in 6:53 when Taichi pinned Geto. 4. Bad Luck Fale and Chase Owens and Yujiro Takahashi and Sho beat Tetsuya Naito and Shingo Takagi and Sanada and Bushi in 8:53 when Owens pinned Bushi after a C trigger. 5. El Fantasmo pinned David Finlay in D block in 14:23. This was a great technical wrestling match. Fantasmo did a tope, Asai moonsault and springboard swanton into the ring. Finlay did a plancha. Fantasmo did a lionsault. Finlay did a urinage into a backbreaker and blue thunder bomb. But more, every single thing both guys did looked great. Finlay was sitting on the top rope and Fantasmo jumped up to do an Enzuidri. Finlay kicked out of a splash off the top rope and the two did a series of cradle pins ending when Fantasmo got a 3 count with a crucifix pin. 4 stars. 6. Tama Tonga pinned Great Okan in B block in 14:32. Another good match. They traded hard elbows. Okan kept working for the Sheep Killer but Tonga hit a gun stun out of nowhere and got the pin. 3 stars half. 7. Zack Sabre Jr. pinned Evil in C block in 44. This was so entertaining. Supposedly Sabre came out with his head down and a hat on him, and clearly it wasn't him even though he was wearing Sabre's jacket and trunks. He was revealed to be Kosei Fujita. Sabre then came out and attacked both Evil and Dick Togo. The match started and Togo tried to trip Sabre. The ref was distracted and Evil went for a low blow, but Sabre blocked it with his legs and used his legs to twist Evil's arm and he won with the European clutch. 8. Kazuchika Okada beat Tom Lawler in the A block in 16:16. During this entire show Kevin Kelly kept talking about Gene Lebell. Okada did an elbow off the top but Lawler caught him with an armbar. Okada made the ropes. Lawler threw elbows at the same rhythm as the fans clapping and got a double armbar but Okada again made the ropes. Okada went for the Rainmaker but lost his grip because Lawler had worked over the arm. Lawler used a Kamigoye but Okada ended up winning by sitting down on Lawler out of nowhere in a cradle. 3 stars half. 9. Hiroki Goto pinned Hiroshi Tanahashi in C block in 1901. Excellent main event. Tanahashi worked over the legs and did the cloverleaf. Goto's mouth was all bloody, like bad, from a slap exchange. Tanahashi missed the high fly flow. Goto used the draping GTR. Tanahashi got a great near fall with an inside cradle, but Goto got a clean win with Shotenkai and the GTR. 4 1/4 stars. Clash at the Castle on September 3rd at Principality Stadium in Cardiff, Wales is now at 62,818 tickets out with 3+ weeks left. There isn't much new on the show. There are only 3 official matches, which are Roman Reigns vs. Drew McIntyre for the WWE title, Liv Morgan vs. Shayna Baszler for the SmackDown Women's title and Bianca Belair and Asuka and Alexa Bliss vs. Dakota Kai and Io Sky and Bayley. Based on what we are told, unless we are back in the plans change regularly mode, Karrion Kross won't be added to the Reigns vs. McIntyre match. It did appear that would be the case the way the angle ran on SmackDown. But as of press time it was still listed this way. We have been told Seth Rollins vs. Riddle will be on the show and all TV seems to lead to that. There will likely be something with Edge and Rey Mysterio and Judgment Day in some form. Nothing else is really clear from television, although New Day vs. Viking Raiders is a program. Vice TV officially announced its new weekly wrestling show called Tales from the Territories would debut on October 4th at 10 p.m., meaning they are going on Tuesday nights but going into a weaker time slot to avoid NXT competition. This is the series that is replacing Dark Side of the Ring, at least for this year. We had reported this months ago that the new series would replace Dark Side, although Vice then denied the story. Vice has claimed Dark Side will be brought back in the future. Jason Eisner and Evan Husney, who produced the Dark Side series, are working with Dwayne Johnson's 7 Bucks Promotions, as noted before. There have been reports of WWE being part of the production team, but it's Johnson's team and not WWE that is behind this show. However, because Johnson's team is involved, there will be both WWE and AEW people involved, such as a Mid-South Wrestling episode that will include Jim Ross and Jake Roberts from AEW and Michael Hayes from WWE. The pitch for the show is that the territory days came before promotions expanded nationally. While most of the major ones started prior to expansion, ECW and SMW came later, with the exception of the Michigan/Ohio Chic Territory, Amarillo, San Francisco and Los Angeles Territory. All existed after WWF started, and later after Jim Crockett Promotions and the AWA tried to expand in the 80s. Although almost all were done by the late 80s or early 90s, with Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler's company, because they were paid for television, able to survive into the late 90s. The synopsis was that the territories were dominated by unscrupulous bookers, and rabid fans who believed in their favorite characters and wrestlers who blurred the lines between fiction and reality both inside and outside the ring. There has been no listing yet of what territories would be covered. The trailer indicated AWA, Jim Crockett Promotions, Mid-South Florida, Dallas, Stampede and Tennessee, and they showed clips of Bret Hart and Abdullah the Butcher being interviewed. Most of those have been confirmed to us. The photo montage included Peter Maivia, Rocky Johnson, Jerry Lawler, Kamala, Stu Hart, the Freebirds, Ivan, and Nikita Koloff, David Schultz, the Von Erichs, Hulk Hogan, Mad Dog, and Butcher Vachon, Bad News Allen, Blackjack Mulligan, Junkyard Dog, and Kevin Sullivan. The major North American territories would include Stampede Wrestling, various Montreal groups, WWF, Jim Crockett Promotions, Georgia Championship Wrestling from Florida, various Gulf Coast groups, Mid-South, Jarrett Promotions, AWA, Dallas, later called World Class, West Texas, Indiana, Southwest, various Gulf Coast groups, Los Angeles, San Francisco, St. Louis, Central States, Michigan/Ohio, Hawaii, and Oregon. Most of the key people involved in these eras have passed away. St. Louis has had several documentaries, but it wasn't really a territory but one city that used top talent from around the country. With Johnson involved in his growing up and family history, I could see San Francisco, Hawaii, Florida and Oregon as possibilities, and the trailer did show photos of grandfather Peter Maivia and father Rocky Johnson, who were major figures in San Francisco, but also stars elsewhere. But of those, we can only confirm a show about Florida has been produced. UFC on ESPN August 6th. By Ryan Frederick. It was a near-perfect night at the UFC Apex in Las Vegas on August 6th for UFC on ESPN 40, an event that saw all 10 fights end in a finish, with 2 new winners of the Ultimate Fighter crown and some new contenders being thrown into the title mix. Jamahal Hill scored the biggest win of his career in the main event when he finished former light heavyweight title challenger Thiago Santos in the 4th round. It was a close fight throughout the first 3 rounds. They split the first 2 rounds as the first was a pretty slow-paced round where they mostly felt each other out and Santos won by being more active, while Hill won the second based on volume and damage landed with his shots on the feet. The third saw Santos utilize a takedown approach, and while Hill was doing more damage with his strikes, it was the constant takedown and control that gave Santos the round on 2 of the 3 scorecards, meaning he was up 29-28 on 2 scorecards with Hill up 29-28 on the other. Both men were tired heading into the 4th, but it was clear that Santos was pretty much on the brink of being completely gassed out. Hill took advantage of that and turned up the volume with his punches, hurting Santos to the point Santos fell to the mat and Hill jumped on top to try and score the finish. After landing some punches, Hill was finally able to get the finish following landing some brutal elbows and punches when Herb Dean stopped it midway through the 4th round. It was Hill's 3rd straight win, and he only has 1 loss during his 13-fight career, a fight at which he dislocated his elbow against Paul Craig, and he scored 5 finishes during his UFC run, which includes a win that was overturned to a no contest due to a marijuana failure. Hill called for a fight against Jan Blachowicz afterwards, which is the right fight to call for. Blachowicz is the presumed top contender, though he's going to have to wait until Yuri Prohaska and Glover Teixeira have their rematch. They likely want Blachowicz to fight again, but he might hold out. A smarter call-out for Hill would have been to call out Magomed Ankalaev. Ankalaev might be the hardest fight in the division, and he's on a 9-fight win streak, but it seems they want to do anything they can to avoid giving him a title shot until it becomes apparent they have to. A win over Ankalaev would be a bigger deal as it kills a long win streak, plus does the UFC a favor in knocking him out of the title picture. As far as Santos goes, since he came ever so close to beating John Jones to become the light heavyweight champion, he's gone 1-4 and is essentially a gatekeeper for the division now. He hasn't been the explosive fighter he was in the past, partially due to the knee and leg injuries suffered in the loss to Jones. I do feel bad for him in the sense that all of his fights since coming back have been inside the apex with no fans, and he could be someone who uses the adrenaline the crowd often gives fighters. There were 2 new winners of the Ultimate Fighter crown, which was in its 30th season and coached by Amanda Nunes and Juliana Pena. Muhammad Usman, the younger brother of Kamaru, won the heavyweight finals by knocking out Zach Paga in the second round. The 2 Usman brothers became the first brothers to both win tough, though Kamaru's win came during the season in which it was gym against gym and not a traditional season. Juliana Miller scored a third-round finish of Brogan Walker to win the women's flyweight finals. Usman winning was an upset on the betting odds, and while Miller was the betting favorite by the time the fight started, it was an underdog victory based on the cast. Usman and Miller weren't the best fighters in each division on the show, but they both had the best stories, and Miller has the potential to be a star with her personality. She's still young in her career as she has just 4 professional fights now, but the potential is there. Usman might never make it to contender status given the resurgence of the heavyweight division, but he'll definitely be a guy who wins some and loses some. Another fighter who put himself back into the title picture was Jeff Neal, who scored a third-round knockout of Vicente Luque in the co-main event. This was arguably the best matchup on the card, and, in my opinion, was the best fight on the card. Neal was continually finding a home for his left hand throughout the fight, rocking Luque several times in the first round and dropping him. Luque had a solid second round, but Neal was still finding a home for the left hand during the second. Neal rocked Luque several times again in the third before landing a flurry of shots against the fence that dropped Luque face first, and it was all over. It was the first time Luque had been finished by strikes in his career, and he's a guy who was 1 win away from fighting for a title just earlier this year. It marked Neal's second straight win. It came about 2 years after Neal suffered from a life-threatening bout with sepsis, which was a real life-threatening situation. He came back near the end of 2020 and suffered losses to Stephen Thompson and Neil Magny in fights where he said he still wasn't feeling 100%. He bounced back with a win over Santiago Ponzinibbio, and, with this win, it put him inside the top 10 and into a position where he should be near a title eliminator bout. The rest of the card was fantastic and it was one of the best UFC events of the year. As noted, every fight ended in a finish, which was only the second time in UFC history that a fight card with 10 or more fights had a 100% finish rate. The other came in November 2014 in Sydney, Australia, a fight night card headlined by Luke Rockhold and Michael Bisping, which was an awesome show that saw all 11 fights on that card end in a finish. Unfortunately, this one might not be as memorable as that show, which had a hot crowd, while this one was in the pretty much empty confines of the UFC apex. It definitely took away from the show, and the only real reactions that came across were Brandon Fitzgerald and Michael Bisping reacting to the finishes. The show did lose 2 fights between the weigh-ins and the start of the card. One was a women's flyweight fight between Ariane Lipski and Priscilla Cachoeira. Lipski weighed in at 128.5 pounds, which was 2.5 pounds over the limit. She had agreed to forfeit 20% of her purse and Cachoeira agreed to the fight, but it was called off the morning of the show after Lipski wasn't medically cleared to fight. It was rebooked for this weekend's card in San Diego and was made as a bantamweight fight, so both won't really have to cut much, if any, weight. The other fight called off was a welterweight bout between Jason Witt and Josh Quinlan, which was scratched shortly after weigh-ins. It was not due to any weight issues as both made weight. Quinlan had tested positive for drostanolone after winning on Dana White's Contender Series in September. That fight was changed from a win to a no contest, but he still kept the UFC contract he was awarded. He was suspended for 9 months by the Nevada Commission, but, since he wasn't on the official UFC roster, he wasn't subject to any form of USADA suspension. A pre-fight drug test for this bout revealed a trace amount of the M3 metabolite found in his system, So he wasn't cleared by the Nevada Commission to fight, but he's not subject to a USADA suspension due to it being less than 100 picograms found in his system. That fight was also rebooked for this weekend's card in San Diego as the California Commission cleared the fight to take place after doing their own investigation of the situation. It'll be a catchweight fight at 180 pounds, so neither has to cut down to make welterweight for the second straight weekend. The entire show aired on ESPN, with both parts of the card doing well in viewership. The main card, airing from 10 p.m. to 1:03 a.m. Eastern Time, did 734,000 viewers, and in 0.24, 310,000 viewers, in 18 to 49. It was second for the night on cable and first in prime time, behind an afternoon EPL game on USA. It also beat everything on network television except a Saturday Night Live rerun on NBC. The show did 1.50 viewers per home, and in 0.09 in 12 to 17, 0.16 in 18 to 34, 0.32 in 35 to 49, and 0.33 in 50 plus. The prelims, airing from 8:07 p.m. to 10 p.m., did 490,000 viewers, and in 0.15, 191,000 in 18 to 49. That was fifth place for the day and second in the time slot. It was behind only on Patrol Live 105 on Reels, 968,000 0.24, although it won the first hour and beat AEW Battle of the Belts. The only sports competition was Fox Saturday Baseball on the network, which did 2,218,000 viewers and 0.36 against the prelims. This does not include viewership on ESPN+, which likely puts the main card past the million viewer mark. Nothing from the show charted on Google searches, which is very unusual for any UFC card. The $50,000 bonuses went to Hill and Santos for Fight of the Night, while 3 Performance of the Night bonuses were given out, going to Neil Usman and Brian Battle. 1. Mayra Bueno Silva, 9-2-1, beat Stephanie Egger, 7-3, in 117 in a women's bantamweight fight. They traded leg kicks early and Egger got a takedown and was working from the top, landing punches. Silva grabbed the arm and locked in an armbar, then suddenly let go, saying Egger tapped. Chris Tognoni asked Egger if she tapped and Egger said nothing. They went to replays, but it was in a bad position, so replays were inconclusive. They then went to the little-used rule where they asked the judges if they saw a tap, and Ron McCarthy, who was right in front of it all, said he saw a tap, as did Herb Dean on the outside. Egger continued to not dispute the claim but also to not confirm whether or not she tapped. It was a weird situation all around that I've never seen happen that I can remember, but a solid win for Silva. 2. Corey McKenna, 7-2, beat Miranda Granger, 7-3, in 103 in the second round in a women's strawweight fight. Granger had been out of action for nearly 2 years as she gave birth. McKenna was pressing forward early and landing the jab as Granger was landing leg kicks. McKenna landed a combo before they clinched, where Granger landed some knees. McKenna got the fight to the mat, but they got up, though McKenna took it right back down. McKenna spent the rest of the first working from the top and transitioning positions, and she had an arm triangle choke locked in at the end of the first, but time ran out before a finish. Granger landed a front kick to the face to start the second, and McKenna grabbed the leg and pushed it against the fence. McKenna got the takedown and was inside control and locked in a Von Flue choke, which got Granger to tap. This was an impressive showing from McKenna. 3. Brian Battle, 8-1, beat Takashi Sato, 16-6, in 44 in a welterweight fight. Battle won tough 29 and was dropping a weight class here. Battle landed an early leg kick, then landed a head kick that put Sato's lights out immediately. It was a brutal finish by Battle. 4. Michał Oleksiejczuk, 17-5, won no contest. Beat Sam Alvey, 33-18-1, won no contest. In 156 in a middleweight fight. Both landed early and Oleksiejczuk dropped Alvey with a left hand and got on top and was landing punches. He tried to set up the crucifix position and cut Alvey open with the ground strikes. Oleksiejczuk took the back and was landing big punches trying to finish, but Alvey was able to escape to his feet. Alvey went for a takedown, but Oleksiejczuk dropped him again with a left hand and it was stopped. This was a brutal finish from Oleksiejczuk. Alvey broke his jaw for the second time and this marked his 9th straight fight without a win. He should be gone from the promotion as it was the last fight on his contract. Really, there should never be a situation where a UFC fighter is looking at a 9-fight winless streak, and this fight wasn't necessary at all. 5. Terrence McKinney, 13-4, beat Eric Gonzalez, 14-7, in 217 in a lightweight fight. McKinney was landing with more volume to start as he landed a head kick, some left hands and knees in close range. Gonzalez fired back and rocked McKinney, but McKinney quickly recovered. McKinney got a takedown and had the back on the feet as they stood. He jumped on the back of Gonzalez and locked in a rear naked choke that got Gonzalez to tap. This was an impressive showing from McKinney. McKinney called for a fight against Paddy Pimblett next, which isn't going to happen. 6. Sergey Spivaks, 15-3, beat Augusto Sakai, 15-5-1, in 3:42 in the second round in a heavyweight fight. They traded jabs early and Spivaks got a takedown, but they got right up. Spivaks had the neck and got it back down and was in the guard, then inside control, all while landing punches. He tried to take the back, but they ended up standing, though Spivaks got it down twice more. He had the back and was trying to get the hooks in while landing big punches, but they ended up standing, and Sakai landed some knees in the clinch as Spivaks landed 2 clean right hands near the end of the first. Spivaks landed better to start the second before scoring the takedown. They quickly got up and battled for position in the clinch only for Spivaks to get it back down. He started landing hammer fists from the top before taking the back and landing more big shots from the back until it was stopped. This was a dominant showing from Spivaks, who has quietly won 5 of his last 6. 7. Juliana Miller, 3-1, beat Brogan Walker, 7-3 in 3:57 in the third round to win the Ultimate Fighter 30 women's flyweight finale. Miller was landing slightly more early before they clinched. Miller got the takedown and almost got full mount but maintained the half guard and was landing punches from the top for pretty much the rest of the first round. Walker tried to throw her legs up once but ended the first on the bottom. Walker was landing better on the feet to start the second, but Miller was able to score a takedown. Walker had the leg and went for something, and Miller scrambled out and tried to get the back as they stood. Once on the feet, Miller had full back control and dragged it back down and was looking for a choke as she had a hook in. She was squeezing but ended up letting go, and Walker scrambled to the top and looked for the back, but they stood. Miller got another takedown near the end of the second and finished the round landing big shots from the top. They traded in close range to start the third before clinching and battling for underhooks. Miller was able to get it down and landed some right hands before getting the mount. She kept landing with punches and elbows and kept the pressure on until it was stopped with just over a minute to go. Walker was going to need a finish in the third to win, but this was an impressive showing from Miller. She's got a great personality and is developing as a fighter and has a chance to become a star off the show. She's still inexperienced and there before she's really ready, but if her skills catch up to her personality, they have something with her they can build. 8. Muhammad Usman, 8-2, beat Zach Pauga, 5-1 in 36 in the second round to win the Ultimate Fighter 30 heavyweight finale. The first round was all on the feet and was actually kind of close despite Pauga having the huge volume edge, outlanding Usman 31-9 in significant strikes. Pauga was mixing his leg and body kicks while also landing punches to the head and body, but every time Usman landed it felt like he might put Pauga out, and the same couldn't have been said when Pauga landed. The second saw Usman landed a left hook early that dropped Pauga and he was out cold as he hit the mat, and his head hitting the mat might have actually woken him back up. This was a brutal finish by Usman, who was the underdog. Between him and Miller winning, even if they weren't the best fighters on the show in each division, though close, they were really the right winners as far as personality and what UFC can do with them to build them. 9. Jeff Neal, 15-4, beat Vicente Luque, 21-9-1, 201 in the third round in a welterweight fight. They were trading leg kicks and punches early on and Neal was finding a home for the left hand. Neal rocked Luque with a left hand and Luque was backing up and having trouble staying on his feet. Neal started to land with a flurry and Luque was able to sort of recover, though Neal kept hitting him with left hands. Luque landed a right hand and a body kick, then Neal backed him up against the fence with a series of left hands. Neal dropped Luque with a left hand, but Luque got up. Neal ended the first landing more shots and rocked Luque with another left hand late and might have finished him if there was more time. Luque had a good second round as he started to land more leg and body kicks and actually landed with more volume overall, but Neal was still doing the most damage as he continued to land the left hand and was hurting Luque with his punches. Neal was able to get a takedown, but they were able to get up and Neal landed a nice combo against the fence, but Luque landed at the end of the round. Neal went for an early takedown in the third, but Luque defended and they traded punches. Neal then started to hurt Luque some more with the left hand. He stunned Luque once, then made Luque wobble after landing another left hand. Luque was somehow able to stay on his feet, but his back was against the fence. Neal then started to tee off with a lot of punches and dropped Luque with a left hand, and it was all over as Luque face planted to the mat. This was a fantastic showing from Neal in his best overall performance, and he looked every bit of a title contender here. It was the first time in Luque's career that he had been knocked out, and he's been in a lot of big fights over the years. 10. Jamahal Hill 11-1, won no contest. Beat Thiago Santos 22-11 in 2:31 in the fourth round in a light heavyweight fight. The first round was rather slow-paced as they were feeling each other out. Santos mainly landed kicks to the legs and body while Hill landed some punches. They clinched for a while until it was broken up due to a groin strike. Hill landed a punch late in the first while Santos landed a spin kick. Hill was landing leg kicks early in the second before landing the jab, but Santos landed a right hand and scored a takedown. They got up and broke apart and Hill rocked Santos with a right hand, which caused Santos to look for the takedown. They broke and both were landing and Hill was doing damage with his punches, and Hill wobbled Santos with a right hook late in the second. The third was Santos spamming takedowns, but he had success with them. He went for 11 overall in the round and scored 5 total takedowns in the round. Hill was able to get up from them, but he would get taken right back down. Hill did land some punches when there was separation, but it was the takedowns of Santos that won him the third. Both were looking gassed during the third, but Santos looked completely gassed heading into the fourth. Hill picked up the volume in the fourth and was landing a lot of big shots that were doing damage to Santos. Santos did land a few hard punches, but Hill kept landing flurries. Hill landed a flurry and Santos was having trouble standing and he fell to the mat. Hill got on top and started landing. Santos was defending, but Hill started to land big punches and elbows until it was stopped. This was an impressive finish by Hill as he beautifully capitalized on having Santos in trouble. He established himself as a title contender with this win and capped off a perfect night when it comes to finishes with the win. AAA held a press conference on August 8 for its biggest show of the year, the final Triple Mania on October 15 at Arena Ciudad in Mexico City. The show will be headlined by the finals of the mask tournament, with Pentagon Jr. putting his mask up against Villano 4. From the start of the tournament, everyone has pegged Villano 4, Thomas Diaz Mendoza, 57, the son of legendary Rey Mendoza, as the likely loser, but to his credit, he's performed well above and beyond what anyone expected of him in his losses to L.A. Park and Psycho Clown. Penta lost to Ultimo Dragon and Blue Demon Jr., leading to this main event. The promotion chose Penta because he has the bigger US name, even though Demon's mask, because of the legend of Blue Demon dating back well over 70 years, is a bigger deal. Pagano vs. Cibernetico in a hair versus hair match, which was built up on the last show, was officially announced, as was Taya Valkyrie defending the Reina de Reinas title against Thunder Rosa, who will not be putting up her AEW title. A Rumble for the Copa Bardal and a Marvel Lucha Libre match were also announced. They also announced El Hijo del Vikingo would be defending his AAA Mega Championship. Ever since Vikingo and Rey Fénix lost to the Young Bucks at Triple Mania in Monterrey, they've been building in the direction of Vikingo versus Fénix. They announced a fan voting with the idea that fans could pick who would get the title shot, with the idea Fénix has been pushed for the shot for months and thus fans would vote for that. However, in Mexico, like the US, when you assume what fans will do in voting, you get surprised a lot. They teased but didn't outright say the winner of the balloting would get the title match and the second place finisher would face Psycho Clown, A's most popular wrestler. Vikingo mentioned both Fénix and Kenny Omega, who held the Mega title for 2 years, mostly during the pandemic. He never lost it in the ring, vacating it due to injury. At that time it was announced that when Omega was healthy, he would get a crack at the title. They said the opponent for Vikingo and Psycho would be announced in September. The promotion also held its Verano de Escándalo show, one of its usual major events of the year, on August 5 in Aguascalientes before a sold-out crowd of 7,950 paid. The show didn't get as much hype because with 3 Triple Mania shows, the other shows just aren't as big, nor is this loaded up like a usual Verano de Escándalo. The promotion didn't even bother to put this on Fight 1. Aramis and Nino Hamburguesa and Mr. Iguana beat Dulce Canela and Diva Salvaje and Jesse Ventura. 2. The new generation Dinamitas of Sanson and Forastero and Cuatrero won the CMLL Trios titles from La Empresa of DMT Azul and Sam Adonis and Puma King. Both of these trios had been kept undefeated, but haven't been around much at all either. They teased problems on the Empresa's side after the match. 3. Bandido won a 4-way over Laredo Kid, Willie Mack, and Ray Horace. This is the usual multi-person crazy high spot match that is just on the card without much of a story, just so people get a great match. Horace was injured recently and obviously it wasn't too bad since he was back. He was a replacement for Johnny Caballero, John Hennigan, who is out of action due to a groin injury. 4. Psycho Clown and Pagano and Charlie Manson beat Cibernetico and Abismo Nero Jr. and Psicosis. Conan distracted Cibernetico to lead to Pagano pinning Cibernetico. Pagano and Conan shook hands after the match, which I guess makes Conan a babyface since Pagano is. 5. Lady Shani beat El Hijo del Tirantes via submission in a hair versus hair match. The original Tirantes, the longtime heel ref who turned babyface here, was a referee and didn't favor his family member. Hijo has been a heel ref and in particular messing up women's matches for years involving Fabi Apache. But Fabi is no longer with the promotion, so they moved the feud to Shani. Hijo got his head shaved bald backstage after. Then he gave his father a low blow and power-bombed Shani after the match. This had the most crowd heat. But the match was filled with blown spots and Hijo gazed badly halfway through. 6. Pentagon Jr. and Phoenix and Taya Valkyrie beat El Hijo del Vikingo and Black Taurus and Chick Tormenta. Pentagon and Phoenix and Taya are called the Lucha Squad. Phoenix used the fire driver on Vikingo, the mega champion, to score the clean win. This should be the latest angle setting up Vikingo defending against Phoenix. Jose Guadalupe Aguilar Herrera, who was a major headliner during the 70s and 80s in Mexico under the name TNT, passed away on August 6 at the age of 84. While many will hear that name and think of Puerto Rico's Juan Rivera, now Savio Vega, who used it in the 80s there and as a regular in All Japan, Aguilar was the first famous wrestler using that moniker. He was a B-side star, who headlined the biggest arenas and numerous outdoor stadium shows as a favorite opponent for Mil Mascaras and Andre the Giant. His peak years were 1973 to 1980, where he started as a major independent wrestler before becoming a regular EMLL headliner at Arena Mexico in 1974 and 1975, worked on top for the UWA from 1975-78, before returning to EMLL and having a run as the Mexican National Heavyweight Champion. He was back with UWA from 1982-84 and worked both EMLL and independents for the next several years. Wrestling was banned from television in Mexico City during his entire main event run, and his career ended just before the television boom period. But live wrestling was gigantic, with more shows in Mexico than anywhere in the world, held anywhere from small arenas to large indoor arenas, and major stadium shows were frequent. TNT, like all the stars of that era, were made in the wrestling magazines and sports newspapers based on colorful looks. Since he worked the same arenas weekly during much of his heyday, mostly on top, he had to understand live crowd psychology, keep his heat enough that people would come back to see him, but in the end, most of the time he was on the Rudo losing side with his role to make the superhero Technicos live up to the imagination of the fans who first saw their photos in the print publications. TNT was well known for bringing a snake to the ring during his entrances. He did this before Jake Roberts, but not before John Tolos. Before Roberts and Randy Savage did the snake biting the arm angle in WWF, the angle was first done in UWA years earlier with TNT and his snake biting the arm of Brazo de Plata. The first time we have a record of Mascaras versus TNT was at El Toreo in Naucalpan on January 20, 1973, when Mascaras and Felipe Hanley beat TNT and Renato Torres. He had major hair match wins over Goro Tanaka, better known in Japan as Goro Surumi, and Tamba the Flying Elephant, later known as Abdullah Tamba because he was a shockingly agile shorter version and later tag team partner of Abdullah the Butcher. He won the Mask of Frankenstein. On October 27, 1978, at Arena Mexico, he beat El Nazi to win the Mexican National Heavyweight title before 16,000 fans. He lost the title on February 4, 1979, also at Arena Mexico, to Gran Marcus. Aguilar started wrestling in 1973 as Ray Verde and then Galileo, before becoming TNT in the first year of his career. He was billed at 265 pounds and was known for his big splash. He headlined Los Palacios de los Deportes in Mexico City for a big show where he and Silveriano lost a double mask versus hair match with Marcus and Super Machina, and losing a mask versus hair match to Tinieblas on July 24, 1973 and a rematch 10 years later both at Palacio de los Deportes. In the 1973 to 1980 period he was in the ring with virtually every legend in Mexico of the era. He teamed with the likes of Pero Aguayo, Tiger Jeet Singh, Black Gordman, Ricky Starr, Jose Lothario, Alfonso Dantes, Raul Reyes, Dorel Dixon, Ray Mendoza, Rene Guajardo, and Canek. He headlined against the likes of El Santo, Mascaras, Andre, Luthez, Mendoza, Rayo de Jalisco, El Solitario, Blue Demon, Tinieblas, the original Dr. Wagner, Marcus, Sangre Chicana, Enrique Vieira, and Gran Hamada. Before the UWA was formed, he had a big headline run on Francisco Flores' independent shows held at El Toreo in Naucalpan, which years later was the hottest arena for pro wrestling in the world, drawing nearly 1 million paid customers during a calendar year at its peak. His first EMLL program was with Goro Tanaka, who was better known in Japan as Goro Tsurumi. They were partners, along with Dantes, in a main event feud with Wagner and Vera and Inibal, when they turned on each other. Instead of doing a long singles program, they went right from the turn to a hair match, which TNT won, on October 25, 1974. 2 days later he had his first shot at the Mexican national heavyweight title, losing to Vera. In December, when Cien Caras debuted at Arena Mexico as a young Técnico, TNT and Dantes were his regular opponents. While TNT was usually on the losing side, the TNT and Dantes team was given major wins in late 1974 and early 1975, including one over Mascaras and Wagner. They built up for a big show on June 20, 1975, with Santo and Mascaras and Wagner versus TNT and Dantes and Raul Reyes, coming back from his run as a star in California, but it was a misfire as Ruben Olivares, perhaps Mexico's most popular boxers of the era, faced Bobby Chacon in a rematch from the Forum in Los Angeles head-to-head and killed the crowd. A few months later, he went largely independent, including headlining baseball stadium and bull ring shows and being part of all-star cards at Palacio de los Deportes in Mexico City, which ran weekly Wednesday night shows with big crowds where he was back as the opponent of Mascaras. On June 20, 1976, he beat Frankenstein to win his mask at the Bull Ring in Guadalajara. A Halloween show that year at the Bull Ring in Monterrey sold out with 15,000 fans where he and Connect beat Mascaras and Wagner via DQ were underneath René Guajardo winning the UWA middleweight title from Hamada. A June 12, 1977 show at Palacio de los Deportes drew 15,000 with Santo and Mascaras and Solitario as the Dream Técnico team beat Mendoza and Connect and TNT. When the UWA finally debuted at E Torreo on October 23, 1977, before 15,000 fans, H was in the semifinal under Solitario versus Guajardo for the UWA light heavyweight title, teaming with Angel Blanco and Suni War Cloud to lose via DQ to Wagner and Hamada and Huracan Ramirez. In early 1978, he had his feud with Killer Khan, ending with TNT winning a hair match on March 19, 1978 at the Bull Ring in Guadalajara. He lost to Mascaras for the IWA World title on February 17, 1980 in Naucalpan. Marcus in a mask versus hair match on December 8, 1978 before a sellout 17,500 at Arena Mexico. On February 22, 1980 before a sellout 17,000 plus at Arena Mexico, Andre and Alcon Ortiz and Raul Mata beat Singh and Marcus and TNT. The next week they drew another 16,000 as Andre and Mascaras beat TNT and Coloso Colasetti. On the September 26, 1980 Arena Mexico anniversary show, TNT lost to Cien Caras in a Mexican national heavyweight title mock before a sellout 17,000. Unlike most of the top stars in Mexico, he really didn't work much in the U.S., which is why his name isn't known in this country. The only record of a U.S. main event we have would be May 28, 1977, at the Los Angeles Sports Arena, where Ramirez and Huracan Ramirez Jr. and Anibal wrestled TNT and Babyface and Judas on top. He didn't headline major shows as frequently after 1980, but still headlined Arena Mexico a few times in 1987 and didn't wrestle major shows after 1988. For the week of August 1 to August 7, SmackDown was third in total viewers among network sports shows behind the NFL Hall of Fame game and Fox Saturday Night Baseball. In 18 to 49, SmackDown was second behind only the NFL game. If Raw was considered sport, last week's show after SummerSlam would have been second on cable in viewers behind only NASCAR from Michigan, and was first by a wide margin in 18 to 49. AEW Dynamite was fifth for the week in cable sports behind two Major League Baseball games on ESPN and in NASCAR events on USA. In 18 to 49, it was third behind one baseball and one NASCAR, although if Raw was listed as sport obviously it would have been first. Raw was the number one show on cable this week by a huge margin, as it's 0.61 for the show after SummerSlam beat number 2, which was ESPN Baseball, at 0.42. AEW Dynamite was 7th, trailing Raw, Baseball, 90 Day Fiancé, NASCAR, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and Better Call Saul. Dynamite was the third youngest skewing sports show of the week in English. We don't have Spanish figures, behind two EPL games on USA. AEW Dynamite on August 10th, even with a loaded show that included a long Jon Moxley vs. Chris Jericho interim title match, while up from last week and in first place, didn't move numbers as much as I'd have hoped for such a marquee show. The show did 972,000 viewers, 1.54 viewers per home. We haven't been getting those numbers of late, but that is a very strong number, far higher than WWE shows, meaning AEW is still drawing more family members watching together, within 0.33, 433,000 viewers, in 18 to 49 and in 0.22 in 18 to 34. It marks 7 of the last 8 weeks for AEW to be first, and it likely was hurt, particularly with Hispanic viewers, by the MLS All-Star Game. Also, for the second straight week, so this may be a pattern, where males 18 to 34 performed great, but the backbone of the promotion since the start, men 35 to 49, was way down from numbers almost all year. AEW was first for the night on cable, beating Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, 1,161,000.29, for the top spot. It also beat reruns on ABC, but was behind the other 3 major networks and Univision. The biggest sports competition was the MLS All-Star Game, which did 1,199,000.46 in Spanish on Univision, 239.0000.09 in Spanish on Univision Deportes, and another 334,000.14 in English on ESPN, or 1,772,000.69 total. The Little League World Series on ESPN2 did 467,000.08 and 611,000.10 in the early and later game head-to-head with Dynamite. MLB on FS1 did 201,000.05. The show was up 3.6% in viewers, up 2.1% in 18 to 49 and down 13.7% in 18 to 34 from last week. From 1 year ago, the show was down 0.7% in viewers, down 4.6% in 18 to 49 and down 14.2% in 18 to 34. Factoring out the loss of cable homes, the real percentages would be 5.2% up in viewers, up 1.1% in 18 to 49 and down 9.3% in 18 to 34. The show did 107,000 viewers, with men 18 to 34, down 4.5% from last week, 50,000 in women 18 to 34, down 28.6%, 177,000 in men 35 to 49, up 1.1%, and 99,000 in women 35 to 49, up 47.8% from last week. The audience was 65.6% men and 18 to 49. Darby Allin vs. Brody King opened at 1,064,000 viewers and 507,000 in 18 to 49. That was the peak pretty much across the board. The second quarter, with promos by Jon Moxley, Chris Jericho, and the start of Russian Andrade vs. Penta and Phoenix did 972,000 viewers and 442,000 in 18 to 49. The continuation of the Tornado Tag match and the promo with Young Bucks, Dark Order and Adam Page did 941,000 viewers and 407,000 in 18 to 49. The Luchasaurus Squash and Christian and Jungle Boy Angle Miro promo, Powerhouse Hobbs and The Factory, Jay Lethal, Sonya Dutt, Satnam Singh with Wardlow and FTR, and then Matt Menard, Angelo Parker, Anna Jay and Daniel Garcia promos all did 948,000 viewers and 407,000 in 18 to 49. Ricky Starks vs. Aaron Solo plus Gun Family with Stokely Hathaway, Best Friends, Orange Cassidy and Trust Busters, and the beginning of Jade Cargill vs. Madison Rayne did 950,000 viewers and 409,000 in 18 to 49. The end of Cargill vs. Rayne, the post-match, Tony Storm and Thunder Rosa and plugs for next week did 926,000 viewers and 408,000 in 18 to 49. Moxley vs. Jericho first half did 968,000 viewers and 432,000 in 18 to 49. The Moxley vs. Jericho second half with the Jazz, BCC and CM Punk run-ins after did 1,003,000 viewers and 444,000 in 18 to 49. The show did in 0.14 in 12 to 17, down 22.2% from last week's 0.22 in 18 to 34, down 13.7%, 0.42 in 35 to 49, up 14.0%, and 0.42 in 50 plus, up 13.5%. NXT on August 9 fell back to normal levels with 597,000 viewers and in 0.13, 169,000 viewers, in 18 to 49 and in 0.07 in 18 to 34. The show was number 20 for the night and 8th in its time slot. In sports, it fell behind 2 Little League Baseball World Series games on ESPN, 865,000 0.157 p.m. game and 642,000 0.14 for the 9 p.m. game. That beat Major League Baseball on TBS, 418,000 0.10, MLS on ESPN2, 85,000 0.03. The show was down 8.0% in viewers from last week, down 16.3% in 18 to 49, but up 16.7% in 18 to 34. From 1 year ago, it was down 20.5% in viewers, down 30.7% in 18 to 49, and down 53.3% in 18 to 34. Factoring out homes lost by USA, the real percentage decrease is 15.7% down in viewers, 26.6% down in 18 to 49, and 50.5% in 18 to 34. The audience was 136,000 men in 18 to 49, down 4.9% from last week, and 33,000 women, down 44.1%. The show did 80.5% male in 18 to 49, the highest number for a WWE television show that I can ever recall. The show did in 0.05 in 12 to 17, down 28.6% from last week, 0.07 in 18 to 34, up 16.7%, 0.20 in 35 to 49, down 16.7%, and 0.33 in 50 plus, down 5.7%. Raw on August 8 did another great number, while down from last week's high mark. It was also not the show after SummerSlam like last week. The show did 1,956,000 viewers within 0.54, 698,000 viewers in 18 to 49 and in 0.36 in 18 to 34. Raw was first on cable in 18 to 49 by a wide margin, Tucker Carlson second and 0.33, third behind the two Love and Hip Hop shows on VH1 in women 18 to 49, first by a wide margin in men 18 to 49, overall 18 to 34 and men 12 to 34. It was second in women 12 to 34 behind Love and Hip Hop Miami. It also beat every show on broadcast TV in 18 to 49 and 18 to 34 except The Bachelorette. Raw was 11th in total viewers on cable behind 10 news shows. It also kept its viewers as in 18 to 49 the first hour was actually 0.51, the second hour was 0.56 and third was 0.54. The third hour beating the first is a rarity. Basically what they put on in hour 3, or perhaps expectations of a surprise for hour 3, kept the viewers. It's a feather in the cap of AJ Styles vs. The Miz as a headliner for keeping the audience. For total viewers, the first hour did 1,953,000 viewers, the second hour did 2,046,000, and the third hour did 1,868,000. Raw was down 12.3% in viewers from last week, down 12.8% in 18 to 49 and down 10.0% in 18 to 34. But that's also from an unusually high number. A comparison from the same week last year is telling, as it's up 9.3% in viewers and up 11.0% in 18 to 49. A more fair comparison, taking into account homes lost by USA over the last year, would be a 15.8% gain in viewers and a 17.6% gain in 18 to 49. The first to third hour movement was the opposite of usual. Women 18 to 49 were up 2.6%, men 18 to 49 were up 7.8%, teenage girls were up 14.0%, teenage boys were up 16.4%, and over 50 was down 9.2%. All of those figures are far better than usual, as usually you expect double-digit drops. There were 437,000 male 18 to 49 viewers, down 14.1% from last week, and 261,000 women, down 7.1%. The audience was 62.6% women in 18 to 49. Raw did in 0.26 in 12 to 17, down 27.8% from last week, and 0.36 in 18 to 34, down 10.0%, 0.72 in 35 to 49, down 12.2%, and 0.96 in 50 plus, down 10.3%. The promotion for the Lex Luger on special was strong enough to pull the best number of the season with 586,000 viewers and in 0.17 in 18 to 49. The show was 13th for the night and 8th in the time slot. The show was up 44.3% in viewers and 54.5% in 18 to 49 from last week's show on Kurt Angle. WWE Rivals on the WWF vs. WCW War did 488,000 viewers and 0.15 in 18 to 49. That was also its best numbers of the season so far. Rivals was number 20 for the night and 5th in the time slot. That was up 35.2% in viewers and 66.7% in 18 to 49 from last week's show on Angle vs. Brock Lesnar. Smack Talk with Luger did 235,000 viewers and 0.06. That was number 66 for the night and 6th in the time slot. It was up 13.0% in viewers and was the same in 18 to 49 as the prior week's show. Battle of the Belts on August 6th did by far the weakest number of the series. The show did 437,000 viewers and 0.11 in 18 to 49 for the show, headlined by Claudio Castagnoli versus Konosuke Takeshita for the Ring of Honor title. The reality is that people didn't see Jay Lethal as a guy who could beat Wardlow. Thunder Rosa hasn't drawn as champion, and Castagnoli, a super wrestler, is still a guy from WWE who they did nothing with for years, and Takeshita, as great as he is, hadn't won a television match until the night before the show. It also tells you that when you have so many titles, people don't get moved by title matches. The silver lining is that the show was a great platform for Takeshita if they follow up with him. To make new stars, you do have to sacrifice ratings at first because there is a lag between what the live crowd accepts, and they did accept Takeshita and Castagnoli live, before the television audience feels they are important enough to invest in. Battle of the Belts was number 12 for the night on cable and number 3 in the time slot, trailing the prelims for the UFC show on ESPN, 490,000 0.15, and a Hallmark movie Love in the Limelight, 1,689,000 0.13. The fact the top 3 cable shows at 8 p.m. on a Saturday were 0.15, 0.13 and 0.11 is shocking, but AEW should have beaten UFC prelim fights as it wasn't even the main card against them. The first Battle of the Belts with Britt Baker versus Riho on top did 704,000 0.27. The second, with Rosa versus Nyla Rose, did 527,000 0.18. This show was 21st in women 18 to 49, 8th in men 18 to 49, 11th in 18 to 34, 12th in women 12 to 34 and 9th in men 12 to 34. In the same slot, it was 5th in women 18 to 49, 2nd in men 18 to 49, 2nd in 18 to 34, 3rd in women 12 to 34 and 2nd in men 12 to 34. In every category it was second. It was behind the UFC prelims. The show did in 0.06 in 12 to 17, 0.08 in 18 to 34, 0.16 in 35 to 49 and 0.15 in 50 plus. Rampage on August 5th was way up from the terrible number the week before, and finished 5th on cable and 2nd in the time slot, but the 18 to 49 number was still below what you'd want from a show that included Jon Moxley. The show did 468,000 viewers and in 0.15, 195,000 viewers, and in 0.09 in 18 to 34. The show was number 5 for the night, which was its highest finish since April, and 2nd in its time slot on a night without strong competition. It was 10th in women 18 to 49 and 3rd in the time slot, 4th in men 18 to 49 and 2nd in the time slot, 6th in 18 to 34 and 2nd in the time slot, 9th in women 12 to 34 and 8th in men 12 to 34. The only show on cable in the time slot that beat Rampage was on Patrol Live 105 on Reels that did 979,000 viewers and 0.19, which tried from 9 p.m. to midnight and was first for the night. And 0.19 being first tells you how low viewership was. Other shows head-to-head were Love After Lockup, 461,000 0.14, 90 Day Fiancé First Look, 718,000 0.11, Laura Ingraham, 1,561,000 0.09, Premier Lacrosse League on ESPN, the company WWE owns, points in at 150,000 0.05, Baseball on MLB, 237,000 0.04. The show was up 24.8% in viewers from last week, up 39.3% in 18 to 49 and up 125.0% in 18 to 34. The show did 123,000 males in 18 to 49, up 41.4% from last week, and 72,000 women in 18 to 49, up 35.8%. The show did in 0.05 in 12 to 17, up 66.7% from last week, 0.09 in 18 to 34, up 125.0%, 0.21 in 35 to 49, up 16.7%, and 0.21 in 50 plus, up 10.5%. The PFL on ESPN with lightweight and light heavyweight tournament semifinals with Anthony Pettis as the biggest name did 281,000 viewers and 0.09 in 18 to 49, and finished number 31 for the night and 10th in the time slot. SmackDown on August 5th did a 1.37 rating with 2,093,000 viewers, 1.28 viewers per home, down from usual, within 0.49, 645,000 viewers in 18 to 49 and in 0.25 in 18 to 34. The giant numbers through the Scandal and first Paul Levesque show and coming off SummerSlam are now back at normal levels. AEW's Dynamite the last week actually beat SmackDown in 18-34, which should never happen given the network advantage. There were 8 major English network shows on that night, 4 new and 4 reruns. SmackDown was first on television in 18-49, 2020 was second at 0.31. SmackDown was first in English language in 18-34, but all 3 Univision primetime shows beat it. It was second in women 18-49 in English and 4th overall behind 2 Univision shows. It was first in men 18-49 and more than doubled everything in English. It was 6th of 8 shows in total viewers. SmackDown was down 1.4% in homes watching from last week, down 4.6% in viewers from last week, down 4.4% in 18-49 and down 24.2% in 18-34. As compared to 1 year ago when SmackDown went against the Olympics, it was down 3.5% in viewers and down 18.6% in 18-49, which is a significant drop when you consider last year was tougher competition. Impact on August 4th did 115,000 viewers and in 0.03 in 18-49. The viewers were up 19.8% from the prior week, but 18-49 stayed the same. We have a few notes from the quarter hours and demographics from the October 3rd Dynamite that we didn't get in time for last week's issue. If there was a real key is how low the male 35-49 audience that has carried AEW has become, and how high the 18-34 male audience was this past week. It's only 1 week, but it is something to watch for. The show did 112,000 viewers in men 18-34, up 23.1% from the prior week, which in theory was a stronger marquee show, 70,000 in women 18-34, down 1.4%, 175,000 in men 35-49, down 12.1%, and this is the lowest I can recall from the show in its time slot with its usual base audience, and 67,000 in women 35-49, down 11.8%. In the segment by segment, it opened at 1,020,000 viewers and 444,000 in 18-49 for Orange Cassidy vs. Jay Lethal. As expected, coming off the lead-in, this was the top segment for women 18-49. The Lethal promo and Wardlow attack, plus the Undisputed Elite and turn on Young Bucks and Adam Page save and a Jon Moxley promo did 980,000 viewers and a show-high 451,000 in 18-49 and high point in men 18-49. The Christian interview and Jungle Boy driving in plus Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter vs. Thunder Rosa and Toni Storm did 885,000 viewers and 396,000 in 18-49. The ending of the tag match, the Sammy Guevara and Tay Conti segment, Eddie Kingston interview, Powerhouse Hobbs vs. Ren Jones, Ricky Stark's attack plus promos with Miro and Darby Allin did 915,000 viewers and 404,000 in 18-49. Christian vs. Matt Hardy and the Jungle Boy past match, plus a Daniel Garcia interview did 944,000 viewers and 422,000 in 18-49. This tied for the top spot in men 18-34. The clips of Pac, the Ethan Page/Stokely Hathaway segment, Matt Menard and Angelo Parker and Anna Jay segment, and most of the dumpster match with the Acclaimed vs. Guns did 946,000 viewers and 430,000 in 18-49. The end of the dumpster match and intros of Jericho vs. Yuta did 922,000 viewers and 435,000 in 18-49. This was the high point of men 18-49, overall 18-34, women 18-34 and tied in men 18-34. Jericho vs. Yuta and Moxley and Jericho promos fell to 892,000 viewers and 407,000 in 18-49. Results. August 3, Columbus, Ohio, AEW Dark Elevation / Dynamite TV tapings, 5,300 with 5,000 paid. Ruby Soho and Sky Blue B. Nikki Victory and Megan Myers, Parker Boudreaux B. Casey Carrington, Athena B. Queen Aminata, Kira Hogan and Layla Gray B. Alice Crowley and Brea State, Alex Reynolds and John Silver B. Lord Crew and Tug Cooper, Penta Oscura and Ray Phoenix B. Ryan Nemeth and Peter Avalon, Mance Warner B. Serpentico, Tony Nese and Josh Woods B. Damian Chambers and Dean Alexander, Hikaru Shida B. Emi Sakura, Jay Lethal B. Orange Cassidy, Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter B. Thunder Rosa and Toni Storm, Powerhouse Hobbs B. Ren Jones, Christian Cage B. Matt Hardy dumpster match, Anthony Bowens and Max Cast B. Austin and Colton Gunn, Chris Jericho B. Wheeler Yuta. August 5, Greenville, South Carolina, WWE SmackDown, 6,585 with 5,700 paid. Madcap Moss B. Ridge Holland, Ricochet B. Happy Corbin, Shinsuke Nakamura B. Ludwig Kaiser Gauntlet Series, Sonya Deville B. Aaliyah, Raquel Rodriguez B. Sonya Deville, Raquel Rodriguez B. Shotsai, Raquel Rodriguez B. Xia Li, Raquel Rodriguez b. Natalia, Shayna Baszler b. Raquel Rodriguez. Viking Raiders b. Jimmy Mulkey and Tommy Gibson, Kofi Kingston b. Eric, U.S. title, Bobby Lashley b. Ciampa. August 5th Grand Rapids, Michigan, AEW Battle of the Belts / Rampage TV tapings, 5,900 with 5,000 paid, TNT title, Wardlow b. Jay Lethal, Women's title, Thunder Rosa b. Jamie Hayter, Ring of Honor title, Claudio Castagnoli b. Konosuke Takeshita, non-title, Jon Moxley b. Mance Warner, Konosuke Takeshita b. Ryan Nemeth, Madison Rayne b. Layla Gray, Street Fight for tag titles, Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland b. Josh Woods and Tony Nese. August 5th Largo, Florida, WWE NXT, Giovanni Vinci b. Dante Chen, Nikita Lyons b. Kiana James, North American title, Carmelo Hayes b. Nathan Fraser, Roxanne Perez b. Tiffany Stratton, tag titles, Brutus and Julius Creed b. Andre Case and Bodie Hayward, women's tag titles, Kaden Carter and Katana Chase b. Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson, Rounds Rules, Wesley b. Trick Williams, Braun Breaker and Apollo Crews b. J.D. McDonough and Grayson Waller. August 5th Mexico City Arena, Mexico, CMLL, Angelito and Ultimo Dragon Cheeto b. Mercurio and Pierrotito, Haru Cheetah and Uvia and Princessa Sushit b. Dark Silueta and Metallica and Reina Isis DQ, Angel de Oro and Niebla Roja and El Terrible b. Esfinge and Fugaz and Star Black, Atlantis and Atlantis Jr. and Soberano Jr. b. Fuerza Guerrera and Stuka Jr. and Templario, Ultimo Guerrero and Gran Guerrero and Robbie Eagles b. Averno and Dragon Road Jr. and Volador Jr. August 5th Tokyo Korakuen Hall, Pro Wrestling Noah, 616, Masa Kitamiya and Muhammad Yonebi Masaaki Mochizuki and Shuhei Taniguchi, Yoshinari Ogawa and Yuya Susumu and Kai Fujimura b. Nozawa Rongai and Ida and Super Crazy, Katsuhiko Nakajima and Manabu Soya b. Anthony Green and Stallion Rogers, Daisuke Harada and Ninja Mac and Seiki Yoshioka b. Atsushi Kotoge and Dante Leon and Yohei, Haido Kiyomiya and Leo Del Santo and Ultimo Dragon and Alejandro b. Kanu and Tadasuke and Hajime Ohara and High 69, Kenya Okada b. Yoshiki Inamura, Namichi Marufuji and Go Shiozaki and Takashi Sugiura b. Satoshi Kojima and Masato Tanaka and Daiki Inaba, GHC Junior title, Ayana b. Shuji Kondo. August 6th North Charleston, South Carolina, WWE, 3,880, SmackDown Women's title, Liv Morgan b. Natalia 3-way for U.S. title, Bobby Lashley won over Ciampa and Dolph Ziggler, Finn Balor b. Dominic Mysterio 3-way for Raw Women's title, Bianca Belair won 3-way over Carmella and Asuka, IC title, Gunther b. Shinsuke Nakamura, tag titles, Usos b. Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford, Street Fight, Drew McIntyre and Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford b. Usos and Sheamus. August 6th Gainesville, Florida, WWE NXT, Fallon Henley and Thea Hale b. Elektra Lopez and Lash Legend, Axiom b. Duke Hudson, Tatum Paxley NC Sloan Jacobs, Guru Raj b. Bryson Montana, Albo Fire b. Indy Hartwell 3-way for UK tag titles, Brooks Jensen and Josh Briggs won over Idris Enof and Malik Blade and Pretty Deadly, Cameron Grimes b. Hank Walker, Joaquin Wilde and Cruz del Toro b. Tony D'Angelo and Channing Lorenzo, Wendy Chu and Roxanne Perez and Zoe Stark b. Mandy Rose and Cora Jade and Tiffany Stratton. August 6th Joetsu, Stardom, 527 sellout Koguma b. Saki Kashima, Mayu Iwatani b. Hanan, Gauntlet Series Saya Ida and Momo Kogo b. Ruaka and Rina, Saya Ida and Momo Kogo b. Miyu Amasaki and Hina, Mina Shirakawa and Unagi Sayaka b. Saya Ida and Momo Kogo, Mina Shirakawa and Unagi Sayaka b. Himika and Mai Sakurai Siri and Emi Soria d. Utami Hayashi Shida and AZM 15:000, Natsupoi b. Mirai, Hazuki b. Starlight Kid Sayakami Tani b. Momo Watanabe. August 6th Fukuyama, Dragon Gate, 245, Yamato and Dragon Kid and Ben KB Kota Minora and Minorita and Ho Ho Lun, Ida b. Ryufuda, Genki Horiguchi and Kagatora b. Yasushi Kanda and Mochizuki Jr., C and Big Boss Shimizu and Jason Lee Ultimo Dragon and Yosuke Santa Maria and Madoka Kikuta, Shun Skywalker and Hyobi UT and Jackie Funky Kami, Yuki Yoshioka and Drago Dia and Shachoko Boy B. Kai and BXB Hulk and Diamante. August 6th the Philadelphia 2300 Arena, Battleground Championship Wrestling, 793, Brian Kendrick b. VSK, Ray Jasby Facade, Dark SDG and Beastman BF Jr. and Charlie Haas, Rich Swan b. Willie Mack, Jasmine Allure b. Micah, Buddy Matthews and Tony Nese b. Brian Cage and Casey Navarro, Ken Shamrock b. Davey Boy Smith Jr., Atsushi Onita and Super Leather b. PCO and Bully Ray. August 7th Fayetteville, North Carolina, WWE, 2,800 papered, Raw Women's title, Bianca Belair b Asuka, Finn Balor b Damian Priest, US title, Bobby Lashley b Ciampa, Seth Rollins b Dolph Ziggler, SmackDown Women's title, Liv Morgan b Natalya, IC title, Gunther b Shinsuke Nakamura, Usos and Sheamus b Drew McIntyre and Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford, Street Fight Drew McIntyre and Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford b Usos and Sheamus. August 7th Tokyo Korakuen Hall, All Japan, 610 Hokuto Amori and Izanagi and Black Mensori and Ryo Inoue b Tiger Mask and Tajiri and Rising Hayato and Yusuke Kodama, Shotaro Ashino and Ryuki Honda and Cyrus b Shuji Ishikawa and Yoshitatsu and Takao Mori, Yuji Nagata and Dan Tamura and Hikaru Sato b Suwama and Kono and Tashiso, Jake Lee b Ren Ayabe, Takuma Nomura b Ansaki Aoyagi, Naoya Nomura b Yuma Aoyagi, Kento Miyahara b Taro. August 7th Nagano, Stardom 275, Mina Shirakawa b Saya Ida, Saya Kamaitani b Hanan, AZN b Mai Sakurai, Utami Hayashi Shida b Unagi Sayaka, Siri and Mirai b Hina and Miyu Amasaki, Himika b Koguma, Natsupoi b Mi Soriai, Mayu Iwatani and Hazuki and Momo Kogo b Momo Watanabe and Saki Kashima and Rina. August 7th Nagoya, Dragon Gate, 608, BXB Hulk and Diamante and Shun Skywalker and Hyobi Jackie Funky Kami and Jason Lee and Strong Machine J and Problem Dragon, Ben KB Ryu Fuda, Takashi Yoshida and Ho-Ho Lun b Kota Minoura and Minorita, El Hijo del Santo and Ultimo Dragon and Yamato and Dragon Kid b Masaaki Mochizuki and Susumu Mochizuki and Yasushi Kanda and Mochizuki Jr., Itabi Kai, Yuki Yoshioka and Dragon Dia and Madoka Kikuta Bixi and UT and Big Boss Shimizu. August 7th Mexico City Arena Mexico, CMLL Acero and Ario b Pequeno Olimpico and Pequeno Polvora DQ, Casho and Oro Jr., and Valiente Jr. b Greco and Inquisidor and Nitro Diamond and Flyer and Mahia Blanca b Akuma and Dark Magic and Espondo Jr., Cancerbero and Luciferno and Polvora b Blue Panther and Astral and Dark Panther, Negro Casas and Robbie Eagles and Titan b Cabernario and Euphoria and El Terrible. August 8th Cleveland, Ohio, WWE Raw / Main Event TV tapings, 6,786 with 6,000 paid, Cedric Alexander b Shelton Benjamin, Mustafa Ali b T-Bar, Seth Rollins b Angelo Dawkins, Ezekiel NC Kevin Owens, Finn Balor b Rey Mysterio, Dakota Kai and Io Sky b Tamina and Dana Brooke, US title, Bobby Lashley b Ciampa, handicap match, Omos b Andrea Garcia and Spencer Slade, Dolph Ziggler b Chad Gable no DQ, AJ Styles b The Miz. August 9th Orlando, Florida, WWE NXT / Level Up tapings, Ike Manjiro b Miles Bourne, Elektra Lopez b Saul Ruka, Andre Chase and Bodie Hayward b Bronco Nima and Lucienne Price, Nikita Lyons b Kiana James, 2 out of 3 falls rounds match, Wesley b Trick Williams, Ariana Grace b Thea Hale, Apollo Crews b Roderick Strong, Pretty Deadly b Adrian Oaf and Malik Blade, Zoe Stark b Cora Jade. August 9th Mexico City Arena Mexico, CMLL, Angelito and Caliga and Ultimo Dragon Cheeto b Full Metal and Minus and Pequeno Violencia, Astral and Suicida and Volcano b Cholo and Disturbio and Raider, Amapola and Metallica and Reina Isis b Harachita and Uvia and Princesa Sujit, Los Gemelo Diablos 1 and 2 and Sagrado b Dark Panther and Fugaz and Star Black, Atlantis Jr. and Gran Guerrero and Ultimo Guerrero b Angel de Oro and Niebla Roja and El Terrible. August 10th Minneapolis, Minnesota, AEW Dark Elevation / Dynamite / Rampage TV tapings, 605,000 paid, Tony Nese and Josh Woods b Arik Cannon and Travis Titan, Alex Reynolds and Evil Uno and John Silver and 10 b Adam Grace and Riley Jackson and Drew System and TJ Cooper, Serena D b Sierra Konosuke Takashita b Cesar Bononi, Julia Hart b Free Range Kara, Mark Quinn and Isaiah Cassidy b Jossie and Jax, Penelope Ford b Heather Reckless, Max Caster and Anthony Bowens b JT Energy and Justin Fowler, Tony Storm and Thunder Rosa and Hikaru Shida b Nyla Rose and Emi Sakura and Marina Shafir, Coffin match, Darby Allin b Brody King, Tornado match, Russian Andrade El Idolo b Pena El Zero Miedo and Ree Phoenix, Luchasaurus b Anthony Henry, Ricky Starks b Aaron Solo TBS title, Jade Cargill b Madison Rain, AEW interim title, John Moxley b Chris Jericho AAA mixed tag titles, Sammy Guevara and Tay Melo b Dante Martin and Sky Blue, Austin and Colton Gunn b Eric Redbeard and Danhausen, Orange Cassidy b Ari Davari. August 10th Tokyo Korakuen Hall, Dragon Gate 1056, Jackie Funky Kami and Jason Lee and Big Boss Shimizu b Yamato and Ben K and Kagetora Takashi Yoshida b Ryu Fuda, UT and Strong Machine JB Kenichiro Arai and Yosuke Santa Maria, Don Fuji and Dragon Kid and Genki Horiguchi B Masaaki Mochizuki and Susumu Mochizuki and Yasushi Kanda, Mochizuki Jr. B Ishin Iihashi, Shuji Kondo and Madoka Kikuta Kota Minoura and Minorita, El Hijo del Santo and Ultimo Dragon and Yuki Yoshioka and Dragon Dia and Ho Ho Lun B Kai and BXB Hulk and Diamante and Shun Skywalker and Hyo Ita Bixi. August 11th Tokyo Karakoan Hall Stardom 1528 sellout, Emi Soria B Hanan, Himika B Momo Kogo, Mai Sakurai B Saki Kashima Saki B Koguma, Mayu Iwatani B Saya Ida, Siri B Unagi Sayaka, AZM B Tam Nakano Momo Watanabe B Starlight Kid, Azuki B Natsupoi, Utami Hayashi Shida Rise Sura, Mirai B Suzu Suzuki. August 11th Yokohama, Pro Wrestling Noah, 940, Muhammad Yone and Daiki Inaba B Yashiki Inamura and Stallion Rogers, Katsuhiko Nakajima B Masa Kitamiya, Masato Tanaka B Anthony Green, Masakatsu Funaki B Kinya Okada, Hideki Suzuki B Masaaki Mochizuki, Atsushi Kodo Jin Yohei and Alejandro B Daisuke Harada and Seiki Yoshioka and Kai Fujimura, Jack Morris B Kaido Kiyomiya, Kenu B El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr., Namichi Marufuji and El Hijo del Santo and Ultimo Dragon B Nozawa Rongai and Kotaro Suzuki and Super Crazy, Takashi Sugiura B Satoshi Kojima, Kazuyuki Fujita B Go Shiozaki. August 11th Okazaki, Dragon Gate 249, and Jackie Funky Kami and Jason Lee B Ida and Genki Horiguchi and Takashi Yoshida, Don Fuji and Ben KB Kota Minoura and Problem Dragon, Yamato and Dragon Kid and Kagatora B Susumu Mochizuki and Yasushi Kanda and Mochizuki Jr., BXB Hulk and Hyobi UT and Big Boss Shimizu, Yuki Yoshioka and Dragon Dia and Madoka Kikuta B Kai and Shun Skywalker and Diamante. August 11th Nagoya, All Japan, 417, Shotaro Ashinobi Dan Tamura, Takawa Mori B Ryuki Honda Suwama and Kono and Tashiso B Black Menso Ri and Hikaru Sato and Ryo Inoue, Dake Lee and Yuma Aoyagi and Atsuki Aoyagi B Kento Miyahara and Rising Hayato and Oji Shiba Jr. title, Tiger Mask B Hokuto Omori, Cyrus B Shuji Ishikawa, Yuji Nagata B Yoshitatsu. CMLL, because of who they are, the match people want to see the most on the September 16th anniversary show would be Atlantis vs. Fuerza Guerrera in a mask match, even though it would be the worst match of all possibilities in the ring due to the age of the participants. But Atlantis has the most valuable mask in CMLL and Guerrera has been a star since the 80s. It's unlikely that will be the match because if it was, they'd guarantee a sellout and it would be a legendary deal, so it would make sense to advertise that it would happen and not have it be watered down by having 3 other possibilities. It'll be interesting if it can sell out even with fans not knowing which match it will be. Atlantis Jr. and Stuka Jr. would probably work since they've been feuding all year. Averno vs. Ultimo Guerrero in a hair match would be considered a letdown with no mask match. Soberano Jr. vs. Templario would also blow off a major feud and would be in the ring the best match of the 4 most likely. We had a mistake last week when talking about 2013 and saying in the La Sombra vs. Volador Jr. mask match that Volador won. It was Sombra who won and Volador unmasked. Sombra lost a mask versus mask match to Atlantis on the 2015 show. What brings that up is that in 2013, when everyone wanted Atlantis vs. Ultimo Guerrero in the mask match, but Volador and Sombra beat Atlantis and Guerrero to earn the main event mask spot, the crowd turned on the promotion and Volador and Sombra. Volador and Sombra had a fantastic match and the fans crapped on it. If the question becomes if it's not Atlantis vs. Fuerza, will the fans then crap on the main event? It's a different year and fans are different. Guerrero has said that he's retiring soon and if so, he probably would like to get a big mask payoff on the way out and that emotional last hurrah on the big stage. While Guerrero and Atlantis wrestled each other in the 80s here, Guerrero's real lifelong rival was Octagon, who doesn't work here. Octagon has been claiming Guerrero is afraid of him for not accepting the mask match with him since those two have issued challenges for that match forever. Octagon said Guerrero backed out of fear and they've let down the fans by not doing the match. Místico returns on August 17th from a broken left foot. Místico said he wouldn't be 100% by that date. He also said he was surprised he wasn't part of the anniversary main event. He is the biggest star in the company but Atlantis due to history has the more valuable mask. With the anniversary show announced, on August 5th they built around angles. Atlantis and Atlantis Jr. and Soberano Jr. beat Guerrero and Stuka Jr. and Templario, mostly matching up the rivals. The main event saw Robbie Eagles team with Ultimo Guerrero and Gran Guerrero to beat Dragon Rojo Jr. and Averno and Volador Jr. when Eagles beat Rojo to set up a match for Rojo's CMLL World Middleweight title. The crowd was into the rivalries in the semi. Rojo won the title the first time beating Jushin Liger, and he also beat Prince Devitt, Finn Balor, so he has history with New Japan guys. On August 6th at Arena Coliseo in the Trios main event, Rojo hit Eagles with a low blow for the DQ. On August 7th at Arena Mexico, Eagles and Titan and Negro Casas beat Euphoria and El Terrible and Cavernario. The August 12th show is headlined by Rojo vs. Eagles for the title, plus Atlantis and Titan and Volador Jr. vs. Euphoria and Hechicero and Templario and Blue Panther and Negro Casas and Soberano Jr. vs. Atlantis Jr. and Cavernario and El Hijo del Villano 3. The guys coming in for the August 19th Grand Prix show will be around next week. The August 15th show in Puebla has announced Eagles vs. Soberano Jr. as the main event, plus Volador Jr. and Lince Dorado and Oraculo vs. Matt Taven and Kenny King and Ultimo Guerrero. Esfinge will be out about 4 weeks after breaking his hand landing on a moonsault. El Hijo del Soberano debuted on the August 9th show in Guadalajara. He's the older brother of Euphoria. Euphoria is the father of Soberano Jr. He had worked for CMLL in Mexico City in 2008 but wrestled most of his career out of Torreon. Before that he wrestled in 1992 and 1993 with the UA under the name Soberano Jr. Euphoria later started his career using the name Soberano Jr. before becoming Euphoria. Then his son was the third family member to use that name, and he's a legit star. In the main event, Soberano Jr. and El Hijo del Soberano and Euphoria Bataverno and El Hijo del Villano 3 and Eagles. AAA, the promotion and Mexico Secretary of Tourism, will open a Lucha Libre exhibit in Mexico City this month. This promotion and the tourism board are working together to run more shows in tourist venues. Dorian Roldan talked about doing regular shows in Cancun aimed at the tourists. He said the project may not use the AAA name or the AAA wrestlers, and would be shows aimed at tourists and if all goes well, expand to other tourist cities. Roldan talked to Moss Lucha and said the last 2 years have been tough with COVID, and they'd have liked to have done more big events but things were too uncertain in the outside world. He said the economy didn't allow them to sign as many wrestlers to contracts as in the past but hope to sign more wrestlers to contracts later this year. He also said he was proud that the AAA talent had the best match at the Ric Flair retirement show. He was asked about both Chris Jericho or Kenny Omega coming for Triple Mania. He said he's talked to Barry Bloom, who represents both guys but gave the impression that could happen in the future more than this year. When asked about going to the US, Japan and Colombia, he said that they ran in Dallas this year, Mania Week, and plans to do more in the US. He said they are in talks with promoters in Colombia, and hoped for late this year or later. He said they have a October 24th date at Korakuen Hall booked, but he said they aren't sure yet if they will be able to run that show. Conan did an AAA interview. There was a funny thing because the host talked about Lady Shani's win over El Hijo del Torrentes as the first time in history that a woman had beaten a man in a singles hair versus hair match, because there had never been a man versus woman singles hair match, and pushing how historical the match this past weekend was. When Conan came on, he buried the match, saying El Hijo del Torrentes promised he would get in great shape for it and didn't live up to his word. The report we got is that he gassed out badly and the second half of the match was really bad. Conan said he thought everything else on the show was strong and was positive about Triple Mania. He was asked about lack of title defenses with foreigners holding major belts, FTR as tag champs, Sammy Guevara and Tay Conti as mixed tag champs, Taya as Reina de Reinas champ, and said that he's run into date conflicts in trying to bring those champions in. Conan was asked if Guevara and Conti would defend at the next Triple Mania, and he said he didn't think so. He was also asked if AAA would expand its women's roster and said they already have 12 women. How many more do you want? He went into more detail on why he said that. He pushed the decision on who will face Vikingo for the title would come down to Phoenix or Omega. They announced a September 3rd taping in Torreon with Bandito and El Hijo del Vikingo and Laredo Kid versus Forastero and Sanson and Cuatrero, plus Pagano and Lady Shani versus Cibernetico and Chick Tormenta and Dragon Lee and Dralistico versus Abismo Negro Jr. and Flamita. Flamita is opening a gym. Fabi Apache on Instagram first confirmed she was independent, which most knew, but then did a new interview saying they could be independent but that nothing is certain and everything is up in the air. Stardom, the current 5-star Grand Prix standings. In the red block, Himika and Utami Hayashi Shida have 6 points, Risa Sara, Koguma, Siri, Mai Sakurai, Saki and AZM have 4, Tam Nakano has 2 and Saki Kashima, Maika Momo Kogo and Inagi Sayaka have 0 points. In the blue block, Mirai and Hazuki have 6, Mina Shirakawa, Matsupoi, Sayakami Tani, Emi Soria and Mayu Iwatani have 4, Momo Watanabe and Starlight Kid have 2 and Suzu Suzuki, Hanan, Julia and Sai Ida have 0. On August 6th in Joetsu before a sellout of 527 fans, in the red block Koguma beat Kashima in 7:16 with a cradle. There were several blue block bouts with Iwatani over Hanan in 9:33 with a dragon suplex, Natsupoi beat Mirai in 10:41, Hazuki beat Starlight Kid in 11:55 with a brainbuster and Kamitani beat Watanabe in 12 minutes with a 450 splash. The next day in Nagano before 275 fans, a red block with AZM over Sakurai in 6:56 with a leg clutch suplex, Hayashi Shida beat Sayaka 11:04 with a reverse torture rack bomb, and Himeka beat Koguma in 7:54 with a running power bomb. The blue block had Kamitani over Hanan in 8:37 with a star crusher, and Natsupoi over Soria in 10:30 with a fairy blink. On August 11th, they drew a sellout of 1,528 fans, paid to Korakuen Hall, which is more than New Japan drew for G1 and one of the biggest crowds in the building for wrestling in years, and boy is that a sad statement because that used to be a building that tons of promotions could sell out instantly in. Soria beat Hana in 6:17 with a brainbuster. Himeka beat Kogo in 5:40 with the JP coaster. Sakurai beat Kashima in 3:50 with my bread roll. Saki beat Koguma in 5:59 with a cradle. Iwatani beat Ida in 5:04 with a dragon sleeper. Siri beat Sayaka in 9:51 with a buzzsaw kick. AZM beat Nakano in 7:15 with the Azumi Sushi. Watanabe beat Starlight Kid in 10:53 with a peach screwdriver. Azuki beat Natsupoi in 10:55 with a brainbuster. Hayashi Shida beat Sara in 10:59 with a hijack bomb, and Mirai beat Suzuki in 13:49 with a Muramare. Dragon Gate. There was more stuff with the Open the Triangle Gate titles at Kobe World. Nozawa Rongai and Ida and Kotaro Suzuki would only drop the belts via count out rather than pin, with the idea that Mochizuki Jr., who had just started wrestling, was on the challenger team. Nozawa also was the one who booked Keiji Muto for the match with Kanamama Ichikawa. Ryo Saito wanted to announce Muto with the idea that would help sell tickets to the show, but Nozawa pushed for it to be a surprise, so they had the expense of bringing in Muto without selling any extra tickets for having him. While there have been issues with Nozawa, his position is not expected to be weakened because he has full support of Ultimo Dragon, who is, while controversial, considered the father figure of the promotion and a legend with a talent and to the office. El Hijo del Santo worked the August 7th show in Nagoya before 608 fans, teaming with Ultimo Dragon and Yamato and Dragon Kid to beat Masaaki Mochizuki and Susumu Mochizuki and Yasushi Kanda and Mochizuki Jr. On August 10th at Korakuen Hall before 1,056 fans, Santo and Ultimo Dragon and Yuki Yoshioka and Dragon Dia and Ho Ho Lun beat Kai and BXB Hulk and Diamante and Shun Skywalker and Hyo at 12:30 when Santo beat Hyo with the camel clutch. Main event was a match to determine the next challenger for Dream Gate champion Yoshioka, as Ida Bexi in 18:14 with Imperial Uno. All Japan, the single elimination Aodu tournament opened on August 7th at Korakuen Hall before 610 fans. In the first round matches, Jake Lee beat Ren Ayabe in 11:54 with the D4C, Takuya Nomura beat Atsuki Aoyagi in 11:52 with a dragon suplex, Noa Nomura beat Yuma Aoyagi in 15:05 with the Infinity, and Kento Miyahara beat Taro in 15:05 with a shutdown suplex. They also had first-round matches on August 11th in Nagoya before 417 fans. Shotaro Ashino beat Dan Tamura in 10:05 with an ankle lock. Takao Omori beat Ryuki Honda in 6:48 with an axe bomber. Cyrus beat Shuji Ishikawa in 11:30 with a moonsault. And Yuji Nagata advanced, beating Yoshitatsu in 14:22 with a bridging back suplex. Tiger Mask also retained their World Junior title over Hokuto Omori with a reverse double armbar in 12:54. Pro Wrestling Noah. They ran August 5th at Korakuen Hall before 616 fans, with Hayata retaining the GHC Junior title over Shuji Kondo in 1903 with the headache in the main event. Namichi Marufuji returned from injury, teaming with Go Shiozaki and Takashi Sugiura over Satoshi Kojima and Masato Tanaka and Daiki Inaba in 17:56 when Shiozaki pinned Inaba after a lariat. Kinya Okada got Timothy Thatcher's spot in the N1 tournament by pinning Yoshiki Inamura in the match for the last spot with a Japanese rolling cradle in 15:18. El Hijo del Santo and Ultimo Dragon also worked this show in an 8-man, teaming with Kaito Kiyomiya and Alejandro to beat Kenu and Tadasuke and Hajime Ohara and High 69 when Santo made Ohara submit to the camel clutch. The N1 tournament, a round-robin like G1 tournament, opened on August 11th before 940 fans at the Yokohama Budokan. First night, the A block matches saw Masato Tanaka over Anthony Green in 11:21 with a sliding D, Hideki Suzuki beat Masaaki Mochizuki in 14:35 after a double arm suplex. Kanu beat El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr. in 15:03 with a choke, and Kazuyuki Fujita pinned Go Shiozaki in 20:46 after a power bomb. In B block action, Katsuhiko Nakajima beat Masa Kitamiya in 10:36 with a brainbuster. Masakatsu Funaki beat Kinya Okada in 7:49 with a ref stoppage on a choke. Jack Morris, a newcomer from Scotland who was said to have resembled Drew McIntyre, made his name on day one, pinning Kaito Kiyomiya in 11:50 with a Tiger Driver in the result that got the most attention. And Takashi Sugiura pinned Satoshi Kojima in 16:54 with a ref stoppage from a guillotine. Nakajima vs. Kitamiya got a big reaction, and we were told that Morris was very athletic and could be a major find. In a non-tournament match, El Hijo del Santo and Ultimo Dragon and Marufuji beat Nozawa Rongai and Kotaro Suzuki and Super Craze 7Y when Santo beat Nozawa with a camel clutch. New Japan, Christopher Tori, who wrestles here as Chris Dickinson, filed a lawsuit against former girlfriend Christina Carduni, Christina Von Erie, and Michaelia Coulter in U.S. District Court in New Jersey, claiming blatant acts of defamation that wrongfully accused Mr. Tori of abusive conduct. Tori said that he had relations with both women, at different times that both had ended. He said he maintained friendly communication with both until both started disparaging him and claiming abusive conduct after it was publicly known he had signed with New Japan. He claimed Carduni made several untrue and defamatory statements about him on Twitter and Facebook. He claimed she falsely accused him of saying women's wrestling is trash, that women wrestlers were all a bunch of whores and more. He noted that she also specifically targeted Dave Marquez, the UWN promoter. Dickinson was the UWN world champion at that time, and Rocky Romero, the New Japan US booker, to attempt to ruin him career. Marquez took the title off him and hasn't used him since. New Japan stopped using him in May and his contract was a per-event deal, and since they stopped using him he's not being paid. He claimed none of the violent acts she claimed ever took place. He claimed as a result of both women, he suffered great reputational, professional and financial damages, and claimed he had never engaged in any form of abuse, whether it was physical, verbal or mental, against any person. He also claimed as a result of those statements that GCW, Beyond Wrestling and other promotions, also stopped using him. He claimed he was averaging $20,000 per month in earnings before his booking stopped. Both women wrote a message on social media saying that everything that they said was true, that neither live in New Jersey and would not have to hire a New Jersey lawyer to defend themselves, and noted that they got cease and desist letters and sent to their jobs and homes and have not backed down on their statements. Other Japan notes: Keisuke Okuda, who quit Dragon Gate over issues with Nozawa Rongai, was announced for a 6-man tag on the upcoming DDT Peter Pan show. Okuda had approached Dragon Gate in June saying that he wanted to compete in MMA fights with Risen, but the office in Nozawa would not allow it because Okuda had lost his last 2 MMA fights while wrestling with Dragon Gate, and the company felt that the nature of his losses made Dragon Gate wrestlers look weak. Nozawa actually was the one who started a new company policy where no Dragon Gate wrestlers could do any form of shoot without company approval. Okuda was mad because previously management would allow him to do so when Masato Yoshino had the main power. While this was not the reason he left Dragon Gate, he did tell management that DDT would allow him to do shoots here and there. Ric Flair was back this week. First, he said he was happy with his match. It was such a dichotomy of Flair said he was happy with his match, and Will Ospreay said that due to being banged up and lack of sleep that he felt he was on remote control in his match with Shingo Takagi and thought he should have done better. Flair admitted that he passed out twice due to dehydration during the match. If true, that is a pretty bad indictment of continuing the match given his age and heart issues and not having a doctor attend to him, even though he did come out fine when all was said and done. On his podcast he said, "I don't think people realize that I passed out twice. What happened was, my regimentation for training was so strict that I kept my weight on. I wanted my perfect weight to be like 220 pounds going in. So the last day and a half, aside from all the work that we had planned for me to do, I didn't hydrate cause I had it in my mind that I had to weigh 219 pounds. So anyway, I went to the ring at about 217 pounds. What happened during the body of the match? I just became dehydrated. While I was standing on the apron, I looked at Jay, which started the whole wheel of motion. I said, man, I think I'm getting sick because I was getting lightheaded, nothing to do with my heart, nothing to do with my intestines, just getting lightheaded. I'm sure a lot of it was nerves as well. I think Jay said, we got to move this along, and that isn't what I meant, but to the point where Manny Andrade came over and said, your turn sir, your turn sir, your turn sir, and so I got in, but I didn't know where we were in the match because I had missed about, clearly like 10 seconds of it. Regarding the superplex spot that was started and didn't happen, he said. Jeff, out of respect for me, he lifted me atop the turnbuckle and Jay was going to give me a superplex, which would have blown the roof off the joint, but he was worried about my health. Jeff, sincerely, he said, we can't do that, Nate, we can't do it again. So anyway, rather than look awkward, I came down with him, then Jay came in and gave me the suplex and we were back rolling. Then along came the guitar, write down bingo, don't know. While I was down, I passed out again. I just passed out. Manny is going, sir, you have to wake up, I have the brass knuckles, sir, you have to wake up. So then I woke up, I knew where we were, right, boom, and we're home. I swear to God, twice during the match, I went completely black, my hands started trembling, yeah, but it was all dehydration. I had 2 doctors in there right away with me and everything. The Undertaker came running in and said, I had 6 beers there. He took them out of my hand and said, you were drinking 2 Gatorades first? I said, Gatorade? So I drank 2 and that's all it was. I underestimated the importance of keeping hydrated, which is really big, especially when I lost that much weight and trained that hard. Flair also says he regrets saying that would be his last match. I wish I hadn't said it was my last match. That's gonna get heat. Hell, they wanted me to wrestle in Puerto Rico on Saturday night. I said, guys, I cannot get in the ring 1 week later. And the guy looked at me and said, well, you know what, could retire in Puerto Rico, can't you? No, that's not the point. Flair has always talked about, aside from his foot injury, that in the build-up to the match he got pneumonia or perhaps COVID at one point, but at no point considered moving the match because too many had worked so hard to set it up. On August 6th, the WWC held its 49th anniversary show with Carlito vs. Andrade as the main event. Flair was advertised as being with Andrade. Flair kept interfering. Eddie Colon, Primo, came out and wanted to get Flair to go back to the locker room. Flair left. As Eddie was with him, Flair poked Eddie in the eyes and went back out. Then Carlos Colon, 74, came out and the place went nuts. Flair went to punch Carlos, but he ducked and threw a few punches to Flair and then a headbutt and Flair went to the back. Andrade then brought in a foreign object, but ref Ray Gonzalez saw it. As Gonzalez took it away, Andrade used a low blow. Gonzalez turned around and was about to DQ Andrade when Carlito used the backstabber, and instead Gonzalez counted to 3. There wasn't much else on the show of any note. Besides Andrade and Flair, the only people brought in were Luke Gallows and Damian Sandow, who had a singles match that Gallows won using a low blow. Conrad Thompson, after the financial success of the show, is looking at doing more events. He made it clear he is not looking at starting up a promotion, but he has filed for a trademark for the term Southwest Championship Wrestling. That's a weird choice for a nostalgia show if that's the direction. Southwest Championship Wrestling was a promotion based out of San Antonio run by Joe Blanchard. In the 1960s, when Jack Adkisson, Fritz von Erich, got control of the Texas booking office for the NWA after the death of Houston's Morris Eagle, Blanchard, a buddy of Adkisson's, was set up to run San Antonio and Corpus Christi. Business was great in the late 60s and early 70s SM, but the territory got weaker as the late 70s came on. The office fell apart when Blanchard and Paul Bosch both pulled out. Bosch went independent and Blanchard started Southwest Championship Wrestling in 1978. Using the Funks Ivan Putski, Bruiser Brody and the tag team of Gino Hernandez and Tully Blanchard, they were a hot promotion for several years. But the territory went down and the company lost a lot of money trying to expand. Plus, the Dallas office started running in San Antonio with the Von Erichs. Southwest went out of business in 1985. Where the idea of a final card of Southwest would make sense logistically is that the 2023 Royal Rumble is slated for San Antonio. That is now officially announced, but multiple sources have told us that is the plan, so a StarCast in San Antonio makes sense. Dave Bautista, who is currently filming the movie Dune 2, has also signed on for a Netflix movie called Unleashed. He will play a police officer who is close with a K-9 partner who has the ability to sniff out any crime. Bautista is hurt so badly when his dog dies that he never wants another dog. Then he finally gets a new dog that he eventually falls for. Michael Jones, who wrestled mostly as Mean Mike Masters and also as Rocky Jones, the name his father went by as a pro boxer, passed away on August 8 due to throat cancer. He was 68 and had been in hospice care. He was one of those guys that would be a WWF enhancement talent and would go to Los Angeles and headline. He competed in powerlifting both before and during his wrestling career and was a guy who had a good look and physique but was missing something in the ring that would make him a star. His family was sports fans and his great-grandmother and great-grandfather loved Bruno Sammartino. He played high school and college football at Keene College, got his degree in elementary education and taught school for 1 year before deciding to try pro wrestling. He got the idea to be a pro wrestler from watching the Henry Winkler movie, The One and Only, which was based on pro wrestling in the early 50s when he first got big on television, and Winkler's character and somewhat based on Gorgeous George. The original idea for the movie was for Winkler to play George, but the producers weren't able to make the deal with George's family, so it changed things. He had an uncle who knew Mario Savoldi, who ran independents in the Northeast. Savoldi saw he had a good body and sent him to Johnny Rodz to learn to wrestle. Rodz was still wrestling regularly at the time and now training wrestlers, but he and Jones would meet when he was free. He debuted in 1978 at TV tapings in Allentown, Pennsylvania on November 21, 1978, first teaming with veteran Baron Mikkel Shikluna against Tony Garia and Larry Zbyszko, the WWF's top babyface team. He also put over Ivan Putski later that taping, and former 1940s college football star Mike Paidausis the next day at the Hamburg, Pennsylvania tapings. He was given the name Mike Masters by Gino Marella, Gorilla Monsoon, who ran the tapings for Vince McMahon Sr., and wasn't allowed to use the name Jones due to SD Jones. He worked at a health club until McMahon Sr. got him a job working in Hawaii for Peter Maivia's Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling promotion. He was there for 8 months, and even though it wasn't his territory, McMahon Sr. paid both he and rookie Jim Duggan. Then Hulk Hogan, who he had lost to a few times in television squashes, got him a spot with Ron Fuller's Southeastern Championship Wrestling, where he once wrestled 64-year-old Lou Thesz. He went to Los Angeles in 1981 as a heel, winning the America's title on March 27 from Victor Rivera, but lost it 2 weeks later to Bobo Brazil. He also lost a mask versus hair match that year to Mil Mascaras. He then went to Oregon, where he was a heel as part of Buddy Rose's Army, wrestling against the likes of Matt Bourne, Brett Sawyer, Terry Fargo, Iceman King Parsons, and Steve Regal. The AWA Steve Regal, not the current William Regal. His final show there was December 15, 1981, losing a loser leaves town match at the Portland Sports Arena to Rocky Johnson. He did a New Japan tour in 1981 when that company was on fire, including losing singles top matches to the likes of Antonio Inoki, Tatsumi Fujinami, Hulk Hogan, and Tiger Jeet Singh. He main evented a number of shows, often as the designated loser, with partners like Stan Hansen, Singh and Slaughter against Inoki, Fujinami, Seiji Sakaguchi, and others, and also worked tags against Tiger Mask. He went to All Japan in January 1983, this time as Rocky Jones rather than Masters, including a January 2 International Junior Heavyweight title challenge to Atsushi Onita. He worked pretty regularly in different territories through 1989, but not as a headliner, and then returned to the Northeast. He and Gino Caruso started East Coast Pro Wrestling and did a wrestling school and shows in New Jersey that he continued to wrestle on through around 2011. To say that he wrestled in 6 different decades, he did his final show in early 2020. Matt Cardona returns after bicep surgery on the August 27 NWA 74th anniversary pay-per-view from St. Louis at the Chase Hotel. Former WWE ring card girl Themis Clarities, who was running for the U.S. Senate as a Republican in Connecticut, lost in the primary to the Donald Trump-endorsed candidate Leora Levy. Clarities, 57, a more moderate Republican who had served in the state's House of Representatives from 1989 to 2021, and was the minority leader of the House from 2015 to 2021, was the heavy favorite. However, the late Trump endorsement, combined with the lowest voter turnout in years, saw Levy win handily, getting 50.6% of the vote as of the latest report to just 40.0% for Clarities. The campaign had gotten nasty, with Clarities pushing that there was no way the Republicans could beat incumbent Richard Blumenthal in Connecticut with an anti-abortion, heavily gun-supporting and pro-Trump campaign. The party leaders had supported Clarities, who was the heavy favorite until Trump on April 4 very publicly pushed voters to back Levy. AEW out of Chicago has signed an exclusive streaming deal with HighSpots.tv. HighSpots, which has had a subscription service of interviews and older shows from companies including PWG, has just gotten into doing live shows, with the September 1 AEW show at the Logan Square Auditorium being the first event. The show features Christy Janes vs. Billy Starks for the women's title, Josie and ACH vs. Alex Hammerstone and Ace Perry for the tag titles, Ace Austin vs. Davey Vega for the Heritage title, Laredo Kid vs. Zachary Wentz vs. Dante Leon vs. Gringo Loco plus Silas Young, Josh Alexander, Jake Something, Masha Slamovich, Davey Richards, Rich Swann, Mike Bennett, Fred Yehi, Matt Fitchett, and others. Battleground Championship Wrestling ran the 2,300 arena in Philadelphia on August 6 before 792 fans, with a main event of Atsushi Onita and Super Leather. Tony Myers, a longtime Memphis area independent wrestler, was under the mask. Myers was very close friends with Mike Kirchner, who died in December and was the guy who was super leather in FMW, over Bully Ray in PCO. There were table breaks, barbed wire bats, barbed wire boards and chains used. Onita pinned Bully after a chair shot and a DDT. The last time Onita and Bully wrestled in the US, it was Bully who got the pin. Bully said after the match that he tore his hamstring and was going to the hospital. From what we understand, he thought he tore it when he kicked Leather in the face, but it wasn't as bad as he first thought and he's okay. Onita challenged Bully to an explosive barbed wire match in Japan. Other top matches included Ken Shamrock over Davey Boy Smith Jr., Buddy Matthews and Tony Nese over Brian Cage and Casey Navarro and Rich Swann over Willie Mack. The next date is December 17th with an ECW tribute note and billing the building as the ECW Arena. Rob Van Dam will be inducted into the Hardcore Hall of Fame and also face Rhino. Team 3D will have their first match back together in years and Shane Douglas, Todd Gordon, Sabu, Sandman and Bill Alfonso are announced. A correction regarding the House of Glory show at Terminal 1 as we mentioned as the site of Kenta Kobashi vs. Samoa Joe. Kobashi vs. Joe was at the New Yorker Hotel Grand Ballroom but Ring of Honor did use Terminal 5 as its New York location a few times many years ago. The August 28th Hog Show lists Jacob Fatu vs. Brody King in the finals of their title tournament, Low Key vs. Killer Cross, which may be off, Eddie Kingston vs. Namichi Marufuji, Amazing Red vs. Malachi Black plus Joey Janela, Buddy Matthews and Mark and Jay Briscoe. Japanese women legend Chigusa Nagio will be doing a meet and greet on October 8th in San Francisco, West Coast Pro Show at the United Irish Cultural Center. MMLW National Champion Davey Richards will defend his title against Thrillbilly Silas on the second night of NWA's 74th anniversary in St. Louis on August 28. Promoters in Guatemala have announced the UWA is coming back to their country. In the heyday of the Mexican UWA, they sent talent to Guatemala and did UWA title matches and also used as its top belt the UWA Intercontinental title which was for that country. Eric Belmers, who used the name Eric Snake out of Monterrey, Mexico, passed away on August 14th. He wrestled hardcore matches in the 00s and 10s. He hadn't wrestled since 2018 and was said to have been dealing with a long-time illness. He also wrestled in Texas as Chico Latino. Europe Rev Pro has its 10th anniversary doubleheader on August 20th and August 21st at York Hall in London. August 20th has announced Connor Mills vs. Tony Deppen and Luke Jacobs defending the Cruiserweight title against Francesco Akira. August 21st has Will Ospreay vs. Ricky Knight Jr. for the British Heavyweight title in Knight's last chance ever for the title, Sunshine Machine vs. Velocities for the tag titles and Mike Bailey vs. Leon Slater. Noah's GHC Junior Champion Hayata retained the title over Chris Ridgway for Wrestle Carnival in Nottinghamshire on August 7th. 1PW's return on October 1st in Doncaster has sold more than 1,000 tickets, with Rob Van Dam vs. Mark Haskins, Katie Forbes and Vicky Haskins in each corner, Mickie James vs. Lizzie Evo, Eliza Alexander in NXT UK, Christopher Daniels vs. Cara Noir, Ruby Soho vs. Session Moth Martina, Nick Aldis and Doug Williams vs. Colt Cabana and Greg Burridge, Robbie X vs. Ace Austin, Alexander Hamilton defends the MLW title against Nathan Cruz as well as 90s star Ulf Herman appears. Levaniel won the WXW shortcut to the top match, Think Royal Rumble, and August 6th in Oberhausen before 470 fans. The match went 55-59 with the only real surprise when Teoman entered number 19. He's an NXT UK guy which made him a surprise, although WXW does work with WWE. Tristan Archer retained their world title over Ahura. Konosuke Takeshita wrestles Leon Slater for Progress on August 13th in Sheffield, and wrestles Dean Allmark on August 14th in Newcastle. MLW announced Alex Hammerstone vs. Bandito for their world title for their return to action on September 8th in Norcross, Georgia. GCW, Brett Lauderdale said this week that GCW will launch its own streaming service by the end of the year. They are doing a September 2nd show in Hoffman Estates, Georgia, at 11 p.m. Central Time not far from the Now Arena where AEW will be doing Rampage, so starting an hour after Rampage is over. Tom Lawler and Killer Kelly vs. Brian Alvarez and Billy Starks was announced for the show. Impact, announcer Matt Raywold, the former Aiden English, said that he was retiring as an in-ring competitor. He made it clear he will continue to announce both here and for New Japan Strong. Just leaving the in-ring part behind. This is a huge part of my life and livelihood and I ain't going anywhere, and I'm the best damn color commentator in pro wrestling. He said he will no longer take bookings for matches, has fallen in love with the broadcast side. Bound for Glory will be October 13th in Albany, New York. The September 23rd and September 24th tapings that were scheduled for the 2,300 Arena in Philadelphia have been moved to Skyway Studios in Nashville. AEW regarding the idea that WBD could drop AEW. Anything is possible, of course, in the world of television, but the question looks to be more what the rights fees would be and if AEW could get a better deal elsewhere when the contract expires at the end of 2023. Of all the WBD shows, only Major Sports and 90 Day Fiancé are higher rated than Dynamite, and Dynamite's cost is well below that of other shows that don't do close to the same numbers. Plus, the relationship seems good and the State Farm and DraftKings sponsorships are a big deal, although I didn't notice DraftKings on the show this past week. The fact is the two sides are in talks about new show ideas. House of Dragon, a major WBD IP, is doing a co-promotion for the August 17th Dynamite from Charleston, West Virginia, as a themed event coming off the Shark Week integration. I would think the odds are great AEW stays provided things don't change. A popularity collapse of course could impact things, but after 3 years the promotion seems stable even if it doesn't seem hot as far as attendance and ratings, which I'd call still good but not at the level of months ago. The question is, and financing is the key, the size of the next TV deal, whether it is a competitive number 2 when it comes to bidding for the top talent or a distant number 2 like TNA was during the Spike era, although obviously AEW is far stronger than TNA ever was. All Out on September 4th in Chicago has Jon Moxley vs. CM Punk in the title unification match as the main event, from an angle on the August 10th Dynamite. Aside from Eddie Kingston vs. Sammy Guevara and the finals of the Trios title tournament, looks to be Young Bucks and Kenny Omega versus somebody. It looks like Thunder Rosa versus Toni Storm for the women's title, Jade Cargill versus Athena for the TNT title, Sting and Darby Allin and Miro versus House of Black, Jungle Boy versus Christian Cage and Ricky Starks versus Powerhouse Hobbs. Chris Jericho had teased something with Bryan Danielson. Whatever Danielson is doing on the pay-per-view should be set up after his match with Daniel Garcia on August 17th. Wardlow will make a title defense against Jay Lethal, but I sense that for television rather than pay-per-view, and a different bout for pay-per-view. For the August 17th tapings, Danielson vs. Garcia in a 2 out of 3 fall match plus Young Bucks, and everyone expects it to be Omega vs. Andrade and Russian Dragon Lee in the Trios tournament, and Toni Storm vs. Keelan King have been announced for Dynamite, and Hook vs. Zach Clayton, who has done enhancement work here before and is a cast member of Jersey Shore Family Vacation under real name Zach Carpinello as the fiancé of Jennifer J. Wow Farley, for the FTW title will be on Rampage. The bracketing for the Trios tournament is Pac and Phoenix and Penta vs. Will Ospreay and Aussie Open, then Young Bucks and versus Lee and Russian Andrade, Buddy Matthews and Brody King, and Malachi Black versus Evil Uno and John Silver and Alex Reynolds, and then Trustbusters, Ari Daivari and Slim J and Parker Boudreaux versus Chuck Taylor and Trent Beretta and Orange Cassidy. One would look at the brackets and expect Bucks versus House of Black, but with House of Black programmed with Sting and Allin and Miro, I think maybe Dark Order or Best Friends reach the finals on that side. Normally I'd say Best Friends, but with Adam Page in the Dark Order corner, and there is a long storyline with Page and Bucks playing out, having Dark Order with Page in the corner in the finals could be part of it. The second round with Bucks and versus the winner of Penta's team or Ospreay's team is notable because you'd either get Penta's team, which would be 3 of their favorite opponents, or Ospreay's team, a new match that would tease Ospreay presumably versus Omega, who have started building a match on social media. The All Elite Women thing talked about last week looks to be something very significant. It is clearly way more than a streaming show, as this past week they trademarked it for sports, entertainment, video games, digital and television, DVDs, CDs, merchandise, PPVs, VOD, development and production of TV programming listed as professional athletes competing in wrestling. AEW has not commented on it. What this basically says is that there is a project related to All Elite Women that is in serious enough discussions that they felt the need to trademark it. It doesn't mean a deal is finalized, but it would mean whatever the deal is would be something in serious talks. The idea of doing 2-day pay-per-view shows, like New Japan has done and WWE now does with WrestleMania, has been talked about, but Tony Khan on Busted Open Radio said, "I saw a report that we were talking about doing 2-day pay-per-views yesterday, and I was like, well, who said that? And then I looked and it was Dustin Runnels/Rhodes. I was like, why would Dustin say that? And I love Dustin so much, but I was surprised that he said it because it's not something we've really internally seriously discussed. At most maybe I said, hey, that's an interesting business model, but far from ever saying that's how I'm taking our stuff or that's what I'm going to do. So, I'm definitely not doing that. That being said, even if I was and I'm not, I probably wouldn't want somebody to break that news in a panel. I can honestly say that's not what we're doing, anyway, but I was surprised by that. For at least for the long-term foreseeable future, I still see all the PPVs being the great one-day events we've been doing. Sammy Guevara, 29, and Tay Conti, Tainara Melo de Carvalho, 27, were married on August 7. The couple got engaged in front of the Eiffel Tower in Paris on June 3. This was his first marriage and her second. She was married to Jorge Conti in 2017, and was Tainara Conti when she started in WW Developmental, and they never had her change her name. Her marriage broke up prior to 2021 when she made a comment that it had been broken up for a long time. She is now using the name Tainara Melo Guevara as her real name is going to Tay Melo, her birth maiden name as her new wrestling name. Tony Khan, Nikki ASH, Ricky Starks, Cody Rhodes, Amanda Brody and Nolan Huber and Sean Dean were all at the wedding. Nikki was a bridesmaid. Regarding the contract situations, most of the key talent is under deals for a lengthy period of time. The original cast mostly signed 3-year deals with 2-year options, meaning the Young Bucks, Adam Page, etc. would be under contract until the end of 2023. In theory, MJF's deal ends the same time, but obviously everyone is quiet on his front. The one exception we know of is Kenny Omega, who signed a 4-year deal on February 1, 2019. So his deal would in theory be up in February. However, as noted last week, AEW has extended contracts based on people being out of action for a lengthy period of time. AEW has the contractual right to extend Omega's contract for roughly another 9 months, or around November, although there is no indication one way or another if that was to happen. Jamie Hayter suffered a broken nose during her Battle of the Belts match with Thunder Rosa. Mark Henry was on Busted Open Radio and talked about nerve damage in his back being so severe that he can't wrestle again and sometimes needs a wheelchair to get around in airports. To be honest, to be completely transparent, I got nerve damage is why I don't wrestle. In my back, in my sacroiliac SI joint. There have been times where I do too much at AEW, and I have to take a wheelchair through the airport, and it sucks because I'm prideful, and I hate it when I can't walk through the airport. Feels like my leg is on fire. I'm not saying for a pity party for me, I'm saying that Darren Drozdov is in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, paralyzed from the chest down. I know countless other guys that are on canes and wheelchairs too. My doctor told me, hey man, you know you can surgically get that fixed? And he said don't do it until you can't walk no more. He's like, let that be your last alternative. So I feel it, but I'm not there yet, you know what I'm saying? Tony Khan had even said he was waiting for Omega to return to introduce the titles, and the plan is for Omega to return soon. But the Trios titles tournament for this time was a plan that went back months. We had reported there was at one point a plan for FTR versus Bucks that got changed, but it was actually always the Trios idea for the Trios direction, and while there was talk of doing the tag match, how serious it was depends on who you talk with. Tony Khan made the call. It would appear that the decision was getting the new belts going, and more importantly, Omega back on television was the direction. In the program that they've waited forever to do and started being built up when the company started, and had a chapter in the conclusion of Page's win over Omega in November when the Bucks refused to help Omega beat Page. Somehow all of this was interpreted as the Bucks turned babyface, which was done to reunite with Page, to avoid doing a job for FTR, forgetting of course that the Bucks just recently did a job for FTR. Also, it's not as if there won't be another Bucks versus FTR match at some point. As noted, I thought, and a lot of people did, that the historical significance of the 4-belt match with AEW's 2 top teams would have been great for Chicago. The priority is that they want Omega and Punk back on television so that they can have all the major key players active on television. Kota Ibushi on Twitter talked about wanting to go to AEW, teaming with Omega, and said he wanted to wrestle Adam Page. There is still no time frame on when he can return after being out of action after 10 months with a shoulder injury that hasn't healed well. Chris Statlander is out of action and will be undergoing knee surgery. This will be on the right knee, which was the other knee from the one she just had surgery on. The knee went out during an August 5 match with Sierra in Grand Rapids when it gave out as she delivered a high kick. Tony Khan talked to DAZN on a number of subjects this week. When asked if people overrate the importance of ratings, he said, I think it's important. It seems like a metric that wrestling fans have followed for decades to track promotion success. It didn't really become a thing that was widely publicized and disseminated not just among wrestling fans but even by media covering wrestling. There's been a lot more interest in it since the Monday Night Wars of the 90s. It's a metric that stuck with us and people have used to track the success of promotions. I think the ranking is what's emblematic of what's happening in TV at that time and place. In the current cable and satellite universe, there's a ton of money in rights fees. It's brought a lot of interest to the pro wrestling business, and I've been able to leverage it into building a pretty big business over the last few years. Our competition, WWE, has done a great job building their TV business and generating huge revenues through multiple TV properties. No company besides them has ever generated hundreds of millions of dollars through TV and pay-per-view, as we have done in our relationship with Warner Bros. Discovery and the pay-per-view business we built for AEW. AEW is doing something special, and it's only possible because of the wrestling fans around the world who've supported the business over the last few years. Regarding not doing a lot of rematches, he said, "I don't want everything to be a rematch because sometimes in this case you can save them, where it really means something, a rematch from one of our big pay-per-view events. But they're not just being thrown together. They've been the guys, in my opinion, for the summer that helped us get through this summer more so than anybody with Chris Jericho and Jon Moxley." When asked if this has been his toughest period as a promoter, he said no way and that it was 2020. "I wouldn't compare that to the stuff we were going through in 2020. That was horrible. But with the pandemic and shows being shut down, no live fans, having to figure out ways around that. Brody getting sick. So your original question was, what was the hardest year? Yeah, that was for a multitude of reasons. Like I was saying, I don't think those are all necessarily bad things. The wrestling business is benefiting, I think, in a lot of ways from changes. You asked about it with the injuries. Well, we've responded pretty well to those, and people that have been out for a variety of reasons are all starting to come back. There's a lot of light at the end of the tunnel, and we're getting close to the end of that tunnel in many ways. Now the competition changing, I think that's a good thing in some ways. If you like good wrestling, you're just more likely to want to see it because our competitor has been doing better shows recently than they've been doing, I think. I watch them pretty often, and I think they've been better. It seems like that's the consensus among people who watch them. I do think in general, if it's going to get more people watching wrestling, that's probably not going to hurt any wrestling company. And we stand to gain the most in many ways because if you're a big wrestling fan, and if you've been away and you like good wrestling, you might be saying, where are Chris Jericho and Bryan Danielson? CM Punk's back? So as we get to an exciting point of a lot of people coming back to the company, but a lot of new fans also, I think hopefully they want to embrace the new wrestlers in AEW and also a lot of the big names in AEW that you'll be able to see on a regular basis. People that are on the show every week and have been going all summer like Chris Jericho and Jon Moxley. Then again, whenever CM Punk is back, there's a big setup for an undisputed championship to be crowned. Khan told TV Insider that there is a new collaboration with WBD coming. Since the Shark Week integration was such a great success, we're working on another huge partnership that I'm very excited about in terms of creativity and a hugely prestigious IP that we're being trusted to partner with. I believe it's because we have shown we can do a good job with integrations and be easy and fun and collaborative and have a good audience that makes us good partners. We recently also collaborated on a panel with AEW representation at Comic-Con through the Warner Bros. Discovery PR and media team. They were so helpful. That was a huge success. Now I'm excited about another integration that hasn't been announced yet. I'm very pumped about it. It's going to be very soon. The IP is very prestigious in the world of television. The partnership represents another really good sign that Warner Bros. Discovery likes what AEW is doing. Penelope Ford, who has been out of action since January with an injury, returned on the August 10th show in Minneapolis beating Heather Reckless in a dark elevation match. Latest ticket sale numbers are August 27th in Charleston, West Virginia, at 3,852, August 24th in Cleveland at 3,325, August 31st in Chicago at 5,293, September 2nd in Chicago at 4,617, September 4th all out in Chicago at 7,559, $90 get in price on secondary market, and they could probably put 1,500 more in, but all tickets left are for all three shows, and until that changes they are sold out of tickets with many tickets left, which is very weird. September 7th in Buffalo, New York is 4,389, September 14th in Albany, New York is at 2,803, September 21st at Arthur Ashe Stadium is at 10,009, September 28th in Philadelphia is at 3,388, October 5th in Washington, D.C. is 1,099, pre-sale number, and October 7th in Washington, D.C., Rampage and Battle of the Belts, is 1,170. People can try and put any spin they want, but aside from Chicago, which is doing well considering 3 shows and the pay-per-view is sold out, and Arthur Ashe Stadium, these numbers are way down from what you'd expect, particularly Cleveland and Philadelphia, and for a first time in Buffalo and Albany. Those are disappointing numbers. When you have a wrestling war, and no matter what anyone says, we have one, they can both go up or both go down, but usually one will go up and the other will go down. Before it was AEW up and WWE down, and now that has reversed. You can say injuries all you want, but the first time AEW is in Buffalo and Albany should be far better, and Philadelphia is a historically strong market. In the latest UK ratings, for the first airings of the show on ITV4, Rampage on July 26 did 95,000 viewers, right at its average, with an 11:20 p.m. start. Dynamite on July 29 did 127,000 viewers, below usual, but that's explainable as it had a 12:05 a.m. start, the latest start time I can recall. Allison Rosen, the host of Allison Rosen is Your New Best Friend, had started calling wrestling her new fake hobby after she was pitched Alexa Bliss for her show. It went well and she booked a number of other wrestlers. When she started learning more about wrestling, she found out about blading and it grossed her out. Recently she had Colt Cabana on, asked him about blading and she said the conversation made her extremely uncomfortable, although said Cabana was very rational about it. She said she will probably look for a new hobby because it changed her entire perception of pro wrestling. Streaming numbers for this past week weren't good, other than the return of Punk did 1.4 million views. BTE on August 8 did 127,000 views, down 9.3% from last week. Dark Elevation on August 8 did 178,000 with Penta, Phoenix, Ruby Soho, Dark Order and Athena, up 2.9% but way below usual, and Dark on August 9 did 194,000, down 4.9%, with Best Friends, Ruby Soho, Orange Cassidy, and Athena. Notes from the August 5th Battle of the Belts and Rampage show from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Because of time zone issues, they had to tape out of order for Rampage to go live. Rampage ended at 11 p.m. local time, and rather than keep the audience until 12:15 a.m., they taped the other show first. The show drew 5,900 fans with 5,000 paid. The high number of comps, closer to WWE level than AEW, is because Shad Khan had an auto parts factory in Grand Rapids and many working there were invited to the show as guests. What's notable is the Rampage crowd was very hot even after Castagnoli vs. Takeshita. So they did Battle of the Belts, which aired on Saturday before Rampage, which aired on Friday. It led to weird things such as Konosuke Takeshita doing his match to build for Claudio Castagnoli in the arena after the title match had already taken place. Given that match, which I had as a 4 3/4 stars match, had already taken place, Jim Ross on Rampage kept pushing over and over again how great he expected that match to be, because he had literally just seen it and thought it was that great. Takeshita came off as the star of the show because the people really wanted to see him beat Castagnoli. Obviously when he came in, his role was and still is as of that week as a guy who is a really good wrestler who can provide great matches when given time to lose great matches to others. But the fan reaction to him makes me think he should be pushed himself, and thus needs a big win and even a title win after the reaction here. They aren't going to give him the AEW title because that's the top spot. Wardlow needs to keep the TNT title until it's time for him to challenge for the AEW title, so that's out of the question. One of the things of having so many belts is that there are a lot of options. Castagnoli was likely booked to have a long run with the Ring of Honor belt, but you also have the TV title and Samoa Joe is established enough that Takeshita beating him would be considered a giant win, and Joe is strong enough that as long as he's put in a good position he'll be fine. Wheeler Yuta is the pure champ, but I don't feel that one, although you could do it. The FTW title, I just don't like the dynamic of him against Hook or beating Hook. To me the best option is Pac in the All-Atlantic title because they could have classic match, whether on pay-per-view or television. Wardlow beat Jay Lethal to keep the TNT title in 7:20. Lethal did a good job. He did a fake knee injury spot and attacked to get heat. Wardlow won clean with one power bomb. Sonya Dutt and Satnam Singh attacked Wardlow after. Lethal put Wardlow in the figure 4 while Singh stomped on him. Wardlow made his own comeback and gave Singh a low blow. Wardlow went for a power bomb but Lethal broke it up and Singh choke slammed Wardlow through a table while Lethal paraded around with the title belt and seemed to leave with it. It felt like this was a setup for a second Lethal match and an eventual Singh match. Wardlow beating Singh should happen shortly before Wardlow challenges for the AEW title and no sooner. Thunder Rosa pinned Jamie Hayter in 11:29 with a Cazadora to keep the AEW women's title. Toni Storm and Britt Baker were in the corners. Hayter gave Rosa a urinage onto the steps, a backbreaker and a brainbuster. Castagnoli beat Takeshita in 1954 to keep the Ring of Honor TV title. Just a super match. Technically everything was on point and the crowd just loved this, with a couple of standing ovations and super momentum by the end with the audience really wanting the title change. Takeshita did a flip dive. Castagnoli did a middle rope got wrench and 8-rep giant swing. It was noted that Takeshita, at 16, made his debut at Budokan Hall against El Generico, Sami Zayn, and he did Zayn moves like the hell of a kick and blue thunder bomb. Takeshita also did a DDT on Castagnoli onto the top turnbuckle and a splash off the top. Castagnoli finally won with a Death Valley bomb, a clothesline and Ricola bomb. Moxley beat Mance Warner in a non-title match in 11:37. I went 4 stars for this one as the crowd loved this match. It was all action and a great brawl. Warner has always been a good promo and the crowd reacted to Warner like he was a star. Both suplexed the other on a chair. The one Moxley took looked like it hurt really bad as his back wasn't dropped on the seat but on the high edge. Both bled. Moxley won with a piledriver stomps and a choke and Warner passed out and it was stopped. Ricky Starks was backstage and QT Marshall approached him. Marshall had Nick Comoroto, Aaron Solo, Anthony Ogogo and Cole Carter, so Carter is now part of that group. Starks blew them off. Ogogo wanted to attack Starks right there but Marshall held him back. Solo talked about how he and Starks had been friends for a long time. Comoroto is trying a more colorful gimmick including sucking on a lollipop. Takeshita beat Ryan Nemeth in 140 with a running knee. The crowd went wild for Takeshita and the announcers put him over like crazy. This was a late ad on the show to give Takeshita a television win before his title shot. Peter Avalon tripped Takeshita during the match to set up the heat. Avalon attacked him after and Takeshita laid out Avalon with a jumping knee. Orange Cassidy selling a knee injury, and Chuck Taylor and Trent Barretta were backstage. They noted that Cassidy isn't in the top 5 singles and they aren't in the top 5 tag teams but they were going to form a trio for the tournament. Danhausen came in as Dr. Danhausen examining Cassidy's knee. Madison Rayne debuted and pinned Layla Gray in 8:27. Stokely Hathaway was with Gray and distracted Rayne. This wasn't good, particularly in the second half where they struggled. Rayne uses Crossroads as her finisher and they call this Cross Rayne. Jade Cargill came out and challenged Rayne and said she'd put up her title on Wednesday. Kiera Hogan then attacked Rayne from behind but Rayne gave Hogan Cross Rayne. Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland retained the tag titles in a street fight with Josh Wood and Tony Nese in 12:55 of a 3 stars half match. Nese threw protein powder into Lee's eyes which was funny since Nese does the bodybuilder deal. Woods did a twisting suplex on Strickland into the steps. Mark Sterling hit Lee with a chair but he no-sold it. Lee was struggling with seeing for several minutes. Woods and Nese did a double DDT on Lee on a chair, but Strickland broke up the pin. Sterling used a wrench right in front of the ref but there's no DQ. Lee threw Sterling off the top rope through a table. Woods kept teasing a German suplex on Lee off the apron onto 2 tables but Lee kept holding the ropes to block. Nese superkicked Lee and Woods did the move and they both went through 2 tables. That took them out and Strickland pinned Nese to retain with a double foot stomp. Notes from the August 10th tapings in Minneapolis. The show drew 5,600 fans with 5,000 paid. A lot of comps came from people in town for the NFL team meetings as well as people associated with the Vikings and Twins. Minneapolis has been a weak pay-per-view market and while they did draw over 10,000 for the pay-per-view, it wasn't a sellout and for Jericho versus Moxley for the title I'd have hoped for a bigger number. Dynamite had several good to great matches and the return of Punk so overall a strong show. It opened with Dark Elevation, with Matt Menard joining Excalibur announcing. Tony Nese and Josh Woods beat Arik Cannon and Travis Titan. John Silver and Evil Uno and Alex Reynolds and 10 beat Adam Grace and Riley Jackson and Drew System and TJ Cooper. Serena Deeb beat Sierra. Konosuke Takeshita beat Cesar Bononi. Julia Hart beat Free Range Kara. Private Party beat Jaw C and Jex. Penelope Ford beat Heather Reckless. The Acclaimed beat JT Energy and Justin Fowler. Thunder Rosa and Tony Storm and Hikaru Shida beat Nyla Rose and Marina Sharif and Emi Sakura. Dynamite opened with Allen over Brody King in a coffin match in 13:26. The crowd was hot. Allen used a skateboard with thumbtacks and King was bleeding like crazy. King broke the skateboard and also had thumbtacks in his back. King missed a splash off the middle rope when Allen moved and King went through a table no the floor. The lights went out and Black and Matthews were in the ring. Julia Hart then tripped Allen. Matthews used a chop block on Allen and slammed him. King put Allen through a table in the corner with a cannonball. Fans were chanting for Sting. Matthews then opened up the coffin and Sting was in there with a bat and ran wild, nailing Matthews with bat shots, and another bat shot to the gut of King. Sting and Black squared off. Sting threw the bat to Black as if to say he doesn't fear him even with a bat. Black, to show he doesn't fear Sting, refused to pick up the bat. But Black just walked off in the middle of the match. It ended with Allin getting King's chain and choking him out with it over the ropes. When King passed out, he fell out of the ring into the coffin and Allin closed the door for the win. It was retribution since King had used a chain to choke out Allin in a previous win. Moxley did an interview. He noted not liking the interim word in the title, which is actually true in that he's not fond of the word interim. He called it the FYI belt and talked about his training in Cincinnati. Jericho did an interview saying he was taking the title back tonight, saying you can fix a tooth, heal a cut, but he was going to twist and turn him and stretch the shit out of Moxley. Andrade and Rush beat Penta and Phoenix in 14 minutes in a tornado match that I went 4 stars with. It was filled with big moves. This isn't Rush's specialty and the match wasn't perfect, but it was pretty great. Phoenix did a tope on Rush into the barricade and a tope con gyro on Andrade. Penta did Made in Japan for a near fall on Rush. Rush and Andrade both did tope con gyros at the same time. Andrade accidentally kicked Rush at one point but they didn't follow up on it. All kinds of big spots including Penta doing a Canadian destroyer on Andrade on the apron. Phoenix was doing a rope walk but Andrade, who had been selling the destroyer, but got up and shoved him off. Rush tied Penta's mask in the ropes so Phoenix had to face both. They brutalized Phoenix and had him beat but Penta undid his mask to get free of the ropes and made the save with his hands covering his face. Alex Abrahams threw Penta another mask but Andrade got it and threw the mask into the crowd. The crowd was chanting to the fan who got it throw it back, which would have ruined the finish if he had. Jose attacked Abrahams. Rush used the bull's horns on Phoenix and Andrade pinned Phoenix after the hammerlock DDT. Young Bucks and Dark Order and Page were all backstage. Nick thanked Page for helping them last week. Matt was apologetic, saying that the period when all the elite was together was his favorite TE of his life and basically said he's not even sure if all the trolls are wrong and he's a bad guy, but that Page brings out the goodiness. They asked Page to be their partner and reunite the Hung Bucks. Page said he would love to, but he can't. He said that the Dark Order are his friends and have had his back and while he won't be in the tournament he will be in the Dark Order's corner. Luchasaurus pinned Anthony Henry in 42 with the fossilizer. Christian Cage was cutting a promo backstage while Jungle Boy was on commentary. Jungle Boy went after Christian but was held back by security. Luchasaurus then took out security including choke slamming a security guy on a table and head-butting Pat Buck. Miro was doing a promo. Julia Hart was trying to recruit him to join the House of Black. Miro said that only one woman is allowed to touch the Redeemer, meaning CJ Perry/Lana, and it's not you. Basically he said that he was after the House of Black. Powerhouse Hobbs did an interview with Mark Henry. QT Marshall and his crew Oren Solo, Nick Comoroto and Cole Carter told Hobbs that he doesn't need to worry about Ricky Starks, as they'll take care of him. Jay Lethal, Sonya Dutt and Satnam Singh were out. Lethal wanted a rematch with Wardlow. Wardlow came out and FTR followed him. They had teased earlier in the show that FTR had a lot to say, and then this was FTR's only appearance, just a cameo, which was weird. Wardlow punched Lethal and then FTR gave Lethal the big rig. That didn't seem like a good way to rebuild Lethal for a shot at Wardlow for anything but a quick TV squash loss. Matt Menard, Angelo Parker, Daniel Garcia and Anna Jay did an interview. Garcia again called himself the Dragon Slayer. Jay choked out some woman in production. Solo beat Starks in 2:14 with a spear. The short time they were out was well done. Carter was kicked out of ringside for interfering. After the match, Comoroto ran in but Starks laid him out with a spinebuster. Solo attacked Starks again. They were all after Starks but Starks escaped from them and ran into the crowd. Hobbs was so mad at this he broke a television set backstage. Billy and Austin and Colton Gunn were backstage. Billy yelled at his sons saying that they lost and ruined the only match he ever made famous. The most famous dumpster match ever was New Age Outlaws vs. Terry Funk and Mick Foley. Stokely Hathaway showed up and wanted to give the kids his card. Billy took the card away and threatened Hathaway, who left. Orange Cassidy and Trent Beretta and Chuck Taylor were backstage when Ari Daivari and Parker Boudreaux and Slim J came out. Daivari wanted Cassidy to leave Best Friends and join the Trust Busters. He told Cassidy to get rid of those morons. Cassidy turned him down. Jade Cargill beat Madison Rayne to keep the TBS title in 7:46. This wasn't good at all. They were off on a lot. Cargill went for a kick and ended up kicking Kiera Hogan when Rayne moved. The layout of the match was good but the execution was not good. Cargill won clean with Jaded. Athena, disguised as a baddie, hit the ring and attacked Cargill. Hogan pulled Cargill out of the ring to safety. Thunder Rosa and Toni Storm were backstage. They played it up like they were still friends but it was awkward because Storm was getting the next title shot as the top contender. Main event saw Moxley beat Jericho in 22:35 of a 4 3/4 stars match. Just super. Jericho was dressed up like it was the 90s and he came out to all 90s music, and was introduced as Lionheart, the last survivor of the Heart Dungeon. I don't know how he pulled it off, and some of it is the weight loss, but he wrestled a 90s Jericho match athletically but with his far more experience regarding when to do what. He also looked much younger. The fans were not booing Jericho at all and there were loud "Let's go Moxley" Lionheart dueling chants. Jericho pulled Moxley's earring out of his ear and Moxley bled like crazy from the ear. Jericho did a Hurricane Rana off the top rope like he was Lionheart in the 90s, and a figure 4 around the post. Moxley used a Fujiwara armbar and crossface. Jericho put on the Boston Crab. So while Jericho has a submission on, they went to a commercial break. It was still half screen but Jericho had the hold on for what felt like 4 minutes during the break and you couldn't hear the crowd noise and Moxley never submitted. I mean, after a few minutes of not submitting and not passing out, I'd say it made no sense, but when they came back minutes later the crowd was going nuts and then Moxley made the ropes. Moxley did a plancha and then came off the top rope into a codebreaker for a near fall. Jericho undid a turnbuckle pad, actually 2, and Aubrey Edwards was distracted by that. Sammy Guevara threw a bat in the ring and Jericho used it. Jericho threw Moxley into the exposed metal and hit the Judas effect but Moxley kicked out, being the first person to do so. Jericho missed a belt shot and went into the exposed metal and his forehead was busted open badly. He did not re-break his nose as the announcer suggested, and that was a reasonable assumption but his face was a mess. Moxley did a choke and bulldog choke but Jericho slipped out and used elbows. Jericho used the Lion Tamer Crab with his face covered in blood. Moxley escaped, used elbows and won via choke with Jericho tapping out. After the match Jericho and Guevara attacked Moxley. Wheeler Yuta and Claudio Castagnoli ran in for the save. Matt Menard, Angelo Parker and Jake Hager helped Jericho and Guevara and were beating them down. Punk's music played and the place went crazy. Punk took out Menard, Parker, Guevara, Hager, and Jericho. It led to the ring being cleared of only Punk and Moxley, who Punk had saved. Moxley flipped Punk off, shoulder bumped him and walked out of the ring, basically being the heel in the confrontation. Rampage opened with Tony Schiavone interviewing Bryan Danielson. Danielson said nothing makes him feel so alive as being in the ring and he will never willfully stop wrestling. He said Garcia tried to end his career but his career isn't ending on Wednesday. Garcia came out and said Danielson was his hero and he's not afraid to say it. But he said it sounds like his hero is afraid to lose and is coming up with excuses. Danielson said he was a wrestler and he's tired of this sports entertainment bullshit. He noted that he suggested Garcia for the Blackpool Combat Club legit, but Jericho argued for Garcia in his group. Danielson said he saw Garcia wrestle for an hour. I think this was a match with Wheeler Yuta, and now he's listening to Jericho's bullshit. He told Garcia that if Danielson was really his hero and he wanted to be the best technical wrestler in the world he'd leave that up to Garcia about what he should do. Guevara and Tay Melo retained the AAA mixed tag titles over Dante Martin and Sky Blue. Guevara did an interview and talked about Eddie Kingston. He said the fans love Kingston because he's a fat price of shit just like they are. He agreed to the match at All Out. Kingston was backstage and said he was going to do what Guevara and Melo did, and go on vacation until the match. Ruby Soho and Ortiz said they wanted Guevara and Melo. Kingston said that he thinks Guevara is a disgusting pig, and it's pig hunting season. Boudreaux pinned Sonny Kiss in a quick squash. Austin and Colton Gunn beat Eric Redbeard and Danhausen. Danhausen was pinned. Billy Gunn came out and told his kids they need toughen up. Hathaway came out again and tried to give Austin and Colton his business card. Schiavone went to interview Hook. Jersey Shore reunions Clayton came out. He said he was going to take the title from Hook and bring it to the Jersey Shore. There was a "Who are you?" chant. Hook wanted a match right now but Clayton said it would be on his terms and said next week on Rampage. Cassidy pinned Daivari. After the match, Cassidy was facing off with Boudreaux. Kiss came out and challenged Boudreaux after what happened earlier. But then Kiss gave Cassidy a low blow and walked off while Boudreaux destroyed Cassidy. So it looks like Kiss is a heel in the Trust Busters. UFC, the company's long relationship with the Combate channel in Brazil is now over. UFC announced this week that all UFC events will be streamed on UFC Fight Pass in Brazil starting in January. They also announced that Band will televise some events as well as air other UFC content as its television partner starting in January. UFC had been on Globo, the country's largest television network, in a deal that was the company's second highest paying behind the US for television. The Combate channel was owned by Globo and was built on UFC after it became extremely popular in the country, and it aired all the UFC shows and ancillary programming. Combate was an MMA, boxing, kickboxing, etc. subscription television channel. When UFC really hit it big in Brazil, it was at one point behind only soccer in sports popularity during the heyday of its biggest national stars, Anderson Silva and Vitor Belfort. But ratings for big shows and Ultimate Fighter Brazil declined over the years, and the last time the network aired a live show it was 2018. Negotiations for a new deal, with the current deal expiring on December 31st, hit a snag. So UFC basically is going direct to the fight fan consumer for its 41-show annual package, with the idea that they don't need television for its entire schedule. They also announced that UFC 283 will take place on January 21st in Rio de Janeiro at the Jeunesse Arena, the first time UFC has gone to Brazil since the pandemic. Because of the deal with Combate, Fight Pass was not available in Brazil. It will be launched at a 24 Brazilian real and 90 centavo price, about $5 per month US. All live events will air, plus access to the library that includes MMA, boxing, kickboxing, submission grappling and more, plus live shows from all combat sports weekly. All new events will air in Portuguese on the Brazilian version. Band will televise 12 live shows per year, which will include both major and minor shows, as well as air streaming content. That will include a weekly show promoting each week's shows and profiling the stars, as well as air weigh-ins, press conferences, embedded in countdowns. Cain Velasquez pleaded not guilty to all 10 charges, including attempted murder, assault with a firearm, assault with a deadly weapon, carrying a loaded firearm with intent to commit a felony stemming from the incident in February. Velasquez allegedly shot Paul Bender, the stepfather of Harry Goulart, who is being charged by Santa Clara County Police of inappropriately touching a 4-year-old child, who Velasquez's lawyer, Mark Garagos, publicly revealed as everyone pretty much in town knew was Velasquez's son. Velasquez is facing 20 years to life. Goulart is out on bail and has a court date on September 20th, and Velasquez is being held without bond. A rematch with new light heavyweight champion Yuri Prochazka and former champion Glover Teixeira is being aimed for December 10th, likely in Las Vegas. Prochazka beat Teixeira to win the title in one of the greatest fights in UFC history. Bo Nickel, the former 3-time NCAA champion and Hodge Trophy winner from Penn State, had his first UFC dalliance on August 9th, beating Zach Borrego in 102 of round 1 on Dana White's Contenders Series. It was Nickel's second UFC fight. Even with that quick of a dominant win, White stunned people by not offering him a UFC contract. He's 1-0, 2-0 now, fought a kid that was 3-0, made it look really easy. Let's get him one more fight and let's test him. Gets past that with flying colors. We bring him in and we give him a fight in the UFC. I think only one guy has come in at like 1-0 and did anything, and I think it was Brock Lesnar, and to be honest with you, I don't remember. Brock was something like that. So, yeah, he's a stud. If he wasn't who he is and if wasn't a 3,000-to-1 favorite, I would never sign him at 1-0. I wouldn't do it. I don't know what else he could have done to look any better. He looked incredible. The only reason I didn't sign him tonight is because he's 2-0 now. Like I said, we got 8 more weeks of this. Why not have him fight here again, you know what I mean? It just makes sense. The belief is they will give Nickel another fight on the series over the next 2 months, and if he's impressive again, we'll sign him. There have been a number of early UFC fighters who were signed with 0 or 1 pro fight, with Lesnar and BJ Penn being the most famous, and of course CM Punk. Matt Riddle has 1 amateur fight before trying out and being put on the Ultimate Fighter. Riddle was an accomplished high school and college wrestler, but not anywhere near the level of Nickel, although he did win the New York State High School Championship and once beat John Jones when both were in high school, which for whatever reason is never brought up on WWE broadcasts, as they've always downplayed Riddle being real. He went 1-1 on the show, but that didn't count on his record, and was given 1 UFC fight when he technically had an 0-0 pro record when he had his first fight in UFC. Regarding Nickel, White said, he fought a kid that's 3-0 with 2 knockouts and 1 decision, and he made it look really easy. The kid is super talented, you know. I can tell that most of you are very bummed out that I did not sign him tonight, but relax. He will fight again on the Contender and more than likely get signed. There's not too much more that kid could have done tonight. He looked fucking incredible. The problem is that as much potential as Nickel may have, there is also the Aaron Pico lesson of throwing a guy in with very experienced competition when the fighter is thought to have super potential, but is very inexperienced at this particular sport. I can recall talking Riddle many times with Joe Silva, and it was a dilemma, as they knew he had star potential, but it was very difficult to book him because they believed putting him in with really experienced guys so early would be bad, but there were no grooming fights in UFC. Bellator, on the other hand, does do that, bringing guys with potential in against easy opponents at first, Pico being the exception to prove the validity of the rule. Nigel was one of the best American wrestlers of the last decade. He was a three-time Texas high school state champion and went 183-7 in 4 years of varsity competition. As an 8th grader, he placed second in Texas, with 131 pins. He placed second at 174 pounds in the 2016 NCAA tournament, before winning at 184 in 2017 and 2018 and at 197 in 2019, the year he won the Hodge Trophy. He went undefeated his last 2 seasons. Was in 2019 was named Penn State Male Athlete of the Year and Big Ten Male Athlete of the Year. However, in international competition, he was the same weight as Jim Cox, a world champion, and then moved up to 213, but he had Kyle Snyder ahead of him. For the 2021 Olympics, he was in the same weight class as David Taylor and didn't make the team. He did win the 2019 U.S. National Championship at 202 pounds and the Under-23 World Championship that year. His first pro fight was June 3, win in 33 seconds via knockout before winning on August 9 in Las Vegas in 102 via choke. He did lose once in submission grappling to Gordon Ryan, the best submission grappler in the world at his weight, coming months after the NCAA tournament win and Under-23 world title and going into Ryan's sport for his first submission fight ever, losing to a triangle. The August 13th show is from San Diego and will be a 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern show on ESPN. The card is Damon Blackshear 12-4 versus Yusuf Salal 10-5, Jason Witt 19-8 versus Josh Quinlan 5-0, Ode Osborne 11-4 versus Tyson Nam 20-12-1, Charlie Ontiveros 11-8 versus Gabriel Benitez 22-10, Martin Budai 10-1 versus Lucas Bertziski 9-1-1, Yasmin Lucindo 13-4 versus Yasmin Jauregui 8-0, Jason Witt 19-8 versus Josh Quinlan 5-0, Ariane Lipsky 14-7 versus Priscilla Cachoeira 11-4, Angela Hill 13-12 versus Lupi Godinez 8-2, Bruno Silva 22-7 versus Gerald Meerschart 34-15, Ariane Lipsky 14-7 versus Priscilla Cachoeira 11-4, Nina Nunes 10-7 versus Cynthia Calvillo 9-4-1, Azamat Mirzakhanov 11-0 versus Devin Clark 13-6, David Onama 10-1 versus Nate Landwehr 15-4, and a main event of Dominic Cruz 24-3 versus Marlon Vera 19-7-1. Sarah McMahon versus Aspen Ladd, which had been scheduled for this week's show, has been moved to September 17th after Ladd tested positive for COVID last week. Volkan Ozdemir versus Nikita Krylov has been added to the October 22nd pay-per-view show from Abu Dhabi. Cody Garbrandt versus Ronnie Yahya is set for the October 1st show. Ranked flyweights Mateus Nicolau versus Matt Schnell are scheduled for a December 3rd show that also includes Tracy Cortez versus Amanda Lemos. Bellator, Patrick E. Pitbull Freire is putting up his lightweight title against Usman Nurmagomedov on November 18th. Nurmagomedov, who is 15-0, is the cousin of Khabib Nurmagomedov. They have a Showtime card on August 12 from Sioux Falls, South Dakota starting at 9 p.m. The TV fights are Austin Vanderford, 11-1, versus Aaron Jeffrey 12-3, Said Soma, 8-3, versus Gurkhan Sarikam 7-1, Ilima-Lei McFarlane, 11-2 versus Bruna Ellen, 6-3, Valentin Moldavsky 11-2 versus Steve Morey, 10-0, and Neiman Gracie 11-3 versus Goiti Yamauchi, 27-5. Aaron Pico versus Jeremy Kennedy and Juan Archuleta versus Enrique Barzola have been added to the October 1st show in Long Beach. Pico versus Kennedy is a major test for both of them. Other MMA, Leandro Lo, one of the most successful BJJ competitors of all time, was shot to death on August 7th at 2 a.m. while at a concert in Sao Paulo, Brazil. He was 33. According to the police report, a off-duty police officer, Henrique Veloso, was the suspect for murder. The report, according to a story by Guilherme Cruz at MMA Fighting, said that witnesses saw Veloso grab a bottle from Lo's table. Lo then took Veloso down and held him there. After it was broken up and Veloso got to his feet, he pulled out a gun and shot Lo right in the head. Lo was taken to Dr. Arthur Ribeiro de Saboya Hospital, where he passed away. Veloso was arrested the next day. Lo, who was considered one of the greatest grapplers pound for pound in history, won the IBJJF World Championships in 2012, 167 pounds, 2013, 167 pounds, 2014, 180 pounds, 2015, 194 pound, 2016, 194 pounds, 2018, unlimited weight class, 2019, 207 pounds, and 2022, 194 pounds. He won countless other tournaments including 5 World Cups, 8 Pan American Championships, 5 Brazilian National Championships and 2 European Championships. The PFL Lightweight and Light Heavyweight Championship finals were set up on August 5 at the Hulu Theater in Madison Square Garden. The lightweight semifinal saw Stevie Ray win by straight 29-28 scores over former UFC World Champion Anthony Pettis, and Olivier Aubin-Mercier, another ex-UFC star, beat Alexander Martinez on scores of 30-27, 30-26 and 30-16. Aubin-Mercier will face Ray with a $1 million first-place prize at stake in December. At light heavyweight, former UFC fighter Omari Akhmedov beat Josh Silveira, the son of MMA pioneer Conan Silveira, on scores of 30-27, 29-28 and 30-27, while Robert Wilkinson beat Dylan Monty via first-round knockout at 137, to set up that $1 million championship fight. The welterweight and heavyweight semifinals will be August 13th in Cardiff, Wales, which air live at noon Eastern Time on ESPN+. 2 of the qualifiers, welterweight Magomed Umalatov and heavyweight Denis Goltsov, were forced out of the tournament because they were not allowed to enter the UK because both are Russian. Goltsov was the top-ranked heavyweight in the regular season. The problem is they've known for months that there was a very good chance Russians wouldn't be allowed in the UK, and by doing a season with them and having them qualify, it really turns the thing into a mess. That's the problem with so many MMA tournaments. On paper they can look great at the start, but it's so easy for something to happen to mess things up. The welterweight semifinals are Rory McDonald versus Delano Taylor, replacing Umalatov, and Carlos Leal versus Sadibou Sy. The heavyweight semifinals are Ante Delija versus Renan Ferreira and Mateus Scheffel versus Juan Adams, replacing Goltsov. WWE, the company discovered an additional $5 million in payments by Vince McMahon, one in 2007 and another in 2009. This makes $19.6 million in payments thus far discovered by McMahon to women who had worked for the company as both performers and employees. This could be other women, but Brandon Thurston noted that the year-end total payments of $5 million matched the donations to the Donald Trump Foundation that the company made in those specific years. While they were supposed to be charitable donations, Trump actually used the money to settle lawsuits. The thing is, these donations were very public at the time, so the idea they would suddenly be discovered seems to make no sense. A special committee of the board of directors, basically the entire board except Nick Khan, Stephanie McMahon, Paul Levesque and Vince McMahon, announced on June 17 they were conducting an investigation on Vince McMahon. This of course led to McMahon having to leave the company on July 22. The release also noted that other payments were made on behalf of another executive who is no longer with the company, John Laurinaitis, 60, which is the confirmation Laurinaitis is gone. The new payments were said to be unrelated to the allegations that led to the investigation. The company was going to release its financial information for the quarter on August 9, a date hinted, although the company had not publicly released that information because of the investigation. They did not give a date for their investors' call and second quarter financial results being released. It was pretty clear when Paul Levesque was named head of talent relations, which had been Laurinaitis' position, that Laurinaitis was gone from the company. Most expected he was gone the minute the first Wall Street Journal story broke where his name came up with a woman who got a settlement, and it was noted later that McMahon or someone paid another settlement related to Laurinaitis in a subsequent story. He was never going to survive that. Evan was first put on leave pending results, an investigation that is still ongoing. Talent has been of the belief Laurinaitis was gone from the first story and probably not coming back, and the belief was stronger when Levesque was put in his position as a permanent move. Laurinaitis was a wrestling star in Japan as Johnny Ace, and got involved in booking and front office work under Giant Baba in the 90s. After the death of Baba, and when the Noah split came, he retired as a wrestler and took a job as a producer of matches for WCW. When WCW was sold to WWF, he was hired to assist Jim Ross in talent relations and eventually replaced Ross in that role after Ross moved from Stamford to Oklahoma. It was a weird transition because everyone knew it was coming, but it wasn't as if there was a time or anything. And then one day he was put in the position and Ross was out of the role. He later did a heel authority figure role. He was replaced by Levesque in talent relations but kept on as a producer, and then he replaced Levesque in 2019. WWE had a pre-sale for WrestleMania tickets this past week. They were pushing combo tickets as they were priced reasonably while the individual show tickets were priced far higher, number called ridiculous as they were just looking to get as much out of fans willing to pay the most. More than 10,000 combo tickets for both nights were sold, and even with the high prices, about 1,000 tickets were sold individually for each night. Analyst Brandon Thurston has predicted for 2022 the WWE will end the year with $1.289 billion in revenue and $228.4 million in profits, which would be by far its most successful year in history. It's a lot based on the nature of the biggest contracts escalating each year, that unless there is a huge drop in interest, that each year's financials will be up notably from the year before. There is a lot of uneasiness within the NXT UK crew. The next two sets of television tapings were cancelled on August 9th. The reason given was that BT Sports Studios, where they tape, had to be used for football/soccer coverage. But as you can imagine with the talent, how the reaction is, given you could tape somewhere else, and shutting down tapings is never a good sign. Nobody really has been told anything. WBD likely taking over BT Sports in the UK. The reality is, even if they own the station, they may be contractually not allowed to air AEW. In most, if not all, WWE television contracts, WWE put in the contract that the station would not be allowed to broadcast any other wrestling promotion on the same station. One person involved in negotiating such deals confirmed to us that WWE insists on putting that in deals. Cross and Scarlett, Kevin Kesar, 37, and Elizabeth Giam, 31, who had been fired by the Vince McMahon regime, were brought back on the August 5th show. Cross on the internal depth chart is listed as the number 2 heel on the SmackDown side, behind Reigns, and his debut angle positioned him as such. Based on the angle and that positioning, one would think McIntyre vs. Cross may end up as the top SmackDown house show program, given Reigns almost never works house shows. Levesque has brought them back doing their NXT role with the big ring entrance and the hourglass, and he was brought back in a big way, laying out McIntyre with a forearm smash to the back of the head, and then Scarlett put down the hourglass with the idea that time is running out for Reigns' title reign. It was notable that a guy who Levesque had pushed as unbeatable and champion for so long in NXT, but flopped big on the main roster. He had his entrance changed and they took Scarlett from him. He debuted with a loss to Jeff Hardy, while still being promoted for an NXT TakeOver main event, which totally undermined the NXT booking at the time, and with 50-50 booking and then being given up on, he went nowhere. Now he's back and clearly being pushed for a top heel position, but still for Reigns. The one thing is that right now is the honeymoon period for Levesque, since everyone wants to see changes and new people in the mix. Cross and Scarlett are an act with a major league look and presentation. But even taking the bad booking of him into consideration the first time, he did in WWE come across once the bell rang as just a guy. Then again, perhaps if he has more latitude in the ring, he can use a different ring style from others. Freddie Prinze Jr., who said he was starting up a promotion within the next 18 months, said that he had talked with Cross and Cross was going to be his world champion and they had an agreement. Prinze noted that Cross contacted him on August 4th, the day before his debut, to tell him that WWE made him an offer which included a major push, and he believed what Levesque told him about the push. Basically, this would indicate the deal to bring Cross back was a very late decision, since it wasn't until the day before that he asked to get out of his prior agreement. Reigns is not booked on Extreme Rules in Philadelphia at this point. If they go with Reigns vs. Cross, as things stand right now, it would either be TV or the earliest would be Survivor Series, barring the weekly circumstances involved in wrestling. Also back on Raw doing an arrest in the crowd angle at the end of the show was Dexter Lumis, Sam Shaw, 38. In another sign of this new reign on top, Shaw was told he had to cancel his already booked and advertised independent dates even if there was no conflict with his WWE schedule. Other companies allow you to finish commitments as long as it doesn't coincide with a television taping date. Jerry McDevitt said that reports that he was involved in the dealings with a woman in the original Wall Street Journal story on Vince McMahon are categorically false. He said that he has never spoken with or dealt with the woman in question in any way. The first Wall Street Journal story said that the investigation into Vince McMahon started in March after the board of directors received a message from somebody who was friends with the woman, and the story claimed that she negotiated a settlement with McDevitt. The women's tag team title tournament started on the August 8th Raw show. Sky and Kai beat Tamina and Brooke in the first match, and they will meet the winner of next week's Bliss and Asuka vs. Nikki ASH and Doudrop match. On the SmackDown side, they've announced Raquel and Aaliyah vs. Shotzi and Xia Li, and Nikita Lyons and Zoe Stark of NXT vs. Natalya and Deville. Sky and Kai are the favorites. If they make the finals, it presumably won't be on pay-per-view, since they already announced Sky and Kai for a trios match on September 3rd. This being announced right as Naomi and Banks are expected back is probably not a coincidence, and I guess the idea is for them not to be in the tournament and have them surprise appear later. The University of Miami, where Dwayne Johnson played football, has named its football locker room after Johnson. This came after Johnson made what was reported as the largest donation ever to the university's athletic department by a former student. Here are the upcoming business numbers. SmackDown on August 12th in Raleigh, North Carolina is at 8,358. House show on August 13th in Salisbury, Maryland is at 3,177. House show in Atlantic City, New Jersey on August 14th is at 2,965. Raw in Washington, D.C. on August 15th is at 7,284. SmackDown on August 19th in Montreal is at 8,382. House show on August 20th in Ottawa, ONT is at 3,720. House show in Kingston, ONT on August 20th is at 1,976. House show in Quebec City on August 21st is at 4,921. House show in London, ONT on August 21st is at 3,041. Raw on August 22nd in Toronto is at 10,816. SmackDown on August 26th in Detroit is at 6,672. House show in August 28th in Manchester, N, is at 2,793. Raw on August 29th in Pittsburgh is at 4,923. SmackDown on September 9th in Seattle is at 6,817. House show on September 11th in Eugene, Oregon is at 1,701. Raw on September 12th in Portland, Oregon is at 5,490. SmackDown on September 16th in Anaheim, California is at 4,298. Raw on September 19th in San Jose, California is at 3,30. SmackDown on September 23rd in Salt Lake City is at 4,467. Raw on September 26th in Edmonton is at 9,165. SmackDown on September 30th in Winnipeg is at 7,051. Raw on October 3rd in St. Paul, Minnesota is at 2,682. And Extreme Rules on October 8th in Philadelphia is at 8,892. Since probably August of last year, AEW's average has been even with or ahead of the Raw average, and if you look at those comparisons going forward, everything has greatly changed. Canadian ratings over the past week saw SmackDown rise from its recent levels and AEW decline from its usual levels. SmackDown on August 5th did 196,700 viewers and 81,825 to 54. Raw on August 8th died 226,700 viewers and 113,125 to 54. NXT on August 9th didn't air live due to Sportsnet airing tennis in the time slot. It aired at midnight and only did 7,000 viewers. Dynamite on August 10th did 81,200 viewers and 43,025 to 54. WWE is currently filming the second season of WWE's Most Wanted Treasures. This will air on although no debut date has been announced. AJ Francis isn't on the new series. Lita apparently is one of the key people on in Season 2. PW Insider reported that Lita, Sean Waltman, Molly Holly and DDP have been filmed for the new season. Francis, 32, and Tahuti Miles, 32, who are Top Dollar and Ashante the Adonis of Hit Row, are scheduled to be at the August 12th SmackDown tapings. They were both fired in November when Vince McMahon decided to drop the entire group. Swerve Strickland was also in the group, but he's under contract to AEW. It feels like they have the feeling right now that the best thing to keep numbers up is to do debuts of people who had been on TV, whether it was NXT or main roster, so lots of people let go in the past are being called. It is what people talk about now more than actual angles or matches. Some of the weird name quirks may be changing. Angel has already noted he is getting the Garza name back, which is notable because that is a family name, and under Vince the idea was no last names that had been used prior to WWE unless somebody is already established in WWE with that name or a Gable Steveson type. The belief is Humberto will get Carrillo back as well. Joe and Mark Coffey and Wolfgang the Gallus Group, and Charlie Dempsey, the son of William Regal, from the UK brand are headed to Florida for appear on NXT shows. Evans remained out of action this week. The only thing said about her last week was that she was not medically cleared and her name wasn't mentioned this week. She had gotten a lot of television time for the babyface push, although evidently that was always planned to end up with her as a heel. Both Carmella and Tatum Paxley were injured on August 6th. Carmella was wrestling in North Charleston, South Carolina in a three-way with Belair and Asuka. Paxley wrestled Sloane Jacobs in Gainesville, Florida. Jacobs kicked Paxley and Selling hit the post, which looked to be jaw first, and they had to stop the match. Carmella was in a three-way with Belair and Asuka. They were all in the corner and Belair did a backflip, and in going over, it looked like she hit head-on-head with Carmella, who was knocked out. She just collapsed. She rolled herself out of the ring and ref Daphne LeChasson called for help. Belair and Asuka then worked right to the finish where Belair pinned Asuka. Carmella's injury was believed not to be severe, although she did miss the house show the next night. WWE is working on documentaries on both Dusty Rhodes and Cody Rhodes. Thus far there have been no complications in the rehab of Cody on his torn pec. Mick Foley had filed for a trademark on the term hardcore legend. Sean Hayes, the strength and conditioning coach at the Performance Center, has left that position to take a similar position with Dwayne Johnson's XFL. Jerry Lawler's Memphis Barbecue Company has opened up a Lawler restaurant in Houston to go with the Memphis location that opened in 2017. Doudrop, Rey Mysterio and Styles were sent to Saudi Arabia this week at Gamers 8, an electronic sports and games event in Riyadh. The idea is to promote the return to Saudi Arabia, which would be a fall pay-per-view show. For the August 12 SmackDown show, it'll be Gunther defending the IC title against Nakamura, who earned the shot beating Kaiser on August 5. For Raw on August 15, the only thing announced is Riddle returning for an interview and the Bliss and Asuka vs. Nikki and Doudrop women's tournament match. NXT on August 16 is the Heatwave show with Braun Breaker vs. JD McDonagh for the NXT title, Mandy Rose vs. Zoe Stark for the women's title, Carmelo Hayes vs. Giovanni Vinci for the North American title, Santos Escobar vs. Tony D'Angelo in a street fight, and if D'Angelo wins, Escobar must leave NXT and Joaquin Wilde, Cruz del Toro and Elektra Lopez stay with the D'Angelo family, but if Escobar wins then Wilde, del Toro and Lopez leave the D'Angelo family and go with him, plus Roxanne Perez vs. Cora Jade. WWE stock closed on August 11 at $72.44 per share, giving the company a $5.386 billion market value, which is the best level the company has been in more than a year, probably since Michelle Wilson and George Barrios were fired. The top viewed YouTube segments off television this past week were 1. Return of Cross and Scarlett 1,969,000, 2. Return of Dexter Lumis 1,874,000, 3. Edge and Rey and Dominic Mysterio angle 929,000, 4. Bobby Lashley vs. Tommaso Ciampa 818,000, 5. AJ Styles vs. Miz 618,000. Notes from the August 5 SmackDown tapings. The show drew 6,585 and 5,800 paid. The show was built around the return of Cross and Scarlett and a women's gauntlet match to set up Baszler as the next title opponent for Morgan. The biggest other news was that Ricochet got a clean win over Corbin, who also appears to be doing a losing streak, and that Gonzalez and Baszler were featured in the gauntlet, which was all quick matches and not like usual WWE gauntlets that last a long time. The positive is the announcers appeared more relaxed and Michael Cole used the term fans instead of WWE Universe at one point. McAfee, who being a celebrity had always had more leeway than most WWE announcers, didn't seem any different without Vince. But they piped in a lot of fake crowd sounds, which everyone does, but for whatever reason, for all its usual superior production, when WWE does it, it's obvious. Moss pinned Holland in a dark match that was good and the crowd was hot for it. The show opened with Reigns and Usos arriving. Heyman wasn't with them as they said he was hospitalized from the F5 from Lesnar and they didn't know when he'd be back. But they talked about him several times. McAfee talked about getting retribution on Corbin when he kicked him in the balls. They showed a bunch of talent watching the monitor with Corbin and laughing when they showed McAfee kicking him low and beating him. Corbin got mad at Ricochet laughing at him. Corbin challenged Ricochet and Ricochet then said he was going to the ring. Ricochet pinned Corbin in 11:44 of a good match. Ricochet did a Fosbury flop and the announcers put him over like a star. Ricochet did a super high backdrop. Cole is still doing the WWE, and really this happens in AEW as well, for the win during near falls that tell you it's not the finish and actually detracts from them as opposed to enhances them because the viewer gets taught when he does that the guy is kicking out. Ricochet won clean with a recoil and shooting star press. McAfee then threw a Nerf football at Ricochet from his position. Ricochet threw it back. McAfee autographed it and punted it into the stands. They did a show-long series of vignettes where Zayn wanted to talk to Reigns but the Usos wouldn't let him. Jimmy was happy to see Zayn but Jay clearly didn't like him and wouldn't let him in because Reigns was busy. Nakamura pinned Kaiser in 8:44 with the Kinshasa. Good for the time they were given but the fake crowd noise was really evident here. Kingston did a promo. He was all happy, but noted he was here on his own with E and Woods both injured. He said it was a matter of time before Woods is back. Zayn came back to knock on Reigns' door. The Usos answered the door. Jimmy told Zayn that usually Heyman goes to the production truck to make sure the music and everything in Reigns' entrance was right. With Heyman not there, he asked Zayn to do it. Zayn said it's not what he knows but agreed to do so. Morgan came out for a promo in front of the fans. Boy, did this backfire. They were piping in a ton of fake crowd noise, but you could hear boos. They were actually so loud that Morgan was thrown off and addressed them. That only made the boos louder. Fans started chanting, "You tapped out." She had her arm in a brace selling the idea it was injured, but she never gave up. Morgan said she did tap, but she thought it was after the 3 count, which got her booed even worse. The crowd was so behind Morgan previously that this reaction, being as loud as it was, clearly wasn't expected, and she didn't expect it. DeVille came out to challenge her. DeVille also brought up that Pierce sucked at his job. She said she was winning the gauntlet and would face Morgan. The gauntlet started with DeVille over Aaliyah in 2:44 with the GTR, which they called the DeVille Advocate. They still push Aaliyah's record time win over Natalia. Rodriguez pinned DeVille with the Tejana Bomb in 2:09. Rodriguez then pinned Shotzi with the Tejana Bomb in 1:21. Rodriguez pinned Lee with a spinning elbow and Tejana Bomb in 2:25. Rodriguez pinned Natalia with the Tejana Bomb in 2:22. Natalia did get a sharpshooter and Rodriguez made the rope. Baszler pinned Rodriguez to win the gauntlet, used a back bridge and pin in 3:06. Baszler got the choke as Rodriguez went for the spinning elbow. Zayn was back wanting to talk to Reigns. He told the Usos he had taken care of everything for Reigns' entrance and wanted to Reigns. Jimmy said that wasn't going to happen tonight. Jay then yelled at Zayn and said Reigns had 2 titles and they have 4 belts and how Zayn has nothing. Jay told him he better start carrying his weight or he'll have to take off that shirt. Zayn wore a Bloodline t-shirt. The Viking Raiders won a squash from local indie wrestlers billed as Tommy Gibson. Michael Cole made a reference to Hoot, which is Robert Gibson's nickname in the business, saying he wasn't a relative, and Jim Mulkey. The Mulkeys were classic 80s TBS enhancement wrestlers, although they never brought up Randy and Bill Mulkey. Ivar power-slammed Gibson off the middle rope. They did a double power bomb on Mulkey and Eric pinned both of them in 1:32. Hunter James and Marcus Cross are the names the 2 enhancement guys usually use in the area. Kingston ran in with a kendo stick and attacked both of them. Ivar had very noticeable welts all over his back when this was over. Kingston challenged and pinned Eric. Kingston did a trust fall. Ivar tried to hit Kingston with a kendo stick and missed. Kingston got the pin with a roll-up in 3:44. Eric did a knee that sounded devastating, and this was very good for the time allotted. They announced the start of the women's tag team tournament. Reigns and Usos came out. They were cheered like crazy. Reigns talked about how much he hated Lesnar. He brought up that Lesnar tried to heal the wise man, Heyman. McIntyre came out and started his promo when Cross attacked McIntyre from behind and laid him out with the forearm to the back of the head. Scarlett then put the hourglass on the apron as Cross did the glare to Reigns. After the show was over, Lashley beat Ciampa in a short match with the Hurt Lock to keep the U.S. title. Notes from the August 8th Raw tapings in Cleveland. The show drew 6,786 and 6,000 paid. The show opened with main event with Alexander pinning Benjamin and Ali pinning T-Bar. From live reports, Ali vs. T-Bar was really strong and called the best match of the night. The one notable thing on this show was almost all clean finishes, Owens vs. Ezekiel as the exception. There were 2 teases, commotion in the parking lot around a car backstage with Nikki ASH and others while an interview was taking place, and the authorities arresting Dexter Lumis as he tried to hop the barricade at the end of the show. It was clearly an angle because it was, since the cameras didn't turn away from it and the announcers acknowledged it. So it looks like that's the new playbook. The other thing on this episode at least was all clean finishes. Another thing is that they had Ciampa dedicate his U.S. title match to Harley Race, who just died 3 years ago last week. He talked about dedicating the match to Race, and even wore the robe Race wore at Starrcade 1983 where he dropped the title to Ric Flair. There is a funny story about that match. Race was to lose the NWA title to Flair at the first Starrcade, and Vince McMahon offered Race a lot of money to no-show Starrcade and then come into the WWF and lose it to Hogan. Thereby Hogan would be the real NWA and WWF champion at a time when titles meant tons more than they do now. Race refused, saying if he did so, double-crossing the people who had made him champion and counted on him, that he could never look at his face in the mirror again. Race had claimed at times that McMahon got so mad when he turned him down that he tried to attack Race, who quickly reversed on him and it was over. Race is also one of Triple H's favorites, and you can see some of Race in Triple H's ring style. This was evidently an idea to get people to think Ciampa would win, because otherwise nobody would think a guy who had gotten little push could beat Lashley, who is one of the 4 most protected guys on the roster: Reigns, McIntyre, Lesnar, Lashley. Ciampa did end up losing anyway. Bayley and Sky and Kai came out. Bailey said that we don't want to be here, but we know you guys needs us to salvage his uninspired division. Bailey had George Hasse, the roller game star of the 70s, vibes in her promo, which is a compliment. They got great heat. Bliss and Asuka and Belair came out. Blair wanted a match with Sky again and also talked about a trios match tonight. Bailey said that we'll do it when it counts, not here in Cleveland. Bailey brought up a trios match in Cardiff and Belair agreed to it. Blair attacked Bailey and all six brawled. Bliss came off the barricade with a crossbody on everyone. Rollins pinned Dawkins in 8:51. Rollins pinned him even though Ford helped out early, distracting Rollins so Dawkins could hit the pounce. Rollins shoved Ford. Ford grabbed a chair and the ref took the chair away and threw him over. Dawkins did a flip dive over the top. Rollins missed the curb stomp a few times but won clean with a pedigree. Most fans were cheering Rollins. Fans are into singing his song anyway, plus part of this match with him surviving the outside interference booked him as a face, and he still won clean. Rollins gave Dawkins a curb stomp after the match and Ford ran in to stop the beating. Edge was backstage with the Mystrios. He said that if anything happens tonight in the Ray vs. Balor match, he is Ray's back. Edge told Dominic that last week was an accident. Dominic first said that we're cool, but then shoved Edge hard. Ray told Dominic that it was an accident and Dominic said that he can't believe you are taking Edge's side over my side and walked off. So they are back teasing Dominic turning on Ray, which has been teased on and off for years and then never followed through on. I'm guessing this time it will be. Miz and Ciampa did a promo. Ciampa talked about Race believing in him and mentioned his dedicating this title win to Race and wearing his robe. Owens vs. Ezekiel went 1 minute and had no winner. The fans cheered Owens as he came out. Owens posted Ezekiel, threw him into the table and powerbombed Ezekiel as he came out. The match just ended with no announcement, with them putting a neck brace on Ezekiel and carrying him out on a stretcher. Balor and Priest did an interview in the ring. He said that Dominic abandoned both of them. Priest said that Edge hasn't wrestled in Toronto in 12 years and challenged Edge to a singles match on the August 22 Raw so he could beat him in front of his family and friends, if he has them. Ray told Edge that he's been calling Dominic on the cell phone, he hasn't answered, but still said he knows Dominic and he'll be out there. Balor pinned Ray in 13:56. Dominic wasn't there. They had a good match. Ray did a Thez press off the apron to the floor and another off the top rope. Ray did a sliding on the mat sunset flip to the floor, sending Balor into the barricade. There was a ref bump. Priest flipped Ray over on the apron. Edge came out. Priest met him and they started fighting. Ripley then carried Dominic out. He had makeup to look like there was blood all over his face. It wasn't dripping, but it looked like he was beaten up. The idea the blood had dried and she was carrying him out. It could come out that this was a swerve that Dominic was involved in because the idea is 2 straight weeks Ripley kicked his ass. Ray was distracted and Balor hit the 1916 and coup de grace to win. Kai and Sky advanced in the tournament over Tamina and Brooke in 10:03. Brooke still had the 24/7 belt, so that hasn't been dropped. Brooke did a crossbody off the top to the floor on everyone. There was a Bailey sucks chant. Tamina went for a splash off the top but Sky got her foot up. Kai used a running kick and Sky pinned her after a moonsault. Kevin Patrick interviewed Owens. This was the parking lot scene with the backstage commotion. Owens was wearing a Dusty Rhodes t-shirt. He said that this was the Kevin Owens show. They did a John Layfield narrated video package trying to get over the prestige of the U.S. title, showing Harley Race as the first champion of the Crockett version of the belt that is used. Obviously there were many U.S. titles, with the most famous version being the Vern Gagne title in the 50s, as well as the Ray Stevens/California version and the Sheik/Detroit version in the 60s and 70s. He ran down people from both the Crockett territory, the WCW era and WWE version of this belt, not the old WWF US title, bringing up Bobo Brazil or Pedro Morales. This led to Lashley beating Ciampa to keep the tit in 12:53 of a 3 stars half match. The crowd was tired and didn't react much to this match or the prior match. The wrestling itself was good. Lashley hit the spear but Miz at ringside put Ciampa's leg on the ropes. Styles came out to attack Miz. Styles was just on a TV commercial lecturing a kid about vamping putting toxic metals, like lead, into your lungs. Ciampa undid the turnbuckle padding. Ciampa threw Lashley into the exposed metal twice and hit a running knee, but Lashley kicked out. Ciampa tried a crossface and Willow's Bell, draping DDT, but Lashley kicked out. Lashley won clean in the middle with a choke slam and hurt lock. They showed Miz and Styles fighting backstage and having a pull apart, which led to a no DQ match added as the show's main event. Almost beat Andrea Garcio and Spencer Slade in a squash in 143 with a tree slam on Garcio and putting his foot on Garcio's chest. Rollins did an interview talking about Riddle. Rollins said he was the gatekeeper of the industry. Rollins said that Riddle is great, but his own great talent down the toilet, and then said, "Ask Dana White." Riddle and White had a war of words when White cut Riddle after he had wins overturned for failing marijuana tests. He said that if Riddle doesn't come back and announce his retirement, he'll have to Cody Rhodes his ass out the door. Ziggler pinned Gable in 6:32. Even though Ziggler and Miz in the next match are from Cleveland. The crowd reaction was nothing like you'd expect for a hometown star. The wrestling on the mat was very good since both were high-level amateurs. Gable kept working for an ankle lock. Ziggler won clean with a super kick. Otis jumped in after the match and Ziggler bailed out, so it seemed to set up Ziggler versus Otis. There was a confrontation with Bayley and Sky and Ka with Bliss and Asuka with security out and nothing big happening. Styles beat Miz in the no DQ main event in 12:33. There was a kendo stick and chair used early and the crowd didn't care. They've been taught not to care about any foreign objects unless they are tables. They chanted for tables. And the wrestlers know that. Styles finally pulled out a table for a big spot but Miz nailed him with a kendo stick shot. Styles came back with kendo stick shots including a Russian leg sweep with the kendo stick for a near fall. Styles hit the phenomenal forearm but Ciampa pulled the ref out of the ring at the count of 2. Styles then knocked Ciampa off the apron and threw a table. Styles went for the phenomenal forearm but Miz threw a chair at his head and hit the skull-crushing finale. Styles kicked out and won with the Styles Clash. The show ended with a disturbance, Styles looking in the crowd and the announcers bringing it up as well. Notes from the August 9th NXT tapings. They opened with level-up bouts with Ikemenjiro over Miles Bourne. Elektra Lopez beat Sol Ruca, a gymnast many are very high on. Andre Chase and Bodhi Hayward beat Bronco Nima and Lucienne Price. NXT opened with Nikita Lyons over Kiana James in 4:10 with a spin kick and a split splash. James is being rushed to TV but was very mechanical, coming across as someone thinking what move do I do next as opposed to doing match. But she's so inexperienced and when you do scripted out matches that is what you do until you have that experience. Lyons had to win since she's in the women's tag tournament, but they do see something in James, so after the match James hit Lyons with her handbag. The Creeds and Apollo Crews were watching footage. Roderick Strong showed up. The Creed saw something that really concerned them in the footage, and wanted to see it again when Strong came. The Creeds were mad at Strong for not being in their corner last week when he promised to be there. Strong said that was a test, and since they kept the titles, they passed the test. Crews said he thought that was pretty shady and Strong wanted a match with Crews. There was a show-long segment with Lash Legend. First segment she talked with Malik Blade all about herself and never stopped. Wesley beat Trick Williams in a European rounds rules which is old-school British wrestling, 2 of 3 falls, 3-minute rounds but if there is a DQ or knockout the mock is over so this was a 6-round match. The problem is they did the first match with boxing gloves, and if you've ever tried fighting with boxing gloves and you aren't a boxer, about 70 to 90 seconds and you won't be able to hold your arms up. Both guys were tired but Williams was totally gassed and every punch after they got rid of the glove in round 2 looked labored. The story idea was good but with both guys so tired it dragged a lot after the first round. The idea was Williams had the reach and was the better boxer, but Lee knocked him down at the end of the first round. Carmelo Hayes took the gloves off Williams for round 2. Lee took the gloves off as well. Then they started wrestling. It was better since fake boxing usually looks bad and this was no exception. Williams won the first fall in 54 of the second round with a high kick. Hayes put a glove on Williams' left hand in the 4th round. Williams was too tired and this made it worse. It was really bad until Lee got a crucifix pin at 1:08. After the pin and during the rest period, Williams supposedly knocked Lee out. But since it wasn't during the match time, it didn't count. They came out for the 5th round and Lee put a glove on his right hand and knocked Williams out to win the 3rd fall at 2:50 of round 5. Backstage, Ariana Grace was with Thea Hale. Grace had a black eye and complained to Andre Chase. Hale said that she and Bodhi Hayward were playing catch and the ball hit Grace in the face. Grace wanted to sue but Chase said at Chase University you don't sue, you settle it in a match. Grace was mad at that idea. Hale was all excited about her first match on television and didn't know if she was ready. Hayes did a promo. Giovanni Vinci came out and wanted a North American title match next week. Legend was now talking with Blade and Adrisanov and never stopped talking. Grace beat Hale in a surprise in 3:49. Neither of these women were nearly ready for national TV. Grace won with a high kick and forward slam. Solo Sikoa was in the trainer's room. They said he had sprained PCL from the match with Von Wagner last week. They said he would be out 4 to 6 weeks, so he's got to wait for his North American title shot. Sikoa won the Hayes vs. Vinci winner. Cruz pinned Strong in 15:27 after a gut-buster ANC choke slam in a 3 3/4 stars match. Very good technically. It was one of those matches where everything looked good. It wasn't as if the crowd was bored, but it wasn't lighting up the crowd either. Legend was still talking and Enof tried to get a word in. Pretty Deadly came out and started yelling at Enof and Blade about how they were treating her. Backstage, Songa and Valentina Feroz and Yulisa Leon were there. Kaden Carter and Katana Chance came out. Carter and Chance said that they would be glad to give them a title shot. Feroz and Leon were down on themselves for not being successful. Songa told Tem that Carter and Chance lost many times, came close many times, but they never gave up and told them that next week they should come with him and will help give them more balance and respect. Strong started yelling at the Creeds and Damon for not being at ringside during his match. Julius told him they were just testing him and he passed the test. Strong kept yelling at them and then threw Kemp's computer that they were watching on the ground. There was a meeting with Tony D'Angelo and Santos Escobar. Both came off very well here. It was a strong segment. It built to a match next week, a street fight match where if D'Angelo wins, Escobar leaves NXT and Joaquin Wilde, Cruz del Toro and Elektra Lopez stay with the D'Angelo family. If Escobar wins, then del Toro, Wilde and Lopez go back with Escobar. So basically it comes down to whether Escobar moves to the main roster or stays in NXT. Tiffany Stratton went in her dressing room. Wendy Chu was hiding there and turned the lights off and beat Stratton down. Pretty Deadly beat Blade and Enof in 4:37. Brooks Jensen, Josh Briggs and Fallon Henley were all at ringside. Legend is now with Pretty Deadly. Pretty Deadly wanted to use a chair. Big Briggs took it away. Pretty Deadly used Spilled Milk, a heart attack blockbuster, on Enof to win. Cameron Grimes was about to leave. Joe Gacy and the Dyad showed up. Grimes said he was going home. Gacy said to who? And Grimes left. Cruz was doing an interview. Grayson Waller came out. Waller said that nobody else will say this, but Cruz is not welcome here. Cruz dared Waller to try anything and Waller didn't. Main event saw Zoe Stark beat Cora Jade in 11:03. The crowd was into this. Stark did a lot of throws. Jade slipped off the ropes once trying a sliced bread. Jade went to use a kendo stick but Roxanne Perez grabbed it from her. Stark superkicked Jade and flipped her into a knee for the finish. Mandy Rose went to attack Stark after the match but Stark flipped her into a knee as well. There was a bad landing by Rose. There were 2 house shows this weekend from the main brand. August 6th in North Charleston, South Carolina, drew 3,880. August 7th in Fayetteville, North Carolina, drew 2,800. The latter show was reportedly strongly papered since they had under 1,700 tickets out a few days out. North Charleston opened with Morgan over Natalya to keep the SmackDown Women's title with the Oblivion. Natalya cut a strong heel promo to start after the reaction Morgan had gotten the night before. Morgan had the arm grace on and was selling it a lot. Morgan did a babyface promo after the match and said her arm wasn't 100% and talked about the next pay-per-view show. Lashley won a 3-way over Ciampa and Ziggler when he pinned Ciampa after a spear. Balor pinned Dominic Mysterio with the coup de grace. Priest was at ringside and distracted Dominic. Belair won a 3-way over Carmella and Asuka. This was the match where Carmella got hurt, so they did an impromptu finish where Belair pinned Asuka. Gunther pinned Nakamura to keep the IC title with a power bomb. Very hard hitting. Rollins came out and cut a promo about Riddle being hurt. Riddle ran from the back but once again Rollins laid him out with a curb stomp. Rollins then pulled out a chair and went for another curb stomp but the Street Profits made the save. Usos then beat Street Profits to keep the tag titles when Ford was pinned after Sheamus distracted him. Sheamus and Usos beat up the Street Profits until McIntyre made the save. McIntyre then said that wasn't a proper main event with that kind of a finish and this led to a street fight main event with McIntyre and Street Profits over Usos and Sheamus. They used all the tables, chairs and WWE street fight weapons ending when McIntyre pinned Sheamus after a Claymore kick. McIntyre cut a promo, noting that the house show attendance was way up from the last time they were in North Charleston and noted that has been the case all over of late, and hoped this showed that WWE fans are liking what they are seeing. Fayetteville was mostly the same show. With Carmella hurt, Belair retained the Raw Women's title over Asuka in a babyface match said to be good. Lashley worked a singles match with Ciampa for the US title winning with a hurt lock. Ziggler was moved to a match with Rollins. Rollins came out and talked about how Riddle was hurt so he didn't have a match. Ziggler came out to face Rollins. Rollins won a good match. After the match, Rollins went to attack Ziggler after the match and Riddle made the save. Riddle and Ziggler celebrated together. Balor, Morgan and Gunther's matches were the same. Kaiser threw his jacket over the head of Nakamura, which was enough distraction for Gunther to win. Instead of doing a tag title match, they did a trios match with Sheamus and Usos over McIntyre and Street Profits, which had a surprise ending when Sheamus hit McIntyre with a shillelagh for the pin. The faces then requested a street fight rematch, and they went a few minutes before McIntyre put Sheamus through a table and pinned him after a Claymore kick. NXT ran 2 shows this weekend. On August 5th in Largo, Florida, they had Giovanni Vinci beating Dante Chen in the opener. Nikita Lyons beat Kiana James to get them ready for their TV bout. Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams were cutting a promo. Nathan Fraser came out to challenge Hayes for the North American title. Hayes accepted and won the match with help from Williams. Roxanne Perez pinned Tiffany Stratton. Cora Jade attacked Perez after the match. Wendy Chu made the save. Everyone brawled to the back. Brutus and Julius Creed retained the tag titles over Andre Chase and Bodie Hayward. Brutus pinned Hayward with a sliding lariat. Kaden Carter and Katana Chance kept the tag titles over Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson when Chance pinned Jackson after a roll-up. Tony D'Angelo and Channing Lorenzo did a heel promo. Ikemen Jiro came out and pretended to be Italian. They ended up betting into it with Jiro chasing them off. Wesley beat Williams in a rounds match to help get them ready for TV. Braun Breaker and Apollo Crews beat JD McDonough and Grayson Waller in the main event when Breaker pinned Waller after a spear. The other show was August 6th in Gainesville, Florida. Thea Hale and Fallon Henley beat Elektra Lopez and Legend. Axiom pinned Duke Hudson. A match with Sloane Jacobs and Tatum Paxley was stopped when Paxley was kicked into the post. They did a conduit with Breaker. Guru Raj beat Bryson Montana. Alba Fire pinned Indy Hartwell. Josh Briggs and Brooks Jensen kept the UK tag titles in a 3-way over Pretty Deadly and Malik Blade and Idris Enof. Cameron Grimes pinned Hank Walker. Joaquin Wilde and Cruz del Toro beat D'Angelo and Lorenzo. Main event saw Chu and Perez and Zoe Stark beating Mandy Rose and Jade and Stratton. P.O. Box 1228, Campbell, California 95009-1228, ISSN 10,839,593. And Wrestling Observer Newsletter, August 15, 2022. This is the end of this conversion. Be sure to comment and subscribe. See you next time, wrestling fans.